Hello everyone and welcome back to another action-packed day here in the play-in stage of CCT Europe Series 19. Like I said, we're obviously already jumping into things. We've already got to see a couple of the games that we've seen throughout these groups. And things are starting to heat up already. I actually do love this portion right now of the play-ins. It always does feel very exciting. You already get to see some sides eliminated and some teams looking for that progression, but this is the tournament format that obviously we are going to be running for. Like we said, we're in the playing stage, just a couple of days left of it before moving on to that group stage, before of course finally making it into the playoffs, but sort of halfway through the play-ins. And this is where, like I said, it feels like you've already had some teams progress, and that's what we're going to be looking at today. We've not only got some eliminations, we've got some really exciting things. So these are the games that we do have on. We've got some absolute bangers. Eyeballers versus Aurora. I mean, I've got a few views on that one that I'm certainly going to be touching on very shortly. Then we've got Rebels Rush B, BC Game OG, before finishing with that ESC Fireflux. I think we've got some really great games. I think we've certainly got some difficult fixtures for certain teams. And I think some sides are going to be looking at themselves wishing they had a slightly different group draw. But we are going to be obviously starting things off in Group C. We'll have a quick dive into that before we look at the specific rosters of the game that we are going to talk about. Obviously, we do have Eyeballers versus Aurora, where this group's gotten very interesting. I think there's a lot of teams with a lot of pieces that I think a lot of people want to keep their eyes on as of late. Aurora losing wasn't exactly what I had on my bingo card. I do like the OG team, but I'm not completely convinced by it just yet. But yeah, like we said, BC Game OG is up later today. That's a progression match. Eyeballers Aurora, though, that's elimination, and I really didn't expect Aurora to be here, personally. And the fact that Eyeballers are, as much as I do love this team, I kind of did expect them to be here. But let's take a little bit more of a dive into this game specifically, and this is going to be map and series number 1 for today. So Eyeballers, obviously, if you've been following this team for any sort of level of time, it is a super different roster to what they used to have. There are lots of newer players coming in, what feels like sort of every couple of months or so. And I think the most notable thing for Eyeballers, it feels like they are sort of gambling on sort of a younger roster, maybe having someone like JW try to be the veteran for them, probably Heap as well now. Just try to sort of bring a bit more experience. Obviously, Poi was probably one of the most hyped players in the Swedish scene for a while. He just turned 18 now. And it was a rough start for him. We certainly are seeing a bit of an uptick in form for him personally. I still don't think it's mind-blowing. I think he's averaging a 1.04 rating over the last 3 months from him individually. But you're not exactly looking at that rating and thinking, he's there to carry us out of every game. JW's still top fragging this team statistically, or at least top performing this team. Whereas you've got a lot of players elsewhere underwhelming. Heaps sitting at that 1.0. Delhi is 0.92 and Dex 0.88. So I understand why you want to go for young players, but it does feel like the Swedish scene, which I think has been a problem for a number of different regions as well, is lacking in a serious sort of talent pool. Whether it is younger or older players now. And it does feel like we're seeing Eyeballers try to sort of scrape together a young, talented team when maybe there's not too many young, talented players around. I don't know. I really want to love this team. I've been sort of following the project for a long time, but it just hasn't been working out. And like I said, it hasn't been working out, and they're facing off against Aurora, a side that we know what this team can do. They've showed us the heights that they can have. Sure, they've been on a bit of a downtick in terms of form over the last sort of 6 or so months, but we've seen changes to their team. We've seen Griggs obviously make his way in from the Academy's roster, stepping up, taking the sort of leap, and it doesn't really feel like he's out of his depth whatsoever. It feels like it's the same player that we saw on the Academy side, just facing some better teams. And obviously we've seen Patsy coming in as well, and slowly since the sort of turn of the year we have seen these much more convincing results from Aurora. I think the results that we've been expecting to see from a team of this level. There certainly are still some inconsistencies. I think it does need to be said. They are not prone to losing to a side that I think you look at on paper, sort of 4 or 5 months ago, we would expect them to be able to take down. But yeah, like we said, they're certainly prone to those mistakes and mishaps, and it just has to be them ironing out those issues probably over the next sort of month or so to see what they can do. I do need to talk about this Aurora opening stage game here in the Players. Certainly could have just been a bit slow off the mark, a bad day at the office, whatever it was, but it was Ancient and Nuke. They were the 2 maps that were played, and OG won 13-6 and 13-1. They didn't just beat Aurora, they really did humiliate them. With Aurora only finding 1 round on their own map pick, it's a bit of a sorry sign. I do think we'll see a better Aurora today. I do think Eyeballers are a worse side than OG. And I do think this, honestly, I don't know what the map vetoes are going to look like. We'll jump to that now. But I honestly do think this is going to be a very, very tough task for Eyeballers to try to overcome. Just some of the individuals of that we do see on the side of Aurora. It feels like on any sort of map, any given day, regardless of how poor the team's performing, it does feel like they can dig them out of trouble, especially against solid Eyeballers who even just individually feel like they are lacking slightly. Interesting vetoes so far, I think. We obviously see the train selection from Aurora. That's not the particularly surprising part. Eyeballers removing Nuke. Yeah, Eyeballers removing Nuke is an interesting one, because that's what allows Aurora to pick Train. Eyeballers haven't played this map. Eyeballers haven't played Train once, but seemingly very paranoid about Aurora's Nuke. I did mention this is the map that Aurora yesterday, they lost 13-1 on. Certainly doesn't mean they're going to do the exact same thing today, but I don't know if I consider that an oversight by Eyeballers, just sort of letting what has tended to be one of their biggest bans, or just not a map that they literally have played at all. They've not played Train as an official on HLTV since the map has been introduced. And now they're playing against Aurora, who are one of the few teams that actively do go on to search to play this. Not just sort of let it be slid into a veto. They're one of the teams that actually pick the map. And I do think that leads to some tough times for Eyeballers. We've got Mirage, which is it is the best map for Eyeballers. It has been for some time. But it is also one of the better maps of Aurora as well. So it doesn't exactly feel like Eyeballers have got an easy time moving on to map number 2. So I think map 1 being Train, a map that Eyeballers haven't played. Map 2 being Mirage. Sure, a good map for them, but equally as good for Aurora. And then Ancient as that decider. Feels like a reasonably even playing ground between the two sides. But I mean, when I say these maps are even, that is statistically. I do think Aurora are a better side than Eyeballers. So, although it might be even on paper, I do think Aurora might always have that slight lean, slight advantage that they can play with. Yeah, I'm not sure about these vetoes. I'm not sure if maybe Eyeballers didn't do their research on Aurora, and maybe just thought they could slide Train because no team really seems to pick Train right now. I thought they could maybe just ban Nuke instead, ban Train in the second phase of ban. I honestly don't know what the decision making is here for Eyeballers. I mean, maybe they've gone for some big brain move and they've actually been pracking Train this whole time. They're actually going to be some insane Train team. That'd be an interesting one, but I'm going to be pretty honoured to at least be able to cast Eyeballers' first game on Train, first series here. I think that's going to be an exciting one to watch. There's a couple of players that I want to talk about. While I still think we've still got a bit of time to talk about. I think on the side of Eyeballers, I really hate that it feels like we've got to apply the pressure to him every time. But I think JW's got to be up there individually. I think he has to be one of the players towards the top side of the leaderboard. It feels like he is majority of the time, and I'm worried if he isn't there today, I'm worried where this Eyeballers team's going to look like. But Train is live. We are going into map number 1 in this series. Eyeballers versus Aurora elimination match. This Group C has been a brutal one. A lot of really great teams in it. And sadly, all of them, in just a few hours, we're going to have to say goodbye to. Eyeballers, though, at least with it being their opponent's map pick, they get to start on this CT side. I mean, I suppose any silver linings you can take. Oh, I like this from Heap. Getting quite aggressive. He's all alone. JW as well. Can find Norway. That's the util being gone. One smoke thrown out, but the other one not able to get dumped out. Honestly, I think this is a great start to the round from Eyeballers. This is sort of like a bit more of a gimmicky play that I think can really catch Aurora off early on a map pick. And Patsy tries to find an opening towards B. Tries to see if he can find a timing. Not the case. And a 2 versus 5. Not a point of damage dealt to Aurora. Not even a bullet fired, I don't believe, from the T's. Both T's are sort of individually searching for their own fights. Individually maybe just hoping something gets given to them. Grix's P250 is being flanked by JW. Makes the noise, finds the kill. And the bomb will actually go down here. Honestly, considering the start to the round, that's a reasonably successful finish for Aurora. Obviously, pistol round, you'd much rather get the victory. There's going to be a lot of players on Eyeballers who... Oh, actually, maybe not. I was going to say a lot of players on Eyeballers who can get cheap upgrades to armor. I think a couple of them did. I think Heap and JW did, despite Heap taking some damage. I think he got shot in the leg or something, but... Yeah, both of them have M4s. It is going to be that force play. This is what I was worried about. This is why I was talking about the armor situation for Eyeballers. Because if they do get that cheap upgrade, they can bring out the M4s and a lot more util than you'd normally see. So it'd be a much sort of tougher task for Aurora to come up and face. I see creeping close here towards Ivy. The spam to try to bait him in. We'll take down Heap's M4. JW does get the trade, but all down to 50 HP. Dex supports towards Ivy to deny any more players pushing in. And with that kill, Eyeballers with the man advantage. And back to Ivy Aurora go. Didn't work out as well as they hoped initially, so... Yeah, they can push back in. JW, slight jiggle. Gets the information, drops out a flashbang, but peeks before it. Not ready for all three there. Flashbang not good enough to deny Dex's position. Finds his second of the round. Now, 40 seconds on the clock. There is still time for Aurora to play with. With obviously Clax just being 10 points of health. It's going to be a tough time of things. And Clax taken down by Poise positioning. And from range, the Mac 10 hoping to find something. 34 seconds on the clock. The rotation to be just as Dully has left his position. Surely we'll find M4 strikes. And Eyeballers best the 4 spy of the Aurora team. Pretty great work on the second round. I mean, a lot of action towards Ivy, but Eyeballers, they handled it. Yeah, they handled it pretty well. When you consider the CTs technically lost Heap first, they started the round disadvantaged, only losing one more player in JW. Yeah, very well managed and maintained. Another look towards Ivy from Aurora. A lot of teams sometimes still seem to neglect this position on train. I'm not sure if it's just because it feels slightly different, sort of due to how some of the trains are now, how sort of Old Bomb feels a little bit different in terms of where you can get peaked from. A lot of teams, yeah, just don't seem as keen to take it. Aurora, not so much. Briggs is the Eagle. Starting to push down. Heap is the player posted. Kenzie finding JW again. Maybe a little bit too aggressive. Now the Deep will search. And start to find. Fancy with a nice headshot, but still so much more to get. Body spray, not great, but Patsy couldn't do any better. And I mean, I wasn't convinced by Eyeballers allowing Train to be played into the pool. Don't get me wrong, I'm not still fully convinced. We haven't actually seen a full buyout from Aurora. But I have liked what I've seen, at least in the early stages. I like that it does feel like the CTs have some contingencies. It does feel like they have some good team play in terms of ensuring that they're backing up one another. And just sort of bolstering certain positions. And that's sort of one of the very noticeable things on the CT side. If a team potentially didn't know a map that well. Just sort of how they play off one another. But yeah, they clearly have been working on this map slightly. And look, we see Aurora have a poor game against OG. Maybe Aurora could just be very slow off the mark, and maybe that's where Eyeballers can come in and punish. I mean, I really haven't sort of let myself believe that this one can go any way but Aurora's. It would be a crazy storyline if I got very heavily proved wrong. Grix in T-spawn. Hold in for the aggressing Heap. Aurora didn't need to do anything fancy. We've seen Eyeballers get aggressive in a number of these rounds, and Aurora just reading them like a book at the start. Grix lining up utility. Got the bomb on his back. 40 seconds on the clock. The re-aggression here towards Pop Dog being held by Clax, who finds one. Well, he gets the trade, but Patsy swings. Setup in Pop's perfect, and the hit towards the A-bomb site comes through. Orb of JW eliminated by the quicker Orb of Grix. And a 1 versus 4. The young Swede. Is searching, but will get found. And the first round on the board for Aurora. And just like that, look at what that's done to the money of Eyeballers. They won 3 rounds in a row. You can see just a couple of kills being found each round. Nothing more really from Aurora. And just those couple of kills have put Eyeballers in a pretty tough situation where, sure, you've got Heap and Poi on M4 and Util. Rest of the side, though, yeah, a little bit more limited. Ooh, JW just aggressing. Finding Patsy. Norway was nearby. It looked like maybe we're going to see some sort of double pop swing. I'm not sure what it was, but it looked like Norway was already holding pop, so I don't know what Patsy was specifically looking to do. But advantage for the weaker weapons, as now they look to get aggressive pop. Norway looks under pressure. The steps would have been heard. Dex is just clearing all of this out alone, basically. He's got 5-7. Cleared out Pop initially, looking to clear out main. JW's MP9 finds one. Poi nearby. Gets taken down by Norway. Probably hoping they would at least find one. There was someone looking to trade onto Norway's position just in case, but Yeah, without the trade, the re-aggression from Eyeballers completely goes against them and gives up not only their man advantage, but gives up the advantage at all. Great HE grenade thrown out. A lot of players softened up, but I don't know if it's going to matter as all the kills are starting to go the way of the T's. Dex's 5-7 finds one. So ready for bricks. What a find. Does get found by a clack through the smoke. The orb will be safe, but that's a cheeky way to find a kill there. If there's a smoke down, just lining up with the corner, you might be able to find. The fact it's 5-7 to do so as well, but it's this Norway double that changed around entirely. Brilliant play. Obviously, you have to remember, this was that force buy of Eyeballers. Just had too many players who couldn't buy for eco, so sort of were left with no choice but to fully invest. Just 5 USBs and 1 flashbang on Dex. He might have been looking to send it in towards A main, and that's what he is doing. Flashbang comes out now. Kinsey fully blinded. You've got Patsy dinked down. Clax has to come in support, and that's the difference maker. Norway gets a couple of kills himself, or just the one, but it's the Clax triple that not only helps keep Patsy alive, but actually starts to slow down any momentum that Eyeballers were getting in that round. A leveled up game. Obviously, have to say, certainly is a CT-sided map. Historically, always has been. And no different so far. So, if Eyeballers are able to keep toe-to-toe with Eyeballers in this first half, if Aurora, sorry, can go toe-to-toe, that's where, honestly, we should see them switch over, and that's where we should see a bit more domination. Dex, nice aggressive position with Poi as well, silencing any initial play out from the T's. Just as Kenzie looked to back away, that's where JW spam works out. We are seeing the boost. JW, are you aware of it? I mean, no, the place had to fall off, had to dismantle. What a start to this round. This one's been time below the 1 minute mark now, but still Aurora have a lot of time at their hands. That's one of the few things they've got. HP limited, util the same. No kills being offered. Oh, here's one of the few bits of util they got. Flashbang comes out. Oh, he spotted. This honestly just feels like a save attempt from the T's. It's just a miserable attempt to try to break into the bomb site. It feels like Eyeballers were playing with them from start to finish. Eyeballers will deny the lead being taken. Or the lead being stolen, I suppose, from Aurora. Still, obviously money good enough for the T's to be able to invest despite losing that round. But that's sort of the difference between Aurora and Eyeballers. You look, when Eyeballers won 3 rounds in a row, Aurora, they were able to win 1 round and force Eyeballers into a tough financial situation. When Aurora won 3 rounds in a row, despite losing the 4th, they're able to still get an investment out, still no limited weapons, proper AKs, you've got your AWP out as well. Feels like the slight difference. And that's when you consider Eyeballers as well. They kept 5 alive on the pistol. Just slowing things down slightly, Aurora. Util out across A, but still the bomb towards B. Flashbang not good enough. JW finds. Oh, Clags, great find on the heap there. Patsy lurking through A main, and all of the defense is being shut down for the CTs. The initial kill from JW is great, but all the other players just felt like they've got outplayed and read into. Aurora able to keep things close, 4-4. And honestly, that feels like that's the best thing you can do on the T side. If you can just keep things close, chance you winning the half's always going to be tough. Has been a great start though. And just a weaker investment from Eyeballers. This could be Aurora's chance to take the lead here on their map pick. Love the idea of the molly with the double nades. Not really any damage dealt from it though. And the main has been taken. He's just being held passively from Kenzie, so surely he's going to be aware of this. It is a JW and his USP, so even if they're not aware, probably can't do too much damage. Eyeballers, they're keeping these rounds very slow. Taking their time on them. Don't want to make any sort of mistake. I mean, look, you still need to be careful. There is an M4 in play. There's a few upgraded pistols. But all in all, it should be a bit of an easier round. JW does a decent bit of damage before going down. Kenzie still spearheading this attack, and the double swing from the CTs yield successes. Patsy falls. And now things do get awkward. Nade onto Delhi. He's had 3 nades come his way so far this game, and still sitting pretty healthy. There's the second USP falling in Poi. And he still finds another, and both players chipped away at now. Finally, the M4 goes down, but 12 seconds on the clock. Bomb has to be attempted to be planted. Heap finds, and yeah, miserable looking round from Aurora. So slow to do anything. Throw the util out towards A. Take down JW. They got the man advantage here. I'm not sure really why it's sort of the player going first out towards A, the one staring towards Pop. You've just had a teammate go down in Ivy. Maybe consider looking there, maybe consider looking towards the bomb site. Yeah, a little bit sloppy from Aurora. And yeah, certainly do deserve to get punished. I do think that's a notable thing about Train right now. I think some teams are playing it noticeably far too slow. To a point where sometimes it can cost them. I mean, don't get me wrong, Aurora are probably one of the best Train teams at the moment. That seem willing to have put in the work to have learned this, but yeah, they're certainly never going to be prone to any mistakes. It is one of those maps where issues can still arise. Boy, with a great double kill to keep things even, and JW finding a kill back. 2-on-2 here. Grix's position. He's up against a low HP Poi, even lower HP, 3 HP. And Poi just frantically hoping a chance is given. The molly will force Clacks back, and that probably just helps delay time for Aurora. And Poi, no choice but to save. Just too low. And bit of a basic B hit. Bit of speed behind it. First 2 kills going the way of the T's were a massive difference maker, because you see your poi rotate in, find 2 kills. And then from there, JW Zorp finds one as well. So for a brief moment, Eyeballers had the man advantage in that round. But it was just the deeper positioning that was taken at the cost of those kills that sort of caught off some of the Aurora guys. Five to 5, and this is a pretty crucial round. The loser of this probably going to be pretty broken financially, and going into the last round with limited cash, that could be a bit of a 2-for-1 round. Whoever does go on to take this. So, yeah, key one hit. But already, this is a pretty solid side, or solid half for the T's. 5 rounds, yeah, it certainly could do worse than that. Towards the back of the bomb site, holding towards upper. I had a quick glance in lower as the util came over, but didn't realize that it's all 4 players for the T's out towards it. I think if we see honestly, 1 or 2 kills go the way of the T's, that's probably where the save call has to come through from Eyeballers. Even 1 would probably convince me. Look, there is a defuse kit, that's on poi. A decent amount of util, but there's a ton of util on the T side as well. Brilliant HE grenade there from Norway. And look at the time. The time's so heavily ticked. It does follow. We might just be in the CT's throwaway weapons here. I say that, poi with an injure. Well, it's just been the tap of the bomb. And that's all. See, this is what I mean. For Aurora, it doesn't really matter how many players of them go down. Sure, we might see some weaker weapons, some Galil, something like that. Eyeballers now, they've got very little to fight with. Don't get me wrong, the loss bonus has been built up a little bit. But it's not exactly like it's going to be a great buyout from them at all, and it feels like these saved weapons might have been better. Sure, it got a little close, I suppose, but never anything that competitive. Pistols out with a couple of MP9s. And I said I think it should be a bit of a 2-for-1 for whoever wins that last round. And the fact that that would mean Aurora going to win the half on T-started trade. Yeah, sure. Brilliant. Brilliant stuff from them. Obviously, though, we are expecting them to be very good at train. Look, we haven't seen Eyeballers play a single HOTV official. This is one of the maps that Aurora are more than happy to pick against teams who sort of look to float trade. And this is the great thing about having trade in your map pool very early. A lot of teams are hesitant about it, but maybe not hesitant enough where they want to ban it. Maybe they've still got an insta-ban that's in the map pool. And it just allows Aurora to sort of be in a point where they can just punish a lot of teams. This is an awkward start here, though, for Aurora, as the bomb is lost, and a good bit of aggression from the CT side. Dex in the open, instantly found by Norway with the headshot. He close by to find one. Great turn from JW as Grix whiffs a couple of bullets and won't be allowed to do so again, and Heaps AK finding the final player. Well, I said it was going to be a bit of a 2-for-1. Aurora lose to the pistols. But it's JW. I mean, I said I feel like we need this man to be the one to lead the lines. And it feels like he's been doing that, honestly, pretty much for the whole Eyeballers iteration. He's still been up there individually. And this honestly does feel like a team where we're looking at someone like JW to maybe take a bit of a step back. Maybe to be one of those players who, yeah, maybe they've got a bit of a hit on their individual performance, maybe looking to cool while being a bit more supportive. But it feels like JW's been asked to do pretty much everything. But a fast burst on the pistol. T's looked a little bit locked out of it, but JW and Dex both find their individual kill on Patsy and Norway. And the bomb can get planted. So despite it being an even half, it's certainly going to be a dominant pistol. This time from the Swedes. Yeah, Patsy and Norway being asked to win a gunfight there. If they did so, that could be the round going their way, but neither of them could take down the Swedish counterparts, and things certainly slipped away, got significantly more difficult for them. I think it goes without saying, necessary pistol round. A very, very necessary pistol round for Eyeballers to go on to take. And this is something I wasn't necessarily expecting. We obviously have had a great start to this game from the CTs, and yet they are opting for a force buy. I don't feel like this is needed. I don't really feel like it has to happen. I'd love to see it regardless. But it's beat out from JW, does a decent bit of damage on Kenzie. The scout of Patsy will connect onto Dex. Can't find his second though. And finally, Eyeballers find their kills, and they find them as a two-piece. Right now, it is just Deli and JW out on this bomb site. The other two Eyeballers players are in Ivy. This is a bit of a two-pronged attack that could really get isolated individually, but it's not been the case. JW will try to support his teammates in Ivy. The Deagle of Kenzie not connecting at all. JW finds Norway, and Klax goes down for nothing. Sure, a lot of damage dealt, but not a lot of kills found. And yeah, it starts to make you question that decision to go for the buy in that round, because yeah, it just felt like they didn't really have much of a game plan. See the odds at the top evened up entirely. I didn't think that would be the case regardless of the Eyeballer scoreline. I think that just shows that Aurora, they go from having a great round to just absolutely falling apart the round after. And I think it sort of speaks a little bit where this team's at very recently, where yeah, some of the inconsistency issues that they might be having. Obviously was just an eco in that one. This is the real round, the one that really matters. Grix on the AWP, JW on one himself. I'm interested to see what this util set is from JW. I don't think he threw it in the end. I was just still holding it from JW. I really want to know where this smokes. Is this just towards camera? Yeah, that basic, and a bit of util out towards A as well, just to keep the attention of the A player as well. Eyeballers instead set their sights on B. Slowly clearing out the molly onto Grix's position, the bomb getting planted. CTs have kept themselves alive. Heat now taking some space. Didn't seem ready for Norway, but still managed to connect the bullets. Klax, important double. Player spotted on the back of the bomb site, but chance, not giving up just yet. JW, 30 points of health. But it's Dex in the flank. Finds the first and the second. Dex with a triple. And Deli supports to take down Klax. And it's the flank maneuver that kills any chance for Aurora. And look at what we have here now. 10-6. Eyeball is getting scarily close to that finish line. It's not a full buy from Aurora, but it is a heavy investment. Everyone can buy in the next. Black certainly is going to have some weaknesses, but they're looking to take this fight in Norway early. Swings, finds Deli. They find Heap as well, and the aggressive upper plate finds so much success. And it's a great position from Dex. If JW is given the opportunity, but it's also 3 players swinging into you, and that's never going to be easy. The 1 vs 3 for Dex. An insane amount of time to play with. But still 3 kills to find. Dex heading towards Pop Dog. Grix is glued to this angle. Great find onto Grix. Does get found from behind though. What a find that was onto Grix. And a tactical pause from Aurora. This is the smart call. This is what they need to do. Because right now they're playing against a team who have 0 HLTV officials on train. Aurora, statistically, this is their best map. It is one of their most played maps as well. And they're finding themselves in a position where things could go wrong. Where Eyeballs have brought this game significantly closer than I think they thought. And Aurora just have not been playing good CS. They've had some great moments on their T side. Along with a lot of equally poor ones when we've seen any sort of Eyeballs aggression come out. But yeah, it just inconsistent feels like the biggest name around Aurora right now. Anti-util throw him. It's just a slower approach here. The keys as well. While he has smoke lined up. Spam onto Dex's position, but the flash comes through to bait him in, to set him up. And with the noise heard from the shots, easy stuff for Dex. And players are crumbling here. Aurora, what has happened to your train? This is an elimination game. And it feels like only one team's properly showed up to the server. The bomb will get planted. The save is going to be attempted. Whether it's going to be allowed is a different question. I just was not expecting this. Not just in this series, I always thought there was a world where maybe Eyeballers could bring it to a 3rd map. I just didn't believe that something like Train would go their way. I thought if they had any chance in the series, it'd come from potentially just stealing away Mirage. The fact that this one's gone like this, it's just madness. Yeah, absolute madness to me. Round number 19, and The saved weapons buy has come out. Eyeballers 2 rounds away from winning. Map number 1, their opponent's map pick. JW peeking in IV, but Grix sets his sights there very quickly. Blax has taken up Grix's position and seems very aware of Heap. Heap has been spotted. He's trying to tuck in the corner, but Clack's not allowing him to get away. So the IV play from Eyeballers completely shut down. And they've had some great moments in this game, but I don't think this one's going to be one of them. 3 on 5. In seconds, it's just going to be the save. It's the right call from Eyeballers. They're locked out of the round. Chance of them winning it. Insanely little. So just don't attempt, and Aurora there, you've got their own financial woes, so no need to go for any sort of hunt. I mean, I don't know what this game sort of screams out to me. Because we have seen Eyeballers have issues closing games out in the past. Overtime's certainly an interesting one. I do think Eyeballers will be able to find at least one round. But Aurora haven't been particularly consistent in this game. Made me think that they'll be able to go on and find 5 rounds in a row without any sort of response. I suppose 6 rounds in a row when you consider the loss as well. So yeah, still a lot of interesting storylines to be had here. And I mean, maybe there was a great reason as to why Eyeballers opted to ban Nuke instead of Train, and I think it's on display for everyone. Clearly was that big brain play. Well, they might have been working on their Train a decent bit more than we thought. Super slow stuff again from Eyeballers. 3rd second on the clock. Welcome to Train a little bit, as it is just extremely slow CS being played. Dex, important kill to find. Finally, seemingly gives a reason for Eyeballers to start to push. 15 seconds on the clock now, though, and Clacks on the bomb site finding one. Gonna make things awkward. JW's got the bomb. 10 seconds. And this bomb doesn't look any closer to getting planted. Great flashbang. But look how exposed it is. It's just super slow from the Eyeballers. Yeah, I mean, super slow CS from the T's in general. But everyone's sort of too frightened to take space. To throw utility. To just sort of do anything. And, I mean, someone needs to take the initiative to take this fight. You've got to get this bomb down, so allow the bomb planter to plant it. JW fast peek and great flick. Takes down Grix and wants to go for a bit more. I'm in shot. Not going to connect. Two players towards Hell. A bit more room for Eyeballers to now like to play with as these two back away. A lot of util just being used to keep the T's restrained at Ivy, despite there being no one remaining there. This is a decent call from Aurora. There's two players towards B. You do have Clax very close by to rotate. Still coming down. Plays in front of the Molotov. JW. All holding. All finding Heap as well. Connecting the bullets. And Clax tries to swing through the molly to keep the round alive. But it has been shut down. And Eyeballers, we all know what that means. They found map point on their opponent's best map statistically. Kenzie should be allowed to keep hold of this M4. And I say should be. Look at JW. He's already starting to get on the hunt. Wants to take this weapon away. Gone towards Ivy, posted up. Not going to find anything specifically here. But it's round number 12. I cannot believe Eyeballers are the ones to hit this. The thing that surprises me isn't necessarily the fact that it is Eyeballers to find 12. It's more the fact is for them to find it after having a pretty poor CT side. It was 6-6. Eyeballers, that felt like they lost their chance. As soon as they went even with the T's on a CT-sided map, I thought that was it. It's all done. But somehow it's the T side that's been the impressive one. They found 6 rounds to Aurora's 3. One round away. And on top of the train, red like a book, JW finds Kenzie. Opening kill for the Swedes. JW wanted a bit more, but not ready for Patsy towards Olof. Not really sure what that nade's for. Just to receive the AWP, I think, actually. The aggression from the CTs. They have taken down the heaviest hitter of Eyeballers. Deck's been having a decent game as well, to be fair. Util have been lined up towards A. It's a 3-man B hold for Aurora. I don't think they realise how wrong this call is. If Eyeballers hit with a bit of speed, this one's done. But we've seen them be far too slow, far too many times. Util starts to come out and Aurora begin to realise their mistake. But they're all going towards 5-6. And the molly's so late so that Grix is just able to comfortably play this. I mean, Degs just had his teammate fall in this position. And yet not ready for Grix to be there at all. Yeah, I mean, okay. I can see why Aurora stacked 3 players towards B. Because when Eyeballers A execs are that terrible, yeah, I would do the same thing. It feels like they're just doing things wrong, like timing-wise wrong. I mean, maybe I am being a bit harsh as this is Eyeballers' first HLTV official on this map. But because they've got so many good elements of their map that it annoys me. Like, you see, they're very concise in terms of initially getting players out of main, but as soon as they get out of that A main position, they sort of forget what they're doing. That molly's thrown towards the back of the bomb site earlier. You keep one of your teammates alive. If the second player, after Grix finds the first, actually looks towards the heaven position. I mean, look how easy this is. all got back turned all the time. I mean, Griggs is just finding kills without players even looking at him. And that's the issue when it just feels really easy. Griggs was alone on the bomb site and it still feels easy for him. Just a couple of minor tweaks from eyeballers, particularly on their AXX. The BXX are fine. It feels like their AXQs, that's where they're weak. Couple of changes there. I think they're in the money with this map, honestly. Fast hit towards Ivy, but it's Kenzie in hell to clean things up. 2 kills already. And Dex low HP. AW creeps around the smoke. Find Griggs on the bomb site, surely. Will do so. And finds Kenzie as well. Don't get me wrong, Dex is still extremely low. There's always a chance. Switches to the D, he wants that one-hit headshot. I have the 1 versus 1 on the passing towards Olaf. He seems aware and does find the headshot. Dex. Could he be the man to end it all alone? All the way towards the back of the bomb site. Dex just slowing down slightly. Good positioning from Norway, just 1 bullet needed to connect. And we're starting to question. I mean, seems fully actually locked in that he is towards his position. Dex finally starts to strike. The Deagle won't be able to fire off a bullet. Aurora will win the round. And it all comes down to this. The AWP not able to be saved. That could be very awkward. No AWP. You can see Clax is on an MP9. All comes down to this. Round number 24. Overtime, is it on the cards? Have eyeballers done enough to steal Aurora's map pick? I mean, nice attempt from Dex, but the issue is just making the noise towards hell, being heard by Norway. Just was confident enough just to sit holding. Round number 24 now. All comes down to this. Eyeballers done such a good job to put themselves in the lead in a winnable position, but they lose this one and we're all square again going into OT. Aurora without that AWP. Without the best weaponry that they could have. Just got to get 1 more round though. Very slow to start on the CT side. Less than a minute left. My ballers send 2 towards Ivy. JW's like the peak here so far. Just swings on out. Jump peak. JW choosing not to fire, but the reposition Clax goes down. Advantage eyeballers. The weaker weapon falls, and the reposition from the Swedes. 35 seconds on the clock, and Griggs paranoid now of the B rotation. Double up towards here. There has to be towards A. Eyeballers, they played things too slow before. The util comes down. Patsy in hell. And Kenzie towards Ivy. It all comes down to this. Kenzie wins the gunfight. Norway blocked off, but Patsy in hell finding the impact, and eyeballers, they're getting rolled over. And it's the A executes again that let them down. JW will find 1, but it doesn't matter. The round's already been won. And it's the issue again. It's just a terrible A execute. I mean, what is there to it? I don't get the goal of Eyeballers. It doesn't feel like they're even trying to get to the bomb site, and that's the issue. Yeah, just extremely sloppy stuff. There's 2 players towards A. You've got 5 players pushing towards them. How many kills do you think's found? None. I mean, this is the thing. You see it on Aurora CT side all the time. They lose the early kill to Eyeballers. And they know how Eyeballers have been playing. They've been playing slow, looking for a kill, and then go for an execute. We've seen time and time again Aurora lose an early pick and rotate a player towards B to strengthen that up. Because they know, okay, well, Eyeballers can't hit towards A. Let's just make sure we've got a decent B hit. That's the issue here, but Norway in a tough position. Molotov at his feet will go down to it. He won't actually. 2 HP. Griggs finds JW. Able to escape with his life as well. Swaps the weapon around with Norway. Low HP teammate. A take towards A main attempted from the CT side, but Dex doesn't seem to want to let this happen. Finds one, and Poi out from Pop Dog. Connects onto them as well. Griggs not being traded upon. Finally will be by Dex, but the damage has already been done. Bomb can get planted here. The T's can even rotate to B if they wanted. They're fully clearing things out. We've seen this a number of times where there's issues being able to plant this bomb, but they will be allowed to at the back of the bomb site. Molotov down. Obscuring vision, but not actually hindering the T's. We obviously the player who got dropped over the AWP. Just 2 points of health. Finds Heap. May drop towards Dex's position, and Clax taking down Dex. Eyeballers, their post plant's not much better than their executes. Aurora, honestly, the momentum's in their favour. I don't think they've looked great on this map. But I think that they've now taken the lead. This is them winning 7 out of the last 8 rounds. I think that might be the start of something a little bit troubling now. I'm sorry, I think it's winning 6 out of the last 7 actually. Rick's aggressive towards Pop. The Molly gonna force both these CTs forward, but it could also bait both these CTs in. First kill found. Griggs backs away, but it's Patsy here for what should be an easy trade. Apparently not, and Griggs just switching to utility as the swing comes through. I can't believe Patsy finds nothing there. Great start to the round for Aurora. But mistakes made, and boys double. Gives the Swedes the advantage. You tilt towards B, but it is still this A execute. We find JW down towards lower. Kenzie will convert on the Poi, and Util just to keep the CTs at bay for now. McKenzie pulls out the bomb planter. Finds one. Tries to spam onto Heat, but it's Norway from Pop Dog that will take it down. So the initial pop setup not working out brilliantly for Aurora. But they still do recover things towards the end. And this is the issue. Obviously both teams finished each half 6-6. But Eyeballers did feel significantly better on their T side than their CT side. It felt like Aurora were just about winning rounds. And don't get me wrong, Eyeballers definitely have weaknesses on their T side, like their A executes. But their CT sides felt like they were always sort of trailing. Aurora felt like they lost a lot of their T rounds themselves. It was an interesting one, but it's a fast pop out towards A, and it's a 3-3. Always low HP, could go down to the nade, will go down to the nade, but Grix at the same time takes down Dex. And the positioning from Jax, could catch out JW, will do so. All on Deli. Got a kill already. Bomb on his back and time to play with. The reposition towards connector is where Grix is waiting. And of course, Grix finds completely stepped up his game since moving towards overtime. Everyone's been a little bit quiet on Aurora. Grix now being the one to try to spearhead this victory for them, but all 3 rounds go in the way of Aurora. Like I said, after we sort of go to OT, after we saw Eyeballers lose the first round of overtime, it did always feel like this game was going to go one way. It could be a heartbreaking one at the end of this series for Eyeballers. But they are now 1 round away from losing Train, a map that they had 3 map points on. Still thrown out towards B. Pop dog play from Poi. What is that from Patsy? Looked like a completely lucky kill, but I mean, sometimes you got to take them. Patsy able to double down onto Dex as well, and Aurora somehow in a 5-on-3 thanks to Patsy, who looked caught out himself by Deli falling towards upper, and sadly with JW on the other side of the map, this one is dead in the water. It's even a hit towards A as well. Feels like it's just a way to block Heap out of the round, and JW and Ivy are 1 versus 5. This man, insane moments in his career, but this is not going to be one of them. Aurora take down Eyeballers on map number 1. I have to say, not a great look from Aurora. It's their map pick. It's their map that they have been brilliant on in recent months. But yeah, that wasn't a great display against a team that hasn't played Train whatsoever on an HRTV official. Eyeballers had their opportunity to close things out. You could definitely make an argument they should have closed things out. It feels a little bit harsh to say that when you consider, like I said, they haven't played this game on HRTV, haven't played this map on HRTV. I do think there's a lot that Eyeballers need to work on Train if they are interested in bringing it into their map pool. Particularly whatever they look to do on the T side towards 8. It felt like players just looked a little bit lost when they were trying to make their way out of it. But obviously, that does mean Aurora, they're 1 map up in this series. Somehow they're the ones to take the lead. And obviously, that is going to be Mirage coming up next. We've mentioned this already. Aurora, a very comfortable team on this map themselves. So Eyeballers, despite just about losing Train, it definitely doesn't feel like they can get remotely comfortable in this series, as things do feel like they're only going to get harder for the Swedes. But we'll be back with map number 2 after a short break, so don't go anywhere, and we'll be back with Mirage. Hello everyone and welcome back. Interesting map number 1 here between Eyeballers and Aurora. Obviously training just about going the way of Aurora, who struggled pretty heavily in regulation. They just didn't look on, I was going to say any form, if I'm being honest. Yeah, a little bit lackluster from them. Poor display at times. Eyeballers, they had 3 map points to be able to actually close that game out. The fact that it looked like it could have went their way, I think it speaks volumes about what this Aurora team's looking like right now. Not great, I think is the easiest way to say. Mirage obviously though up next. It is Eyeballers map selection. Aurora pretty much being equally as good. This is a great map for Aurora, but for some reason it just feels like they are lacking something. They're lacking a bit of the spark that we used to see from them. Still, like we said, this is a good map for this Aurora team. This is a side that are more than happy to play Mirage. They have the ability to dominate teams on Mirage, but yeah, their recent form has not been great. Same sort of thing though for Eyeballers. Their recent form's never really been that great. They can lose to a lot of teams that you're looking at and just thinking, yeah, there's not a lot to that. So Eyeballers are always in a weird spot where it feels like they are an upset team. We're not really expecting them to win a huge amount of games against a lot of teams that are sort of better than them, but they do occasionally have a decent upset in them. But yeah, they haven't won a series in a little while now. I don't think they've actually won an HLTV series since... Yeah, they haven't won an HLTV series this month, so I think that says a decent amount about where this team are at. They've got a 38.9% win rate in the last 3 months. Aurora are obviously sitting better than that, but not a huge amount. They're sitting around 50-50. That's the thing with Aurora. They have moments where their form is really great, and then they all of a sudden lose to a team that it feels like they should be best in. Back in Series 18, obviously in Series 19 now, they did lose to Alaska in the play-ins. They weren't able to qualify for the Swiss stage for that main event. And that's going to be a little bit of an issue for them, because this is a team that I think Alaska have some great moments. They have a very capable team. But Aurora do just feel like they should be 2 steps ahead of them. And I think this is the thing we've got to look at. Nothing is guaranteed in this game, despite on paper it probably should be. And I think after seeing map number 1, I've been pretty underwhelmed by a lot of the individuals on Aurora. Grix turned things around slightly later into train, but it's Norway that I think is the most notable player. He felt like he was the difference maker. He was the player to keep Aurora remotely even in that map. And considering he's had a pretty tough few months, you're probably looking at other names to do that. But big game from him to keep things alive. But Mirage is alive now between Eyeballers and Aurora. One of these 2 teams have to go on to take it. If it is going to be Aurora, that means Eyeballers are going to be eliminated from Group C and the play-in. That's going to be their opportunity to make Swiss stage gone. Obviously, if we do see Aurora go on to take it, that is going to be them keeping themselves alive for just a little bit longer. They'll be facing the Group C decider match against either OG or BC Game. But certainly has the chances to go to 3 maps. Nice find initially from JW. Kenzie getting quite aggressive, but just more paranoid about the cubbies than watching where he's going. See, takes down JW. And a 4-on-4, a lot of fighting going towards CT. Griggs finds 1. He's still fighting, but not going well for them. There is a kit on Norway. Got a smoke grenade as well. Patsy's getting some pressure coming his way. Takes down Heap. And now this is where the onslaught of the CTs come through. Final player around triple, trying to dance around it, but no chance of it being done. Rix is on the bomb. They wanted to give it to him for obviously a bit more money for the AWP. It will be able to be defused. Scary times though that they're switching over in terms of the bomb diffuser in that sort of situation. But nice clean pistol from Aurora. They lose the initial kill as well. But super concise on the retake. find a good kill into JW towards middle and just slow things down. You can see the CT fighting from eyeballers, but you can see how much more difficult it is without those flashbangs. It is this force buy from eyeballers. Big swing towards middle. JW gets the tag onto Grix, who will instantly drop the smoke to keep himself alive. Kinsey fighting towards middle. Great HE grenade. Finds Heap. 2-man advantage now for Aurora. And miss shot from Poi. Not able to happen. And a clean sweep to shut down the eyeballers force buy. Yeah, I mean, what turnarounds? I don't really think we saw particularly, not too many full buy rounds that were dominant between Aurora or eyeballers on map number 1, but that one certainly was. Oh, bullet so close to connecting from Patsy. Really great bit of info to get as well. Would have been JW going down on the bomb. Obviously wouldn't have known the bomb's there, but just knowing there's a player in apartments. Bricks finds Poi in mid, does get chipped away at from the pistol. Nice swap over weapons. I love this there. Just give the MP9 to Patsy. Allow him to try to make a bit of cash here. Is he going to be ready for the player pushing top mid? No. The re-aggression is great. And JW alone here towards B with the bomb. Only one player towards B, but it is Norby and his FAMAS. Ooh, chance given slightly. Up. 5 survivors for Aurora again, so money's in a brilliant spot for them so far. And Grix instantly brings out that orb. X through the smoke. Kenzie doubles down, but a quick 2 kills back for eyeballers. Keeps things interesting before Patsy can find Heap. Norway's crossed in window. Holding. It's a great crossfire into a window and jungle there, in fact. Deli does get found by Patsy, and it's all on the veteran, who quickly gets silenced by Grix's AWP. And the first full buy for eyeballers, only able to find 2 kills and nothing more. It's the perfect start for Aurora, and with no bomb plant, no investment can come through from the Swedes. Obviously, we are at a point with lost bonus where just a bomb plant will be enough to bring out a full buy for the T's, but obviously without is just going to be a bit of a decent half buy. So a lot of deagles in this round. All of armor behind them. A bit of util out as well. So, I mean, there's always a chance. I mean, we see what the Eagles can do on these players all the time, and they are just superb mechanically. Big crunch onto middle. All 5 players converging on this position. Well, boost comes through. Patsy holding for the peek onto the bench, but instead we'll find Dex. Great aggression from Patsy. On just second in the round. JW through the smoke. Connecting just a 1 bullet, but not to the head. And As he fighting, maybe a little more than needed to. Oh, pretty far from Heap. The CTs. Give this man a chance. He certainly will take it. Flax will retrieve the orb, though. So 2 survives. Obviously, money is insanely good for Aurora right now. So they're not exactly in a point where these kills are going to hugely impact them negatively. Find from Poi to give Eyeballers the opening kill. So first opening kill Eyeballers have had since winning, or since the opening kill on the pistol round. Nothing since then. And a hit towards A looks inevitable. Clax playing nearby. Rick sending him in with a flashbang. Clax doubles down, not able to get the third, but does enough. Great setup there, great call. And Molly's out, but Norway still paranoid about middle, and rightfully so. Grix posted up, holding for the ram swing. Comes through, Grix connects, not ready for the player towards Palace, but somehow he gives him a chance. Bomb still yet to be planted, and Norway here in connected just makes things so awkward. The bomb is dropped towards ramp. Heap going down, Grix connecting onto Dex. And you look at that round, and you look at the early kill found by Eyeballers, and what's it for? They get nothing off of that. I mean, it starts off with a brilliant flashbang from Grix to send Clax in. Great double kill from him. Maybe if he was slightly quicker with the second kill, had a chance to find the third, but he did more than enough already. 2 kills is superb. And then Norway's just a constant nuisance. And Grix feels like he's just played off of that perfectly. Off by again, of course. It's going to be this B hit. There are 3 defenders here for the CT side, so it feels like it is going to be handled excellently. Ellie can get out of apartments. Has been brought down low, but finds his first kill. Grenade won't take him down, but this one might. And look, they lose a couple of players again, but Aurora, they're not going to mind. Look how much money they have. Patsy over 10k. Rix was on 13. I mean, money's in such a good spot. 7-0 start for Aurora. And honestly, watching how these maps are played out, you probably so far would have predicted map sort of Train was Eyeballers map pick. And Aurora picked Mirage, but yeah, not the case. It's just been a strange series to watch. Rick's advanced towards apartments. Norway by his side. Great find onto Delhi. Opening kill found from the CT side. It's an interesting setup as well here from the CTs towards Balk. He will find one. Kenzie wants to get this kill back. Can do so. So still advantage for the CTs. And the issue is for Eyeballers is they've got JW posted towards mid, hoping to find a kill, but Aurora aren't really giving anything up in middle. It looks like most of their aggression was around the bomb sites, towards the B apartments, towards Palace. They haven't really put a lot of stock in mid in this round, and felt like JW was desperately hoping to find something with the orb. He was a big difference maker on Train, but right now, not just him, but it feels like no one the Eyeballer side can get going. All the way towards jail. Finds one. Finds a second, and Two players push towards B with JW hopefully trying to come with the bomb into a taken bomb site, but not a kill found. And JW makes the jump, and that's going to be the save now. They know exactly where he is. You can see the mini-map all rotating, starting to converge onto that position. Find this one. That's his escape route. Patsy going down. Offers JW an exit point. So the orb can at least be saved for the Swedes. But it feels like it's just quite a small bonus at this point. Round number 9, and Aurora yet to lose a round. And I was wondering when it was going to come. And I'll probably say it's coming a little bit late. Tactical pause now from Eyeballers. But already having guaranteed loss to half. Guaranteed loss to half at best 8-4. Yeah, this could be a bit of a quick time on Mirage here. I think the most damning statement is we've had 8 rounds of play. Eyeballers just haven't even really been able to find anything. I mean, look, kills feels like a rough enough spot for them to be in. Got multiple players on 1 kill. Eyeballers just haven't been able to find the opening kill either. Out of these 8 rounds, they found 2 opening kills. 1 was on the pistol. Obviously, they lost them both. And here's another opening kill going the way of Aurora. That's 7 opening kills now. The CT side in 9 rounds. Is this slow creep out A? Tended to be around the AWP. Riggs might peep straight back into it. Does so, but still takes down Dex. Third player to wield the AWP now is gonna be Deli. And Clax takes his time to line up the shot. A little bit awkward. But still manages to find a double. Flawless round, not even a point of damage taken that time around for Aurora. 9-0. When are things going to start looking up for Eyeballers? That's the question. Right now, all of Eyeballers have 13 kills combined. Bricks has 13 kills alone. Patsy up towards shore, finds JW, can't double down, but so much damage dealt to Poi. The dink comes through, and the nade is enough to find Kenzie. Takes down Poi with the HE grenade, and the advantage that Eyeballers stopped quickly given back to Aurora. But great find there from Deli actually on the Clax, who's just sort of want to be a little bit too cheeky with it. The bomb can be denied here. Not gonna be. The kills are being looked at first. Norway finds 1. No trade attempt just yet from Deli, and he's all alone now. Finds 1 HP, and does get found. The flawless streak continues. Double digits. And obviously with the bomb plant, at least we can see an investment out from the T's. Can go for somewhat of a buy. These are certainly... I feel like looking rough is an understatement. 2 rounds is the best Eyeballers can get on this T side. Just 2 rounds. And even then, I think we all know if they find those 2 rounds, chances are this game's probably already too far gone. The boost comes up from short, but boy, instantly ready for it. Middle firmly under the control of Eyeballers. Kenzie will double down. Not able to get the triple, but 2 kills in itself could be enough to give Aurora a fighting chance here. Clax is posted towards Sandwich. It's 40 seconds on the clock. Eyeballers, the bomb is towards A. They overlook Sandwich. This could be awkward. I think it all depends when Dex is going to push. Is he going to be a late prong to this attack? Is he going to be a fake? It is going to be a fake. Clax. Is he going to rotate at this noise? Still holding towards A. He swings on out. Dex has done enough to bait him in. Just the presence. And Clax in such a strong position, sort of just gives up his life, assuming it's a clear bomb site towards A. And now 2 versus 3. Of course, Aurora can attempt this. They've got so much money. The usual feels like it's just being thrown out towards nowhere. Bricks' door, Sports Deli. Dex gets found and it's all on a low HP heap. Just not enough time. Brick's gonna be backing away. The palace swing from heap is good enough. Everyone will go down though in this round, so Eyeballers finally find something. And you have to say majority of that is thanks to Dex. Just got 3 kills this game so far, but just the noise he made on B seemingly was enough. Eyeballers will find one. I mean, this is it. Look, you can see there's not a lot of time on the clock. Clax loses patience. Hears his teammates calling that there's noise on B and finally decides to go for a swing and just gets taken down for it. Out towards A, though. I don't think Clax is going to be ready for Dex here. Well, it doesn't seem to be. He does get taken down. Aurora, they've taken middle, but this is the first time, or one of the first times, that Eyeballers haven't put any stock in here. See, we'll take down Alien. It's advantage Aurora still. Heap and JW both playing around this smokes. One does fade. JW, great find onto Norway. Nate and Talbot. Griggs finds Heap. They know roughly JW positioning. Flash comes over. Or Griggs, who's wasn't being under pressure. Doesn't seemingly know where he is. I thought they had an idea. Clearly, communication slightly off. When he comes down, JW out in the open. Kenzie, not a single bullet connecting. And JW with a 1 versus 2 to keep Eyeballers as competitive as it gets at the end of the half. But it is still that 10-2. And Eyeballers, I mean, winning the pistol round is obviously got to be a guarantee. I mean, it certainly could have been a more dominant round than that. You see mistakes from Aurora at the end. Clearly miscommunication at the end as to where JW was. I mean, Kenzie obviously not being able to hit a bullet towards the end as well. It's a bit rough for him. You look at the round before that. Dex with a big bait towards B. Clax just sort of seemingly getting a little bit caught out. So yeah, Eyeballers, they had to heavily sort of battle hard just to get those 2 rounds. We see around we saw. I thought we were going to. I saw a lot of typing in chat, and JW sort of cancelled the setup he was playing. So I might be going into a slight tech issue at the start of second half here. obviously back underway. Aurora just need 3 rounds to take this series in that 2-0 fashion. And after an extremely close performance on Train, after some of the issues that they've had in previous matchups as well, feels like a dominant victory would be honestly great for this team's confidence. But we have to give so much credit to Griggs. What a half he had. He in Palace with these Jawleys, swings on into them, finds one. Just getting 3 1v1s basically, no one swinging together. Normally getting 1 kill back with the Jawleys. Still advantage for the CT side, and Pistol's looking good initially. And with time to work with, Aurora don't want to rush anything. They've got 2 sets of Jawleys now. Not exactly the most accurate of weapons. That's certainly be able to do some decent work. Where is it they're heading? Looks like it could be towards middle. But seemingly change their mind and go towards B. Still 40 seconds on the clock. JW will be the lone defender of this bomb site. And even then, it'll cover in 2 positions. Very slowly clearing out. Step has been made. JW hears that. So that's the call for them to start to run towards short. Fight taken, but the bomb just getting planted instantly. Deli is pushing out of this window here. Does find one. All on Norway's position. Finds one with the Jawleys, but the swing too quick from Poi. And the defuse will come through. Eyeballers with the pistol. That's 3 in a row from them after losing 10 on the bounce at the start of this game. Force buy probably unlikely to happen from Aurora, I say as we instantly see the force buy. Probably in most games, I would say, yeah, go for it. I just think considering how far ahead they are in this map, I don't know if you need to make a risk like that, but I mean, look, they clearly want to. Like, why not? If you're that confident, do it. Had some great moments from them. Was all thrown on out. Deli, nice and easy kill onto Patsy. The rest of the team just slightly delayed. The AK will find Poi. Enzi out of the window, finding JW. And Grix's Deagle does connect, and maybe this is why you go for the force buy. Nice looking exec there. And Kenzie, the initial kill, great, and then just jumping out the window. Not a second thought in his mind, catching off JW. Great showing here, and round number 11 is going to come through. No weapons able to be saved. Eyeballers on the edge of elimination. Two rounds needed from Aurora, and the force buy is inevitable. Eyeballers, they have to win this. They've invested fully, these Deagles, that MP9. It has to find success like Eyeballers haven't really been able to find in this series so far. Push towards underpass from Dex. The first Deagle, the first fight, goes against Eyeballers. Chances was given up. It was like a bit of a desperate spam through window. Boy, the timing's horrendous for him. So unlucky. As that feels like that might seal this round and seal potentially Eyeballer's fate in this series. Heap taken down from Griggs. They're all going to be pushing towards JW. 4 players are coming his way. The Deagle and a Dream, but Instantly found by Norway with the headshot. And the MP9 probably forced to save. And even then, it just feels like... It feels like a call that just isn't even one you want to make, even though it is the right call. Just due to the fact you know that this game probably is done. And the fact you've got to save an MP9 and that be your sort of hero weapon, that be the one of the best weapons that you're going to have a chance to try to win this with, it doesn't fill you with a lot of confidence. "12 found though from Aurora. And map number 2, I mean, it's been a great watch from their perspective at least. But it is a very disappointing outcome for Eyeballers if this ends the way it looks like it's going to. Because Train, it was up in the air. They had the chance, they had the map points. They had more map points than their opponents did, than Aurora did. The issue is just a couple too many mistakes that probably you'd imagine would be ironed out if they played more of the map in officials. But 12-3, the fourth buy comes through. Heap with a FAMAS. But Deagle's out again, and the 5-7. One defuse kit is on Heap. Round number 16 and potentially Eyeballer's final chance. Boy, searching towards middle. Does find Patsy. Looking for more. JW's Deagle connects. Delhi tries to find, they tried to go for a mid-crunch, but just loses all their advantages. And Flashbang comes over mid to try to support Heap. But it's the space that's already been taken by Grix. 100 HP on this B-bomb site. Dex pushes out. Grix has been chipped away at. Kenzie can't convert the kill onto Dex, but can do so onto Heap. 30 seconds and still this round chaotic, but it's all on the 5-7. They know where he is. He's doing a lot of work here right now. Being softened up, but as is Norway, but still Aurora, they stand tall. And they will go on to take Mirage as well as this series in that 2-0 fashion. Survival is the name of the game there for Aurora. Surviving this Group C. Surviving this series against Eyeballers just to keep themselves in Group C and in the play-ins and obviously in Series 19. A bit scary at times there for Aurora, but as soon as they moved on to map number 2, I mean, what a showing it was. They honestly could have got the 13-0, to be fair. I felt like the final sort of 2 rounds of their CT side, they probably let slip themselves a little bit. But, I mean, it's tough to criticize that Mirage performance next to flawless. I want to talk a little bit about Train. Eyeballers, they were always going to be in a tough position. We knew that Train statistically is Aurora's best map in the last few months. Not a lot of teams look to select Train. Not a lot of teams look to pick it. And yet, Eyeballers, they didn't ban it. And that's always going to be a nature when you're up against Aurora, a team who have picked it a lot. And Eyeballers, obviously, they didn't play a single HLTV match of Train. And yet, still, they made things competitive. They made things interesting. And they ended up bringing it to a position where they probably should have been the ones to close out the map. It wasn't the case. And Aurora, the one thing that does happen, you give them an inch, they will take a mile, and that's exactly what happened in this series. They go on to just about take their map pick of Train, and that's when you always know things are tough, because Aurora, they weren't warmed up really onto map number 1. They follow you, Grix stepping up towards the end, and you had Norway stepping up. 2 players who I really think were difference makers in this series. Grix especially on that Mirage, brilliant shot from him. But I think if Grix and Norway weren't the 2 players to go above and beyond, I think you do see Aurora lose that, because the other 3 players pretty absent. individually look pretty weak. But that's the thing, you give them a chance to warm up into a series, they will get warmed up, and that's what happened to Mirage. Just individually a different level, a level that Eyeballers can seemingly compete with on this occasion. But obviously, super successful game from Aurora. That is not going to make times any easier for them. If we can pull up the bracket for Group C, just to show you exactly how things are going to look there now. Because, yeah, it's still pretty tough. You've got to face now either BC Game or OG in that decider match. And that's where things do get tricky. I mean, look, you fight for survival, but you still haven't survived yet. It's going to be another sort of battle like that. It's still going to be an elimination game in the next one that Aurora are facing. But obviously, they will be playing the loser of BC Game versus OG, which is a game that we'll find out later today. But do have another game before that one, in fact. We do have Rebels versus Rush B, which is a Group D elimination game, which is a very similar game to what we just watched versus Eyeballers for Aurora, but obviously for Group D instead. Still got multiple games up for today. After that, for the fourth and final game, after that BC Game OG one, we will have ESC Gaming versus Fireflux, which is another banger as well. So we're going to get to really see a bit of the lay of the land in terms of where Group C and D are going to sort of turn out at the end of this one. But we are going to be going to a break before we do switch on over to that losers match of Group D. And that's where we are going to be coming back with some more CS action. Like we said, 3 more games up for today, but we're going to be going to about an hour or so break. So don't go anywhere, and we'll be back with Group D soon.
try, can I let it go? We're running from the past, wanting to be sure. Chaos in my mind, constant deja vu. But every time, it comes back to you.
Hello everyone and welcome back to CCT Europe Series 19. We are of course in the play-in stage. We've already got to see one series today and sadly we've already had to say goodbye to Eyeballers. We're in a similar boat now between these two teams coming up, where there is another elimination game on the card, but this time around we're flipping over from Group C to Group D. But before we get too much into this matchup, let's have a quick look at today's matches, the game that we have already seen, and then look at the games that we've got coming up still. We've already got to sadly see Eyeballers fall 2-0 to Aurora. Now though, Rebels versus Rush B, and then coming up after that we move back to Group C with BC Game versus OG before finally finishing things with ESC versus Fireflux. There's a lot of really interesting games. I mean, I looked at this sort of schedule as soon as it was announced, and I thought there's a lot of these games that some teams are underperforming, some are overperforming, and it leads to a lot of games I'm looking at and thinking there's a lot of 50-50 matchups in here. A lot of sort of unexpected ones for us to look at, and I think this perfectly sort of gives me an example of how this game's looking. I do think Rebels versus Rush B is in that boat, where on paper, maybe you asked me a month ago or so, I might have a bit of a clearer picture as to who I'm favouring. Now though, I really don't know. It feels like both teams are in a bit of a weird spot, where it's so difficult to actually predict what I'm expecting here between these two sides. But let's dive into it and see if we do get a clearer picture for that. I mean, starting off with Rebels, you look at these guys, you look at this Polish core, probably one of the better Polish teams that we do have at the time. And, I mean, there's a decent bit of excitement around a team like that. It's got a good number of pieces. I mean, obviously picking up Tomiko. I've been a big fan of Tomiko now, all the way sort of back on one of his earliest stints at sort of your Illuminars and then your Permitters, teams like that. And it felt like Tomiko was a player that we were seeing just continue to improve. Form's been a little bit more rough recently, but I think that goes with the form that we've been seeing from Rebels in general. The thing that is really brutal for me is the game that we've seen earlier in Group D between Rebels, where they played against ESC, and yeah, they ended up losing that game. I really don't think that should be happening. I think ESC is a team that, sure, there's a lot of unexpected things still about them. There's a lot of sort of intrigue in terms of what they can do. There's a lot of different pieces from a lot of different areas, but I just think the team should be nowhere near where this Rebels roster is right now, and Rebels as an actual 5 or even as a core have achieved so much more than the core of ESC has, and it just feels like it should be night and day in between the results that we saw. That's not the case. ESC, who are currently ranked 140th in the world, taking down Rebels, who are in top 50. It just feels like a bit of a damning statement for where Rebels are at right now as a team, and it doesn't feel like a huge amount is going their way. Their recent results have been a little bit shaky, a little bit up and down. It feels like most of the time they can beat teams below them in the rankings, but as soon as they sort of have any real competition, it feels like that's where they kind of fall a little bit flat. Moving on to the other side of things though, we do have Rush B, who similarly also lost their first game here in Group D, hence why is this elimination match between these two. At least for Rush B, it was a little bit closer. That one was a 2-0 in comparison to the 3-map thriller that we saw from Rebels, but it did come down to the wire on both, 13-11, 13-10. Fireflux are on some pretty decent form right now, so I can certainly excuse the loss to Fireflux. Rush B, yeah, they're in a kind of similar spot where form's a little bit up and down. They haven't been playing the best CS that we have seen from them, but they've certainly been on a bit of an upward trajectory since the turn of the new year. It feels like we've seen a lot more from this roster. And I think that's one thing that we have to say when we do look at this 500 team, this Rush B team. They are a team that's been together for a decent amount of time, so it's not exactly like we can talk about roster changes and anything new that has happened. This is a team that a whole 5 has been together for 4 months, but the rest of the team has been together for over a year. So there's certainly experience that these guys have had. And it does just make me think, though, I do want to see a little bit more from Rush B in terms of what we can see. Because otherwise, I think, look, you've had a project for this amount of time. If you're not seeing the differences, then that's where maybe you want to see a little bit more. But I mean, Sydney's been a great addition when he has come in. Definitely been delivering in that fragging department, and I think there's going to be a lot of people we are talking about who's going to need to deliver in the fragging department today to see who goes on to take this one. But we are going to be moving on to the vetoes and seeing where this one is going to be played out. In terms of what we've seen map-wise, it feels like it should be no surprise that Inferno and Dust should be banned. They're both sides insta-banned. They're the maps that everyone wants to remove. Nuke's an interesting one, because both teams are pretty good at it. Both teams are sort of one of their better maps. And they've got a lot of sample size, so Nuke probably feels like a pretty perfect place for that third and final if we do end up getting there, with Mirage being banned. And yeah, Nuke is going to be that third and final. So as the decider, that's... I mean, there's no issue there. Statistically, it is Rushby's best map. But that also puts them in a bit of a weird spot, because you don't necessarily want to pick Nuke against Rebels, because that's basically you picking your best map, but also one of your opponent's best map as your pick. So it feels like it makes sense for a third pick, but Rushby clearly had the same thought process that I did, that you kind of got to pick something else. So they've opted to go for Ancient instead. It's a map that Rushby have had some decent success on recently. It's still nothing particularly impressive, and it's still not exactly too far away from the performances that we've seen from Rebels either, who have also had a bit of a mixed bag of results. More recently, some weaker ones, but they certainly can do some damage on Ancient. And then obviously Rebels selecting Anubis. This feels a little bit more like a punish pick. Honestly, I don't know if it is, or if it is just a map that they've been feeling confident on. But yeah, we've seen some pretty underwhelming things from Rushby on this. Only winning one game out of their 6 maps played. It was the Zero Tenacity though, so a great result. But other than that, yeah, they've had some tough matchups when they have played this Anubis, and they have been shut down every time. But I do think, like I said, Rushby have had some pretty difficult fixtures that they've had to come up against. So it's not exactly like I think that they should be winning all of these games, because they've been playing against opponents who probably, you would make the argument, are a decent bit better than them. I honestly have no idea where this is going to go. I don't think there's a clear prediction. I do feel like it has to be a 3-mapper, and even then, I don't know where I'll predict the winner. It feels like on paper I want to say Rebels. We've seen a higher peak from this team significantly more recently. It wasn't a long time ago that this team was sort of pushing for that sort of top 40, top 30 position. And I mean, look, you look at last year, it felt like they were always around that top 30. But yeah, sort of turn of the new year, end of last year when they did make these roster changes, it hasn't exactly been going the best for them. Which is interesting, because I do feel like the players that they picked up, obviously Sobel from that Enterprise team, and then, like I said, Tomoko from Permitter. In fact, he might have been on Los Kugotos towards the end, but regardless, most of his time was spent on that Permitter. It feels like these are 2 easy upgrades for the Rebels side, but yeah, haven't exactly worked out in the way that they necessarily wanted, and it does feel like that's caused a lot of issues for this team that they are yet to be able to rectify. I mean, I don't know what to expect. I'm not sure if many people at home know what to expect. I don't know if the players know what to expect, if I'm being honest. I think this is just a game where we're going to need to see people at top form. I think it's going to come down to individuals, because I think we've seen a little bit of a lack of structure, and there's certainly been some games that both sides are going to want to forget in terms of results against weaker teams. But Anubis is underway. We are going to be jumping into this one now, and hopefully we're going to get to see some good CS on display here in the Group D elimination match. But obviously, both teams, they're here for a reason. Both teams have been struggling to find that top form that they need. With Rebels starting on the CT side, Rush B on the T. The odds are favouring Rebels. Let's see if they're right to do so. Nice ding there onto Innocent. Instantly chipping him down. And just slowing down. I mean, Rush B, they're not rushing this pistol. Smoke coming down. We are starting to see Rebels converge towards this B-bomb site. Bam's not too far off, but Tomiko getting chipped down. Oh, how is... What on earth is that? How is Tomiko alive? None of the bullets connecting, but Inky with a double. XD with one as well. And even with Tomiko's heroics in E-Box, the round somehow goes the way of Rush B. Big round to win that. I've got no idea how Executor didn't take down Tomiko there in E-Box, and how that round ended up being won. Yeah, that is madness. But look, it's a big round for Rush B. It's a round that's important for them to go on to take. Luckily for them, being able to go on and take that. Force by though for Rebels. They instantly want to apply this pressure to Rush B, but obviously it could have the complete opposite effect if they aren't successful. Could give their opponents even more of a sort of foothold in this game early doors. The T's are lining up outside of B once again. Rotations are starting to come through. Innocent, is he going to be ready for Zinni? Holding deep towards mid, and with Tomiko falling on the B bomb site, only Kisarek defends, and the spams could connect. And I think Kisarek's realised that and just backs away. CTs could just look to save these weapons, but I'm going in a little bit. Maybe a bit too much. And just flight. And Sobel to try to see what they can do. Zinni finds Sobel. Who didn't even seem ready for him at all. Eagle of Flay surely will be able to take down Zinni here. Has been spotted. Players starting to converge on his position. I mean, it is just one Deagle. It honestly probably won't matter too much if Flay can keep this into the next round. I don't think it's going to be that big a difference maker. But I do think Flay in general is an interesting player to keep your eyes on. I still remember watching him all the way back on Anonymo, and just seeing a player who clearly had potential while being very young on that team. Really is starting to come into his own form here, but still a tough round despite having this advantage with Flay falling. That's the only armored player. Players are starting to fall. One towards B main, and Innocent going down. Leaves it all on Tomiko with this retrieve to Mach 10. Still patiently waiting towards E-Box. And is found. Tomiko eliminated, and Rush B win 3 in a row now. Yeah, obviously this is the outcome we're expecting with that force play. Not going the way of Rebels, but important round here now for the CTs. Finally weapons out. See what they can do with them. Decent damage there from Innocent before eventually going down. Flay is on the up. Just posted up towards camera. Mid has been taken, but at the same time, Rebels cleared all the space towards B. So Rebels have a great idea of what is going to happen, but it all just depends on timing. Push comes through, Sobel fully blinded, finds a double, and I don't really know why Texie's sort of just switching the util or switching away from his weapon, and yeah, a little bit disjointed here. Just a bit slow. Sobel able to find 2 while blinded, and a molly at his feet. Shouldn't be happening. The A may play very low to support his teammate. Just a little bit off there for Rush B, but great push through B main just to get all of the information. And Rebels, first full buy, instantly get that victory. So obviously money is good enough for an investment to come out, and Hero trying to see if he can maybe test Flaze up by bringing one of his own out. Sobel does get found. Opening kill goes away off Rush B, and even more so with finishing going down towards middle. Flay, the pressure's on him. Orb hit, alone towards the A-bomb site. Tomoko can't just push through. Flay, great find, but only one can be achieved before the trade will eventually come through, and the remaining CT sort of just left out of this round. The save has to come through. And a great display from Rush B, and much sharper, much more concise in this round. They had a clear goal that they wanted to achieve and did it so perfectly. Ooh, probably a DC that's just happened there. There's 2 warps in play right now. I'm not sure if that's intended. We're just trying to throw this one away. Yeah, like you can see, XE just recycling weapons, juggling them across. Ensure that all can't be saved, but yeah, with that weapon going down, it is annoying because that's just one sort of, that's one rifle, that's one bit of utility. It's about 4k that your team are now just gonna have to invest that you wouldn't have had to previously, so it would just deny your money being in that good a spot. And that's a difficult thing for Rush B now. But obviously they're still in good form. For all we know, could have no issues with it whatsoever, no consequences. And slight tech while we do wait. Or Executor, who it looks like he's lost his internet. So hopefully it isn't going to be one of those things that take all too long for him to get back into the action. But a good start for Rush B. It is obviously the T side of Anubis. I never want to get ahead of myself here. But between these two teams, on paper, in terms of sort of world rankings, recent form, I suppose you probably could side towards Rebels, but yeah, in terms of what I'm looking at, I feel like this is just a game I need to just sit back and enjoy. Whoever wins, wins. But obviously, if anyone is just joining us, it is an elimination game. There's no easy games from here on out. As soon as you lose your first, that's one of your best chances gone. A lot more games to play in the playing stage to be able to actually qualify for the next one. We had to secure a Swiss stage spot. And that's the thing, just going down to this elimination game so early just is very difficult to claw your way back out. Seen teams do it. Does seem like Executor's internet has just come back. I believe he is just joining the server ASAP now. Round number 6 will be able to get underway pretty soon. But in terms of money for Rebels, this probably shouldn't be an actual buy. And it looks like you can already see that with Sobel buying that MP9. So it should just be this half buy. Plays keeping enough money to bring out the AWP. I mean, it certainly can be around that Rebels challenge, but also should be at least a little bit of a breather given to Rush B. Just a slight one at that. Back into the action now, though, of round number 6. The Deagle spam attempt from Innocent. Backs away to avoid most of that HE grenade damage. Someone go looking for something with this AK. Gets some great information. Lucky to be alive. Plus your middle does delay the push from the T's, but only for a couple of seconds as they are continuing. Shot attempt with a D from Innocent. Looked like it should have connected onto the head, just slightly off there though. We might see another A-split attempt from Rebels. Will they be ready for the boost up in heaven? Been a while since I've seen this angle. And Boost does find one, but a great trade from the AWP. Still a lot of players here towards A. One pushing through camera, but Kiro with the AK at hand. Handling it superbly. Still a player in the smoke in heaven. Bomb has to get planted. Vinicius can find this play towards Pillar. An awkward time. Good HE grenade just softening up Innocent slightly. Spray not good enough for Innocent. Needs to be instant, it feels like. The two T's just trying to play off one another. Really smart play. Oh no. Just almost blocked Kira from getting the AWP there. At the cost of nothing from Kinky. I mean, really well played there from Kinky though. Playing around the pillar, just dancing back and forth. Basically just getting information and taking away the pressure from his teammate and just seeing if he can get set up for something. Flight almost taken down there just by the flames. 4 HP on him with the AWP. Still yet to see him really come alive in this game, but a hit out towards B. Tomoko able to back away. Kisrek finding one by playing around the smoke. Kira and Executor will find one apiece with Flay and Tomoko still chipped away at. We've still got a round on our hands. Over a minute left to play with. It's Sobel that rotates here into middle. Gets close, tucked behind the door. I don't know if this is going to be an angle that you'll clear out this late into the round. Well, it certainly is. The no-scope connects and the A-bomb site free for the taking. Bomb will go down here. Executes his HE grenade. Keep an eye on that. Both these players so low. they're playing advanced. Kiro goes down the swing. Slightly delayed. Tomoko through the smoke. Not spotting. Does he get a headshot? No, he doesn't need to because Executor just swings on out. Not able to connect the one bullet needed to find Tomoko. Sort of actively searching for that kill there. Didn't really feel like he needed to. No tap on the bomb. No information. No reason it felt like for Executor to be forced out there. I mentioned keep an eye on the HE grenade. Felt like Chekhov's HE grenade, but sadly just never had any impact. Really thought that was going to be the difference maker. But it is obviously the round victory for Rebels, and that's the most important thing for them. He comes close. Dangerously close. Considering it was a 5 versus 2. You can see Rush B, they bought despite having weaker buy in this one. Innocent gets one. Flay rotating in, has to back away through the smoke grenade, and Inky here holding the flank. Rush B have done enough to win the round, and Rebels this time aren't going to be going for it. Just the save. Six to 2. Still 4 rounds left to play. Obviously, this is Rebels map selection. I'm not really sure of what the scoreline I should be expecting here. Obviously, more than 2 rounds for Rebels. But I did mention, obviously, Rush B have played this map 6 times, only winning it once. But they did play against some pretty challenging teams. For example, they played against Zero Tenacity 3 times on it. Fireflux once, Spirit Academy once. And Gun 5 that other time as well. Had a lot of closer games, but a couple of one-sided affairs as well. But against some of those teams, it feels tough to really blame them for some of those losses. Is obviously a pretty weak buy here for Rebels. But they do have those Sage rifles, and that's what Rush B are paranoid about. They're trying to figure out where they are. And just to try to find out how to avoid them. They can push towards what is a bit of an undefended bomb site, but also we can see there isn't one. Tomoko and Flay towards B are pushing. This is the bomb! Almost taking the fight there towards B's kill. That honestly could have been enough to win the round, because look at the time. It starts to come through. Innocent Steagle finds one, and so easy looking for the CTs here. Flay's rotated towards the A bomb site. There's no util to block off any of these positions, and yet it's going to be a round victory for Rebels as Rush B have decided just to hit us with one of the weakest executes I think we've seen in a long time. No scope does connect, but there's no chance the round victory comes through. Super easy stuff for Rebels. Pistols on one bomb site. You had Kissarek's rifle, who didn't even have any impact until that final kill there. So basically, they lost a bomb site to a Deagle. Just one Deagle. Yeah, I mean, it was a pretty awful execute. I don't know what the, I don't know why util sort of became something that they didn't want to use. You knew you were against weaker weapons. Block them off. Don't give them the chance to get into the rounds. But yeah, not great from Rush B there. I didn't like what I saw. And that's them on this force buy. They do go on to lose this. Rebels will not only be in this game, they'll be in a position where they could honestly look pretty great going into the second half. Flash into middle to clear this out. Innocent just backs away. Once again, a slower thing here from Rush B. I mean, they've got a lot of patience. 4 seconds on the clock. 2 players line up. Executor will find one. Sobel, just 2 points of health remaining for him. And A certainly is going to be the right call here. Sobel towards heaven. 1 bullet from death. You can see he's backing up. Just a bit paranoid about this. Rebels wanted to play this on retake. He will find Sobel. Does get dinked beforehand, though. There is advantage Rebels. Advantage Rush B. Bomb gets replanted a couple of times just to make sure it's in the right spot. Hexy in the flank. He's going to be able to confirm that camera is clear. It's heaven where all the players are coming from. Kisarek not ready. Hexy just finds one and backs away. Plays it perfectly. Could have had a bit more trigger discipline if he wanted, but opted against it. And now is on the hunt. Players are contained towards heaven. One goes down and Flay with the AWP. We'll find one shot. We'll connect one. Texi, though, is the player to take him down. AWP can be saved. The Polish side have nothing to play with going into the next round. Great initial kill from Executor. Almost found the double. I mean, did enough work to probably convince the rest of his team that A certainly is the play. With 2 rounds remaining, still a chance this could be a 9-3 for Rush B. It's all going to be about winning this round, though. We've seen them lose a couple of rounds that arguably they should have taken. Just a straight push here, out towards B. Tomiko in E-box. Smoke at his feet. Force just to sit behind it, and a 5-on-5 retake is what we're going to be looking at. Pyro's AWP is going to be here in these steps probably pretty soon from Innocent. Tomiko finds one. Pyro backs up, and the boost in CT hasn't been spotted. Has been now. Inky forced just to throw out the Molotov. And Rebels go in to save. Rebels MP9 has been eliminated, and Innocent under pressure now, trapped in T-spawn. He surely is going to go down. Plays all around his position. The rest of the CTs probably can survive. Innocent, I'm not so sure. Does fall, so at least 2 weapons are saved across. It's still rough, but it's better than nothing. And when you consider Rebels won a round with 2 saved weapons, 2 saved weapons that were pretty irrelevant to the round, and it was just the pistols that ended up winning it, they've still got a chance. I do think Rebels probably need 4, though. I said I'm not really too sure between these 2 sides. What I should be expecting for that scoreline at the halftime switch, I do think a 9-3, though, is where you get very quickly get to scary territory if you are Rebels. I feel like they do need at least 4. utility being juggled across. Flash is sent out. Play finds the first, an opening kill. Oh, everyone blinded all over the bomb site. So Kisrig's actually able to find one before going down. Whatever flashbang was thrown allowed Kisrek just to stay in the round a little bit longer, but a 3 versus 3 as the bomb starts to get planted. On towards B main, 1 Temple and 1 CT. It's a full split approach from Rebels, who still have a decent amount of util to play with. Flashbang comes over. Innocent was being held, but Kinky no longer considering the position. Fight gets taken. All on Executor. Lines up an HE grenade. Nade of the smoke. Finds the first. Takes down Flay as well with an instant headshot. What a 1 versus 2 there from Executor. And Rush B successful and able to find 9 at the halftime switch. Yeah, I mean, look, it's a great half from Rebels to go on to take. This is obviously is their opponent's map pick as well. And things are looking bright for the CIS team. Yeah, I don't honestly think they played, like, unbelievable CS. I just think Rebels were providing us a lot to sort of deny any of the Rush B play. I just think Rush B looked sharper individually. Flay wasn't really able to activate as much as I would have liked. At least in comparison to his open counterpart on Rush B. And it just felt like Rebels fell a little bit flat. It is CT side though, so you are expecting that. And this is going to be the half where I'm expecting bigger things. The dual breath is hit towards A. Find nothing on Texi. And Rebels, the pistol round looks destined to go their way. Executor will find one onto Innocent. There isn't a defuse kit in play. Not one that I believe of. But the CTs, if they can find these kills, the knife does come through. Weapon switched across. Player in heaven. Hero tap of the bomb. The swing from Kisrek, it has to be the stick. It's all on Kiro, but he does get found. And Kisrek with a nice easy 1v2 after he finds Kiro. I'm not really sure why Kiro didn't just sort of try to push up towards heaven there. He knew that's where the final play would be. But opted just to try to play the 1v1, allowing Kisrek to dictate the pace of it. But an important pistol for Rebels, arguably a very necessary one. Great boost for Kiro to get the opening kill here. It is obviously just forced by, oh, I love this, a reboost elsewhere. This is magic from Rush B. 2 players taking him down with no gunfights going back the way of Rebels. No bullets even fired. They just weren't aware. Really great stuff. And thanks to the knife kill, the M4 invested, and you can see the success that it's already bringing. And this isn't even a heads-up fight. Hero hasn't tried to really put his life on the line for any of this. But a 2-man advantage, Rush B cannot let this one slip. They're in a great spot to start things off with. But fully left towards B. They've left the bomb site open. They don't have a defuse kit, so playing it retake isn't going to be an ideal. But even here in the util towards B, they still are sending more players towards A. As they finally realise they've gambled wrong. Bomb finally getting planted towards B. There is no defuse kit and no util at all between any of these teams. It's all going to come down to gunfights. Also plays towards CT. Kiro's wanting to play off of his team, who are just seeming a little reluctant to swing right now. Trade does come through initially. 1 player in E-box has been traded. One of the pistols has to get on the bomb. Kiro blocking as much as he can. And Kiro will find with a headshot. One bullet in the mag. He goes on to connect. Rush B win the round. Gets a lot closer and a little bit nerve-wracking. But it is a victory, just about. And obviously we're in the Force by Wars now, and look, we said said about how the Rebels pistol round was pretty necessary for them. Probably also should have mentioned winning the second round conversion is also pretty important for them. But now they're in a point where the Force buy needs to come through, otherwise Anubis is going to be over before they really get a T-side to play with. HE grenade looked great, but just slightly didn't get behind the pallets. I mean, a ton of utility on Rebel. Absolute ton of it. The players are playing slightly deeper. Util start to come out. First player spotted, second and third. It looks so easy. All the Util Rebels are not a single flashbang to blind the man in heaven. Dexy denied the ace, but he did everything, and I think we all realize 454 points of damage. An unreal behold. What a shot. I mean, this is actually the kill that wins the Force fight here. Look at this, one bullet remaining in the mag. But this is the hold here on A. First 3 kills. I mean, the round's done at that point anyway, but just able to maneuver his way slightly to get another angle through the heaven smoke. And like I said, all the Util and Rebels, and yet none of it felt useful. 2 rounds needed for the CIS team to go on to take their opponent's map pick in a dominant fashion. It is a force fight again for Rebels. They are forcing till the end. I think they realize how dire this is. Ooh, very dodgy spray from Kinky, who has to back away, has to retreat. And this round's certainly not done just yet. I mean, weaponry and utility very favored for the CTs, but Executor needs to be wary of A main. There's 2 players there. Hero's playing the long game to take down Sobel, will do so. Still, like I said, 2 in A main, and Kiro's gonna have to delay take this dodgy spray from Zinni, and Tomoko as he looks to push through the heaven smoke. It's being held by Zinni, but Tomoko just waiting it out. And Tomoko finally emerges at what you have to say is the worst timing. Just as he can no longer spot Zinni, Kiro rotates in, is able to take him down. I mean, we have to firstly say, brilliant game from Kiro, brilliant game from Texi as well. These 2 guys are playing out of their mind in a matchup that is really important to see. I mean, Rush B, look, this is a Rush B team that, I'm sure they've been on a bit of an upwards trend, but it's never been nearly as upwards as I think they've been hoping for. Great find from Kiro, and what could be the final round here? Sobel, spam through the smoke, does connect. The HE grenade could have been slightly better, would have taken down the Mac 10. But it is still a good spot for Rush B to find themselves in. 4 on 4, only 3 pieces of util on Rebels. They've got Galils, weaker weapons. Great HE grenade there for Flay, just to chip him away slightly. And it's going to be a hit towards B. All eyes on Executor. How much can you find? Flay just not ready for the flank from A main, and Executor hasn't even contested towards the bomb site. He's just played it safe. He's backed away. He's waited for rotations. And now look at the Evox players. They've already arrived. We all know where this one's going, surely. And with Kisarek falling, that does confirm Rush B with an extremely dominant victory on their opponent's map pick of Anubis, 13-4. I came in when we saw Anubis being picked from Rebels saying, realistically, this maybe could have been a punish pick choice from Rebels. They could have selected Mirage, which they've got a much better win rate on in the last few months. They could have maybe taken a gamble on Train if they wanted to, but instead they've opted to pick Anubis, a map that they've only got 44% win rate on in the last few months, but Rush B have 17%. But like I mentioned a couple of times, that Rush B statistic of 17% win rate on Anubis does feel misleading. They've played against some decent teams. 3 times Zero Tenacity, once Spirit Academy, once Fireflux, and once Gun 5. Gun 5 being sort of the lowest ranked in the world rankings, but when you consider you've got Zero Tenacity who top 40, Spirit Academy now, I believe are in a similar spot, might even be breaching 30, and you've got Fireflux as well. This isn't as bad as an Anubis as it looks on paper, really, and it certainly looked splendid today. Rush B with what a showing. I mean, I can't believe it's that strong. They're going to be feeling good about themselves. They're going to be feeling great and deserving of that victory. The thing that's more important, though, is that wasn't their map pick. That was Rebels' map selection. And when Rebels have shown us literally nothing on that map, it does make you a little bit concerned for what the future does hold for them on Ancient. Rush B's map selection, of course, and we're going to have to wait about 10 or so minutes before we do see how that one does pan out. Rush B, already a great showing on map number 1. Can they do the same thing and take it in a 2-0 fashion on map number 2? Don't go anywhere and we'll find out soon. Hello everyone, we're finally back and almost ready to go on the way with map number 2 here between Rebels and Rush B. Slight issues with CS servers just sort of arising just as we're about to get ready into the second map here of this series. But obviously to touch on map number 1, if you are just joining us, this is a Group D elimination match. Rebels or Rush B, the loser of this, will be out of Series 19 with no chance to qualify for the Swiss stage. But map number 1, as you can see on your screens, that's not a visual error. Rebels' map pick did not work out exactly how they wanted to, just managing to muster 4 rounds on their own map selection of Anubis, but Rush B dominated them on that one. I don't think they played mind-blowing CS, but they played well enough, they took their chances, and individually they were pretty sharp. And sometimes that's all you need to do. Rebels, it didn't feel like they showed up on the day whatsoever. Their individuals felt a little bit sort of missing most of the time. You had a couple of glimpses, but even then, they were hard to come by. And moving on to Ancient, this is obviously Rush B's map pick. This is a map that both teams are a little bit even on, I suppose you could say. Out of the last 5 games, though, we have seen Rush B win 4 of them. Losing just most recently to Connor, which is obviously a bit of an up and down team in themselves, but it's going to be an interesting one to watch nonetheless. We are going live here. Can Rush B take it in this 2-0 fashion, or do Rebels have a response? I am hoping it is going to be a bit of a response from Rebels, but you never know from this. Like I said, being a little bit up and down recently, you can see the odds are still giving Rebels a great chance at this. And I think rightfully so. SQ just hearing all of these steps. Takes his time, finds a double, will get dinked before finally backing away, but sadly Execute is the only person really on the CT side who's finding anything. Execute is now getting pushed. I love the reposition from him, but still gets cleared. All on Texie. These dualies can work out. Players aren't exactly particularly healthy. Taking his time, paranoid about someone towards window. It's clearing this out, and Flay goes down. He's the first of all. 28 points of health on Tomiko. And gives his position up. And backs all the way. It is a full 10-second stick. And Tomiko just swings. Texie assumes it's just bait, but I think once you hear him that close, I think that's just a fight you've got to take. You hear him so close towards Cave. I probably would go on to take that action. It's not like you're just hearing him run from very deep. You know he is close. But he opts against it. Nice attempt at the round there, but yeah, that's the issue. Just all the other 3 players on the team, just sort of Texie and Executor were the only 2 who had any successes. The rest of them, I don't even think they did any damage, let alone find a kill. Do have just a bit of a DC right now as Hero has crashed, and hopefully it's going to be back in the server. Curious what Rush B are going to do. They went for a force buy in the second round after losing the pistol of the second half, and they were successful in it. Obviously, it came very close in that one, but it is their map pick. Maybe they just want to play things slower. With everyone back in the server, we see 1 flashbang invested and nothing else apart from Texie's 5-7. Texie is heading towards A. There's a couple of players actually making their way into the A main position. Texie is being cleared and is being taken down. Decent HE grenade there. But Tomiko might get a bit more caught out than he thought. Will find 1 kill with the Mac 10. Gessereg being tagged as well. He tries to back away. Soball is in middle. I mean, if the T's were maybe a bit quicker, they might be able to catch off 2 T's, but just slowed things down now. It's fine onto the first. I mean, any damage dealt here from the CTs is great. It obviously wasn't that full buy. So anything that can be dealt will just be a bit of a bonus. I'm going to be trying to double swing onto Innocent. Mac 10 of Zinni. Doesn't find anything, but does damage Innocent at least enough to go on to let him go down to the bomb. This is why that matters. Interesting. It's been a while since we've seen buys like this. But we are seeing one now. Rush B, they didn't go for the force buy, but they are going for this MP9 buy. You do see a number of teams opt to go for. And Executor early takes this fight. We'll find the kill. Second player here. Executor doubles down. And Texi through the mid smoke finds Kisarek. And they're making perfect usage of these MP9s. Free smoke towards the B doors. Are going to see some spams, and I've got no idea what the position of Nakairo is there. Just honestly giving himself the easiest way to go down I've ever seen. Round still isn't won, but it's a good setup here for the CTs. Yeah, I've got no idea what Nakairo's position was there. That was questionable. There is a Molotov on Innocent. Dixie is just jiggling. Smoke comes out, Molly towards the ramp. Flash comes over as well. And clearing this initial portion, the T's can now retrieve the bomb. Plenty of players repositioning, leaving Zinni's MP9 alone here. A big early rotation from Texi, to be fair. Bomb gets planted here on B. Players are still all around the bomb site. Up from ramp is Zinni. Don't know if he spotted Innocent, but we'll certainly hear the flashbang come through. Zinni taken down. Innocent finds 2. And it's all on Texi, who Flay holds the cross. And Rebels in a 4 versus 3. 4 versus 2, sorry. Disadvantage round, they go on to win it. And I can't help but look at Kairo's position at the start there. That's another player in that setup. That's another player to bolster up. That's what B doors hold. But for some reason, he's just standing behind the smoke, holding. Just getting spammed. I've got no idea what the goal is. And look, Rusby, in my opinion, just didn't play very well. I don't know why Texi instantly rotated towards A. You haven't heard them run back. They can't make. They don't teleport towards A. I don't know what the goal is, and this is the full buy. Underwhelming. And it is all on Kairo's AWP. Next to nothing has been done in this round for Rush B. Kairo goes for an ambitious no-scope. We get taken down with an A, but we'll be found above the smoke from Kisarek. Rebels with a deserved 4-0 lead. And Rush B, they probably can't help but find that, yeah, if they just won the round that they should have won. Interesting situation. Yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised by the odds have shifted entirely in Rebels' favour. Just sort of watching this game alone has told you that Rush B have made quite a few mistakes early doors. Obviously still plenty of CS left to be played in this. But this could be a strange game where both teams' map selections aren't really on good form. It does tend to be the T side for both teams that are significantly more favoured. Great find there onto Flay. Posted up in the angle and Zinni just takes him out of the round. As if it's no one's business. Now in this 5-on-3, it's still a tough spot to be in. There has been one weapon retrieved, of course. But it's not exactly easy from here on out. Just need to hold 33 seconds on the clock, so time is ticking. It's got to be a hit towards B, but been a big gamble from the CT side, just leaving this bomb site completely undefended. And smokes come out, and Rush B finally realise that the call they've made is wrong. I'll see the boost above the box. No one pushing that deep just yet. Executor probably could just hold ramp for a little while, and that's what he is doing. Great fight from Texi onto Tomoko. Both players towards ramp. We might see a flank from Innocent. That is the goal. Obviously, no defuse kit. The bomb does need to be stuck. Spam through. Not connecting. Players need to stand a bit more in front, but Executor's Deagle spam does connect. And the weak buy from Rush B is successful with 4 survivors. And Rush B finally on the board with a buy that I don't think a lot of us were expecting to be the one that's successful, but here we are. Felt like they were knocking at the door on occasion. Finally got their answer. But it's a weapon round that we need to see some more positives on. Sure, we know you've got a lot of talented players in the team. We know that you can't just individually steal around away, but this is where we need to see something a little bit more concrete. No early casualties on either side. Mid has been taken from the T's without too much resistance just yet, as Kiro does now begin to rotate in and just hold from Donut. I say that, well, Mid might not be under the control of the T's for too long, as 2 CTs are getting flashed out of Donut, just clearing this initial portion. Should give a decent idea that B looks like that is going to be the area. It's already this 2-man cave setup. Now we've got Zinni rotating in. 40 seconds. You still stars to come down now. But it might... I was going to say, it might all be a ruse. Not the case. Just a few spams coming through. Zinni on the left side. Able to double up. Zinni with a triple and 4. What a hold from the AK of Zinni. Quite quiet this game. But towards long, makes his position known with that AK. Look how easy he makes this look. Great first 2. The 3rd and the 4th, though, that are so impressive. Plays not exactly where you are. Just brilliant crosshair placement. Great reaction time and deserved hold. And Rebels, tight on cash now. This is where Rush B might be able to look to punish and bring themselves into this one a little more. Zinni towards middle. I mean, this man could be on scary levels of form if he's keeping this up. But it is a hit towards A, so we're going to get to see Zinni in even more of the action as a smoke towards CT comes through. Texi with a good double, and guess who's back? Zinni with the final 2 to complete a triple. As Rush B keep 5 survivors. And 4-3 as Rebels' lead has quickly dissipated. Mid-take hit. Attempted from the tees. Flashbang slightly to the delay, but it is Zinni all alone. He's having a lot of responsibility being asked upon him. It's all about the rotations of Rush B. Where do they opt to go? And you can see, yeah, they're gambling another player over towards B. I feel like this is the right call to make. Slowly, Rebels are moving their way back towards the A-bomb site. I think they're starting to sniff out this could be a bit more of a stack. I haven't heard too much pressure. I haven't heard too much noise. And I think this is where Rush B need to reconsider their options. Maybe look to take some deeper space to make more of an educated guess as to where to go. But as it stands, Zinni is going to be called upon again. Texty quickly rotating. There is no utility, though, to defend this A-bomb site. Oh, Executor's here as well. They've taken so long. The bomb is here. 20 seconds on the clock. They're making a decision. Boost comes through, and it completely falls flat. There's no time. This doesn't even look like an execute. It feels like it's some sort of terrible fake. But believe it or not, it's not. This is the full round. This is what we have just witnessed Rebels concoct. This is the play that they were making. I don't really know what this is. I mean, Rush B, they do rotate players in very quickly. They have all 4 players around that bomb site when they need to. But, I mean, you look at it. Luckily, we got to see it from the Rush B perspective. From their perspective, though, it did feel like, okay, this is some sort of weird fake that they're trying to do. It's not a full commitment. There's not a lot coming through. This can't be the actual hit. I don't know what that was from Rebels, but their early start, that 4-0 lead is completely dissipated, and a tactical pause is what they're trying to do to discuss what on earth has gone wrong in these last couple of rounds. See, it will be this half by 4 loss bonus now for the Polish team. You can always get at least some sort of a buyout. And B is where the main brunt of the T side go. Just waiting out this initial utility. Tried to overwhelm somewhere. Where is still up in the table though. And Kinky in Cave. Only able to get 1 before Kisserix trade comes through. And onto the bomb site are Rebels. Is a Molotov, but it's yet to be in the bomb site. It's on Zinni. You can't deny the bomb just yet. Util comes over. Smoke towards Cave. The techs, you can see they want to play up in the face of the CTs. Where these weapons are going to have their best work. Bam, not coming through. Texy finds 1. Still, player on the bomb site. But it's not connecting. Zinni emerges through, and Texy's position is good enough. Final player in Cave is being blocked, and the spam from Zinni to find his 2nd in the round. Rush B gets always a little bit dicey in a round like that, but still able to go on to take it. And yeah, I mean, good patience from Rush B. I mean, rounds like that, you can see teams a lot of the time panic slightly with these retakes. Tried to force something, tried to rush something just too quickly. Yeah, not there at all. HE grenade, perfectly placed. As Zinni finds one, sprays down for a second, but no one yet to peek, and it's the mid-take all at the same time. I mean, Zinni's on top form, he's even taking down his own teammates. And the bomb is pushing in to try to get a plant on A. There's still a chance in a round like this. We've already seen a 4-on-2 from these players before, and with Cairo missing an AWP shot, he's had a really tough game, Cairo, actually. Despite the rest of his team playing really well, Cairo was a difference maker on map number 1. Very quiet here. Zinni, he's got 2 players facing. Will find one, gets the information of the second. There's a smoke and a molly on Kinky you can use towards A main. AWP's being retrieved. It's being taken, and the molly and the smoke not even required when the AWP shot will do the trick. Bomb is being defused. Wastes a little bit of time there.
Counter-terrorists win.
But 6 in a row now from Rush B. Like I said, both teams as well in recent months have been favouring that T side by a decent bit. So the fact this is the scoreline we're seeing after Rebels being 4-0 up is a bit of a shock. Now towards middle, Kisarek. Robin. Trying to find something towards Donut, but nothing given just yet. I think they realize that's where Zinni likes to play a lot of the time. But swapped up towards House on this occasion. Might not realize how close Kisarek is. And the jump in just makes things too easy for him. Zinni on this occasion isn't going to have a chance. Not going to be able to have a chance to see what he can do in the round. Still 1 minute on the clock. Anything can happen, and I think this game has been the true proving grounds for that. Great find from Texi. He's having a brilliant series in his own right. Been great recently for Rush B. Only one of their outstanding players, but it is going to be this hit towards the B site. Texies are going to be slightly out of this round, but has found this opening kill. Has he done enough to make this 4-on-4 an interesting one? The molly thrown towards Cave. This has really put a spanner in the works. There's 2 HE grenades as well. On to Rush B to push through. Kinky finds 2. Not ready to turn his back, and oh, the bomb has to get stuck. Cairo just allowing the bomb to go down. Doesn't want to try to deny it. Spots the player though, will still find the kill. And danger averted, I suppose. Bomb gets defused and Rush B do go on to find round number 7. Despite that one getting a little bit shaky there at the end. I mean, look, you can see the amount of money that Rush B have. How one-sided this game has been after. It has been all the CIS team, all the CT side. One around at the half though. Are Rush B going to be able to find 8? Or are Rebels finally going to be able to find an answer to stop this streak? Well, doesn't look like it as Kinky finds the opening kill towards Cave. He's at a decent showing here, but I mean, I think everyone has on Rush B. Everyone on Rush B's had some really big moments. Probably just apart from Cairo, has been a little bit quiet, but end of the day, It's going to be tough to find all 5 players stepping up at the same time. Well, you might need to in this one, as Donut's going to be the point of contention. Finds the first kill. Even more players here. Texie's just able to wander away. Catches off Kisarek, and the bomb on Flay is alone towards house. Takes the gunfight onto B. Needed the smoke. So much work to be done from Flay. Teammate finally joining him in Innocent. And it's heading towards B. Executor position is good. Finds the first. We'll at least get this information on the final one, but what's info when you can find the kill yourself? 8-4 for Rush B. Need to remember, this game started with that 4-0 lead for Rebels. Rebels on map number 1, on their map selection, were only able to find 4 rounds total. So they found 4 rounds at the start of this game and then just completely fell off since then. It's been a difficult time for Rebels, to say the least here. And they've got to kick things off quickly on their CT side. Otherwise, they will be one of the teams to get eliminated. It has to be said. You do fear for Rebels. Pistol round could be the answer to all of their problems, but a 3-man A-hold could really put a spanner in the works of Rush B's streak. One player on the boost, one behind Big Box, and one in Donut. Wally behind, player on boost, spotted. And the kills do actually come through. Sobel finds one, player on the boost gets nothing. Bomb site's being taken, and the bomb will get planted. Flate not attempting to deny at all. We know how back and forth these pistol rounds can go, though, so nothing's ever a guarantee. But with Texie on your team, maybe there is, as he finds one, can't get the second. 2-on-2 here. Oh, great swing from Flay. A full 10-second stick. Innocent still holding here. Finally looks away. The bomb defuse needs to be denied, but Executor just not swinging at all. Finds both the kills, but what's the point? The round's won by Rebels. I'm not sure why Executor just opted not to swing. It felt like he sort of just gave up as soon as that player caught the time and spotted him. Rush B are forced by a no. Finally, the streak has been silenced, at least for the time being. See if they bite back. It's a decent enough buy. Got the Galils. Couple of Deagles and a Mac 10. Utah's severely lacking on the CT side of obviously. Start to see them running out of it pretty quickly. Head towards B, the site is taken, the bomb is being planted, and 3 defenders behind the smokes of B, just spamming away, hoping to find something. But time is ticking and no defuse kit on the CT side. But with the bomb already a third ticked, someone's got to get on this bomb sooner rather than later. And the kills are being found by the T's. The force play could be working out. He's on Flay's head! And Cairo will eventually find. And Rush B, best the force bite. They are successful in it, and Rebels, whenever things start to look bright, instantly all gloom and doom again. It's obviously got to be a force bite from the CTs. There's not a lot they can do. You can see the odds They gave Rebels a decent chance at the start of this game. They're not as favored now. Sort of as one-sided as it gets. Swing. Spotted out from Innocent. Zinni finds second player in Cave taken down as Zinni doubles down 16 and 8 from this man. And just a 5-on-3 that Rush B don't need to take too quickly or anything. Can have a bit more patience in them. Play is peeking towards ramp. Has been taken down. Sobel. Ooh, I'm not sure if that tick would have been heard in Cave. Oh, whether Zinni heard it or not, he still finds the kill. And Texi, through the smoke, through the edge of the smoke, will just about take down Kisarek. And the force buy not only has been shut down, it has been demolished. Not a kill found from Rebels. It's double digits hit now for Rush B. And Rebels, I mean, look, what do? You can go for the eco here. You give up 11. We saw on map number 1 for them, they ended up forcing till the end. I think they were just at a point where they realized the game was so far gone. Our USP's got a lot of intel and a lot of info towards middle. But, interestingly, Rush B don't actually take any space off of that. So you know there's multiple in mid, and yeah, just slow things down. Playing even more patiently. I mean, look, the gun's not being retrieved, so you know you're still up against USPs. Spray's good enough for Kinky. And final 2 players extremely low. And Kinky's got cam find. (11-5). 2 rounds remaining, and lost chance saloon probably here from Rebels. It's 2.9k loss bonus. They go on to lose this round. It feels like players are going to be sitting around 3k. Got a little bit of cash in the bank, but very little. And I mean, Rush B saw the momentum that they're on. What do you have there? Well, they do get the opening kill. Searching for something else. Cairo's been tagged away at. Now, Rush B back to the drawing board. You've got 2 players deep towards middle. Made their way into house. Kisarek is holding. He is still low, though. Will he be cleared? It isn't off angle he's playing. Able to get 1, and despite him being low, makes the most out of it. And it's just a fade through the smoke. It's a risky play. Sobel caught off on the bomb site, and Flay finding nothing. He was the bait. He was the player to get baited in. How on earth is nothing being found from Flay? Sure, damage has been dealt. If Zinni goes down, things get awkward, but it's a kill found, and Rush B somehow continue to surprise me. Innocent, I mean, he's probably thinking there, what on earth has happened? We're in a great spot. And yet here we are, in a position, somehow, where Rush B win another round that they should never win. Innocent does find a kill onto Kinky. But at the end of the day, I don't think he matters too much about his individual stats. The most important thing is the scoreline, and right now, him and his team are just getting humiliated. It was like that on map number 1, and so far, it's been exactly the same on map number 2. This is a Rebels team that last year was sitting constantly around top 30. And now they're playing against Rush B. And it's not even a competitive game. Yeah, Rebels not being their former selves whatsoever. Texie, great find into middle. And executed by his side. Texie able to find one more. Timing looks great for Kinky, but not actually finding the kill. But it's that. How is he alive? How was he able to find a kill and Tomoko doesn't get the trade? That's the issue. These mistakes, Tomoko has pushed through shelf, but it's all to their demise. Flays, Deagle, and a dream. Finds one, takes down a second, but that's all he can muster. Rush B. What a series from them. 2-0 in the elimination stage, 13-4 on map number 1 on their opponent's map pick, 13-5 on their map selection, just dropping 9 rounds in the whole series. Rush B, take a bow after that one. Group D elimination match. Yeah, I thought it was going to be a hotly contested affair. I thought it was going to be an exciting one between these two teams. I said coming into this one, I think it's a guaranteed 3-mapper. I was excited about Rush B's prospects. I was excited about Rebels. I was hoping Rebels could turn around their recent form, but I mean, clearly I was quite mistaken, and the upwards trajectory that we've seen from Rush B is only continuing to look pretty upwards. This is a good side now. And look, they've had some up and down results. Rush B feel like they are a side that are beating teams that are probably sort of similar rankings to them, but they are losing to those who are just slightly above. It feels like we're still waiting for them to fully be able to take that step to the next level. But I mean, the step in terms of taking down teams like Rebels, I mean, look, they're making it look easy. They're making it look like a masterclass. And that's all you can really ask from a team like Rush B, who keep themselves in and keep themselves surviving in Group D, and more importantly, the whole entire Series 19 as a whole. Let's have a quick look at Group D and see how things are shaping up after that victory there from Rush B. Because you can now see we've got one spot confirmed in that Deciders match. The second spot will be confirmed later today as ESC are taking on Fireflux, and obviously the loser of that one will be playing Rush B. But before we do obviously get into that one, before I do pass it off to the other caster that is taking over, I've completely forgotten who it is. We are going to be quickly going into, or in fact, let's look at today's matches beforehand, just to see the final 2 games that we do have waiting for you. Because we've got some interesting ones. We've got BC Game versus OG, which, as a whole, I think is probably the game of the day, I would say. I think BC Game, you've got a good-looking team there, a lot of well-known names, and then an OG that are starting to hit their stride a little bit. And then finally, of course, you've got ESC Gaming versus Fireflux, and these are both the decider matches. So the winner will advance through the groups, the loser is in that decider matches, playing against either Aurora in Group C or Rush B in Group D. So very exciting times here in the play on stage. Only a couple more days of it before we are moving on to the Swiss stage action. But that is all from me today. You got to watch some absolute thrillers. Some real interesting results. Some that didn't necessarily go the way I wanted. But hey, that's what you get with the play. And you really get to see a bit of an idea of where these teams are looking. But before we are coming back with BC Game versus OG, we're going to be jumping into a bit of a break. It's a bit more of an extended one. So grab yourself some food maybe before you do come back for some more CCT action. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a bit.
Welcome back. We're live here with the CCT for our final two best of threes for today. Rounding out the day here in the play-in stage, here in Group C and in Group D. Not necessarily deciding who goes through to the Swiss stage. We are just deciding who goes through forward into them decider matches. I'm Tiller, or at TillerCast on Twitter. We bring guys action here for our final two games. This one's going to be exciting. We're getting started with some great matches, and I think this one could be the highlight of the day, and that's BC Game versus OG to start us off, followed by ESC Gaming versus Fireflux. A lot of Counter-Strike, lots of sports happening today, but when you have games like this, it's hard to beat it over here in the CCT, always trying to give us the best matchups. And what's really exciting is the fact that we are in the play-in stage, and we are getting some really great matches. And I want to say it's through the help of the VRS system. However, there are a few issues that I do see. It's the fact that the roster's rankings get adjusted every month. So BC Game are treated as a very, very high seed compared to how they're performing recently. And I would say the same for OG as well. So them having to start in the play-in stage and run the grind for the past month or so, at least it's only for another week or two, right? You know, we had the VRS refresh at the start of February, and we're towards the latter end of February. But these guys have been slogging it out in Series 17, 18, and 19. So for them to be continuously grinding and starting in the play-in stage is one to look out for. But what makes this so surprising is the fact that both teams had games yesterday which I casted. So I was able to take a look at them. And mind you, BC Game did actually play earlier on today versus Partizan. That game only ended maybe an hour and a half, 2 hours ago. They won swiftly, 2-0. And Partizan were your finalists in the Series 17 playoffs, I believe, where they ended up losing to 500. So BC Game, they're on a tear, they're on a run. However, from what we've been seeing yesterday up against Eyeballers, it was a little bit of a slog. But, you know, they show that they can recover and they can bring some better performances. This is the lineup that BC Game are bringing to the table. Of course, the familiar faces across the board here. It's almost like the old Bleed roster that we have to say, just with the addition of Prime Taps. We got Nexa, Cypher, Jacob, Knock, and, you know, the young German rifler in Prime Taps. This is a great roster all around. It's nice to see Nexa back on being an IGL, right? I think we know Nexa for being in that G2 roster, in a second tenure, being brought back, replacing JKS, in which some people would have thought that was a little bit of a controversial move. But obviously, you know, it's G2. You got to pass. You got to go and get that opportunity. But it seems like now that he's in this roster as an IGL, he feels much more comfortable. And from what we've been seeing so far out from BC Game, I got to say it over and over again, these guys are going to Dallas within the first try of a close qualifier, ahead of the likes of Astralis and Heroic. Of course, Heroic made it in the end. However, BC Game, they got there within the first couple tries of asking, which is really respectable considering this is a newer lineup up against more formidable squads that kind of have been playing in the S tier scene for quite some time now. But we can't forget about OG as well. OG have been fantastic as well. They have a new look lineup. They're testing out Nikodos, of course, instead of Afro. What I will say is, though, they were performing pretty well with Afro. However, it seems like that wasn't enough for them. They want to take the next step further, and they want to bring the upgrade in Nikodos, in which what they see as an upgrade. But, you know, from what we've seen yesterday up against Aurora, it was a fantastic performance out from them. I had the pleasure of casting it, and Nuke was literally a 13-1. And it was absolutely crazy because OG had 13-0'd Aurora before, but it was on Ancient. And everyone, you can see on Twitter, you saw the OG admin talking about how there was a possible chance of a 13-0 on Ancient. It was 8-0 or something like that at the start. Ended up not closing out in a 13-0 fashion, but it was 13-6 in the end. A little bit of resurgence out from Aurora. And then Nuke, the map pick of Aurora, we saw OG win 13-1. So that was so dominant. And Nikodos really was kind of in their face, you know, the entire time. He was getting kills with AWP, he was getting kills with the rifle. Of course, he wasn't the top fragger. You know, he's kind of that newer kind of element to OG, but he was playing very solidly, hitting his shots. You know, you could see he was integrating well with the protocols that were online, especially on that Nuke CT side. But overall, I'm really, excited to see what this OG roster can bring us. Maybe it's a little bit of a honeymoon period, but you'd like to see a good start out of a team, especially when they've just made a new roster, kind of like a new roster move. But overall, I'm really excited to see what they bring to the table. Like I said, Nuke was fantastic for them, and Ancient is a map that BC Game are very, very good at. And speaking of maps, we have our map veto coming on forward. Of course, Train going to be banned out, and Nuke by BC Game. Of course, you saw what OG could do on Nuke, so you don't want to be playing it against them. Ancient being picked out from OG, that's very respectable. Mainly because of the fact that BC Game are so solid on it, but OG have a higher percentage over a wider range of maps. Of course, it's a newer lineup, but it doesn't change ultimately in the grand scheme of things. They had just played Ancient yesterday. Dust 2 being brought out by BC Game, it's a solid pick for them. I've been watching them throughout the IEM Dallas close qualifiers, in which they were very, very solid on Dust 2, playing the likes of Big, I believe. So that's really great to see. Mirage and Anubis being banned out before landing on Inferno. And that is kind of where OG do fall a little bit, right? Those final 3 maps that were left in the map pool aren't really the best for them. Sure, they can play Mirage. However, they feel more confident in floating around Inferno, which is surprising enough considering they play better on Mirage. And then Anubis and Inferno, if BC Game were handed that option, I don't think they'd mind going for either of those maps. So it seems like OG are just trying to play to their strengths here for the final map. See what they're good at. See how they can kind of come up against BC Game. See what they can bring to the table. And it seems like they are more confident on Inferno than the likes of Mirage, where statistically OG do play better on Mirage than BC Game. And they have the same amount of reps as them. So interestingly enough, we actually do land on Inferno. That's pretty cool for me. However, looking at the history, like I said, we were talking about the Eyeballers game that BC Game played yesterday. We were talking about OG's performance against Aurora. But if we look at their history even before that, right? BC Game are on a 4-match winning streak. OG are on a 5-match winning streak. And the thing about BC Game is their 4-match winning streak is all best of 3s. OG, 2 of them are best of 1s. However, they are still pretty solid results coming out for them. BC Game, they beat Partisan, Eyeballers, Nexus, Copenhagen Wolves, and then they had lost to Gun 5 in a 3-mapper, which was just a little bit of drop in performance. But prior to that, they were winning so many games. They won 6 games in a row, beating Astralis, Big, 500, Cybershock, and this was only 2 weeks ago. And of course, this was the open or the closed qualifiers for Dallas. So these guys had a lot of kind of playing time under their belt, and the VRS system, like I said, does not refresh very often. It refreshes every month, so these guys were kind of farming opposition that weren't really in their level, if I'm being honest myself. But the fact of the matter is, they're winning games that they should be winning. They're getting far in every tournament. They're starting from the play-ins as well. It's very, very respectable out from them. But we can't forget about OG, right? To be fair, they didn't have the best of runs. They also played the IEM Dallas close qualifiers. They lost to Astralis and Big. However, that was with Modo. And of course, he ended up getting benched. And after they benched him, of course, I'm not saying Modo was necessarily the problem, but they've instantly started performing way better after testing out Afro and Nikodos. They were actually playing better with Afro, and then it seems like they didn't want Afro in the server for some reason, and they ended up replacing him for Nikodos, and Nikodos is currently on a trial right now, so we don't even know if he's permanently in the roster. But from what I'm seeing, OG are making moves in the right direction. Although Aurora, their game yesterday, that was the first game Nikodos had with them, I believe. That's just testing the waters. He could just be an unknown variable within that OG lineup, and we don't know what's going to happen yet. But man, I'm excited. We're getting started on Ancient, and that is like a map that's good for both teams. We saw OG being really good on it, had some great protocols on their CT side, and then you had BC Game as well, beating Partisan on map 1 on it as well. But here we go. We're going to get ready. BC Game versus OG. It's DE Ancient to carry us through in map number 1. Here we go. This round proves to be very important in CS2. This is the Group C winners match. The group final to decide who goes through into the next stage. Not of the tournament, but into the next phase of this stage. 3 players hit towards the mid side. Make that 4 with Jacob in red room. Gonna battle out here, spotting out 2 players, aggressive maneuvers, and it's gonna be a headshot out from Prime Taps next as well to chip in, and Prime Taps with another. In the first 25 seconds in the round, will down to a 2-on-5. Prison looking to record the situation, actually gets him an opportunity to plant the bomb, which will be handy. Force by will be strengthened up here. Oh, Jacob, that's a fantastic shot in Nikodos. All he can do is try and spam away, find some of these players, but now the cavalry has arrived. He's getting overwhelmed, and next grabbing another one to the tally. Jacob with the bomb defusal, and that is a commanding opening here for BC Game. They demand the respect to open up. The way that pistol round started, you just saw a BC Game taking that map control early on, taking the mid side, splitting off OG's plans, and before you know it, there's a 5-on-2. Nothing to be found by the T side whatsoever. Drop by OG in front of the face of BC Game. Probably to bait out some utility usage out from BC Game themselves, but they stayed put. And towards good angles here for the M4s. Damage dealt by the Galil, and Spook wins out that battle versus Jacob. That actually opens up everything, because now that rotate can be split, they decide to aggress forward. Buzz does that perfectly, and that throws a spanner into the works here for BC Game, because now they got to cover that gaping hole in their defense. Next, they're trying to record a situation here, peeking onto the right side, able to take down Fiku. Only pistols here for OG with the 2 players outside the cave section. And Nexa has backed off, so this is a good position for him. It's going to be very difficult now for the pistols to try and do anything. One issue now that BC Games still have is that mid side is a little bit too open. Utility drop there, knock, here's 2 players, lets out a few warning shots, still finds the frag. Now the Tech 9 looking to get the kill, it won't happen. Knock locks it down, drops the bomb, and Cypher locks it into the CT side. The BC Game convert nicely, we're able to weather the storm that happened into the mid side. For the early kills again in mid. Jacob relinquishes his position. No need to challenge that area of the map. You got Knock elevated up here outside the A site. First out through mid here for OG. Should be a farm up here for Jacob, but catches a little bit of damage. Might need some support, and it might be a call for the A main players to start pushing. Look at us. 1D pays off, and Buzz has pushed forward with the M4. Strikes himself a second kill for OG. Knock has taken Spook down, but his position is now known, and it is compromised. Buzz is coming in through Temple. That's going to be a difficult one. Knock has to get this kill, and that's a great plan out from him. He's going to get traded out, but for him to aggress forward and get another, that stops OG from pushing fully onto the A site for now. Buys a little bit more of a chance for BC Game, but now in a 2-on-3 situation. And a buy that wasn't all too favorable for the T side. They look to get the bomb down, but the young German strikes them down, taking 2 to the grave and the round in their firm control. But it's now a 1-on-1. Cypher catches off Buzz, and again, BC Game, things get a little bit iffy, but in the end, they stay cool, they stay calm, they stay composed. And they lock in another round on the board here, but it was relatively costly. AWP here on Fiku, gonna boost up his teammate, and he's gonna punish Jacob, who tries to find himself a little bit of success. And this is an issue here for Prime Taps. I would say he is in limbo. However, Spook doesn't command respect from his position and allows Nikodos to take down Prime Taps instead. As he's prepared for the angle, and off to the race already. OG, the 5-on-3 start, of course, taking a lot of HP, but it doesn't matter. Cypher peeking through, and Nikodos punishes. This is the activeness that we were talking about here with Nikodos, and with 2 kills already in the round, it seems BC Game, this round is pretty much done for them. Only a single player here onto the B side, and that's just Nexa. Information simply not there. Knock is checking behind him in towards the A side, thinking that there could be someone coming from the flank side, which has been kind of the case for the past 3 rounds or so. Flash from Nexa, he'll try and get a kill here, but the flash ain't good. Buzz has his number. It's just Knock here in a 1-on-5. It's just going to be him trying to save. The real question is he going to be able to save? Because he's all the way in towards Red Room. He already has Spook coming in from the flank side. Spam's coming in left, right, and center. Grabs the first. Maybe a quick scope here for the second. Turns around though. It's enough HP to challenge for this, but he's just going to make a bit of noise here, Buzz, so that Spook can end up piercing him from the backside. And will do so successfully. So OG are able to get themselves around on the board here. Pistols out for BC Game. For Spy, however, Fiku wallbang Cypher. Opening kill goes the way of the T side. Change of utilities in cave results in Knock backing off, and OG being granted the space to push a little bit forward safely. It also an AWP, quick peek, quick fire, and a quick kill. Looking to open up here on the left side here for the CTs, and Prison has Nexus number. Oh, and the Glock is even going to be successful onto Knock. Prime Taps running through. P250 kill, looking for another. Just a little bit of damage to be found. However, it's only just that single kill. You're able to take down what was a 4 Spy from BC Game pretty handily. Here we go, round number 6. It is going to be underway. Just anti-eco for OG, and their goal here is to make this as clean as possible to stack here for BC Game towards B. Should be a bloodbath if it does happen to end onto the B side. But Prison is going to test the waters here, at least with a Mac 10, so low risk, high reward game. You're going to hand away a Mac 10. And the opportunity to farm up quite a bit of cash. Rotate's going to come forward as OG get the information that they're all stacked in towards B. Of course, they still gotta leave no stone unturned. They gotta push every single angle. Drop a whole load of utility. Fiku here looking to farm it up, but takes quite a bit of damage from 2 shooting CT players. Here it seems like it's just going to be saved. The parcel. Bit of payload action. Next with the package to be saved. And it's only a Mac 10 and a flash of knock. Really that valuable, but a little goes a long way. Prime Tap still looking for a bit of success on his end. A nice 1 dig onto Fiku. Shuts him down. That's another kill in the round for them. Duke, however, of course, not letting them save all too much here. Ooh, a spray transfer. Could get a third, looks down, tries to get his head out the angle, and Spook locks it in with 4 kills in that one. No save coming in from the CT side. Of course, the save wasn't really that valuable, so BC Game didn't mind giving all the fights. 3 scoreline nonetheless, and after BC Game's quick start, OG come biting right back. Bring it to the mid side. Gonna find that first opening kill through the smoke, which won't be found. Buzz now with the rifle, moving around. Spooky with the rifle, prime taps as well. Iguodala's gonna creep in with AWP. Seems to be encroaching upon the angle of prime taps, ready for it. You reap what you sow, you get that first kill. Buzz and Crizin. We're gonna come in from the side. In towards A site from main. Spook, great Molotov on his ankle by Knock, but Spook is just on a tear right now. Had that confidence building 4K in the previous round against Anti-Eco, but still shows to be extremely sharp on the server. Cypher's on the opposite bomb site here, but we should expect him to save should Jacob fall in this position. Slow peek. Jacob is successful. There's actually a low HP player nearby, and that's Spook. And that'll be very difficult here if Jacob can get a multi-frag together. However, look at all the OG players. They're coming in from every angle, and you just can't contend with it. Jacob could have tried to play the time, but it's almost impossible when you have so many players looking to encroach upon your position. It's just Cypher alone in a 1-on-4. He's looking for whatever pieces he can pick up and carry into the next round. That's going to be an upgrade into an AK. That'll be handy. However, Crizin is going to be there to peek through to try and spoil the party. I don't think he even picked up the weapon. No, he didn't. That's very, very unfortunate. Last play into the B site here for OG. We'll see how successful they are. It seems off the bat they are successful with 2 kills, only responded by Jacobs 1. He'll grab a second, but ultimately falls to the flames. Forcing this pistol buy out from BC Game. Not a lot was expected, but Jacob respectable in the fact that he's able to do a bit of damage. Bomb down here for OG. Starts to tick away and prime taps. Should fall by the wayside pretty soon unless he does decide to hide away somewhere else on the map. Has decided to wrap all the way around the world on the T-spawn side, just to wait for anyone exiting, but OG smart enough to go the opposite side of the map into CT spawn to ensure that Prime Taps isn't going to be a threat. Nullifying his chances of getting a kill and getting a rifle. Here's some of the fast kills coming in by Spook in the 7th and 6th round. 4 players or 3 players here for OG towards the B ramp side. Probably going to be split in the middle by the mid players, and Spook opens up perfectly onto Jacob. Again, so much success from Spook found. Ready for an OG play. And towards the B side, Cypher is going to be close in the cubby on the left-hand side of Cave. The rest of the squad looking good here to hold it down. However, OG, they've just been so menacing in their entries. On the D side, I don't know what to expect here. Prison opening up, looking at entry frag. The young Danish rifler getting started, taking prime taps now. Cypher. Oh, it's going to get eliminated by Spook through Cave, and Fiku looking to pick up the pieces here. Knock all alone. His teammates have dropped like flies. He'll look to recover, and he won't even find that kill onto Fiku. Just blows his head open. And OG have blown the side open and around. A timeout could have to be called by PC Game because that was an absolute destruction. There were plenty of numbers there on the B side for BC Game, but they weren't able to lock it down whatsoever. Here we go. Maybe BC Game with something a little bit different. Of course, a half buy once again, but that opens up a little bit more time to discuss what they'll do in their next opportunities in terms of rifle rounds. Last play in, Nexa holding close Kobe with MP9. He's able to get one, and look at Spook, he's looking the wrong way. Advantage obtained by BC Game. Can they hold it and power through the rest of this round? Chrisen, however, plants the bomb. That adds another variable in the mix, because now BC Game are going to be time limited. They aren't able to maintain that advantage that they got at the start of the round. Fiku will get traded by the MP9, but Chrisen's already in the cubby. Will get the trade easily. Cypher down. It's just Jacob alone again. A valiant effort by BC Game, but yet it is still not enough to gain the advantage as OG storm once again into the B bomb site, and they find success. OG have already ensured a lead at the end of the half, and breaking the economy here of BC Game, putting out an absolute minimum surely would guarantee themselves a 9-3 scoreline at the end of the half. Lashes out, they're looking to get success in the mid side once again, however countered by aggression out here from Cypher, but there's nobody here for OG. This should be valuable information at the very minimum for BC Game that these guys are probably going towards that A side. Just gotta be careful, however. These players are in towards middle. The split open the defense like they did in the pistol round. And imagine what the scoreline would have been if BC Game didn't get that pistol round in the first place. Would have been OG all over. Until he dropped in. Chrisen onto prime taps, and that's going to be the gateway and surely the key to getting onto this A site. The numbers rotating over. Nexa is in towards Temple. He's the one holding his one down. And Jacob punished by Buzz. He's looking forward. He had a 2.94 rating in the previous game yesterday on Nuke up against Aurora. But Nexa looking to shut it down. Look at how low Buzz is. He's able to find another. The IGL looking to come up huge here. 3-on-2. Nexa and Knock very, very low, but can be a difference maker still in the round nonetheless. Tapping away. Knocks on a single point of health. How on earth he's going to be able to contend for this? And Fiku is on here. They line up, and Cypher, the full HP player, is down. It's all into Knock, but he can't do anything about it. No kit, no time, no HP. He'll have to dash right out of there. Only 1 point of health. It's even a question whether or not he's going to be able to save. And he should be able to do now, as he does get the kill on the Spook. And barely stays alive. But it's an OG round nonetheless. And they'll have everything they want going to the final round of half. That round was so impressive and it was so hectic. Their positions might be a little bit compromised. Now the information is known because the Cypher is pushed, and they're looking to continue pushing upon that. They know Prime Taps has entered into the cave. The rotates are in. Look at the utility. Nikidos' position is so difficult to play upon. Oh, no scope looking to come in. Only has a single bullet left with the AWP. And Krizen, look at the support system. I was talking about the protocols, and you're seeing it here now, even on the T side. Kills come through, missed shot out from Knock, peeks into the cave, finds success there, but caught with nade in hand. Krizen just has to spray away. It's all to Jacob in a 1-on-2. Jacob, his position is known. He's heard running from the mid side. Up the boxes. It's only a question now whether or not he goes ramp or in towards the cave side, but he's ready. But he's just so low. He just can't contend with it, and Krizen locks it in. A 9-3 half from OG on the T side of Ancient. That was dominant, if I do say so myself. BC game found nothing aside from that piss around in the conversions. Second pistol round, we've seen how effective these pistol rounds have been in garnering rounds together. I'll argue this might be 11-1 or 12-0 if BC game didn't get that pistol in the first half. And, well, OG up with vengeance here, looking to avenge their pistol round loss at the start of the game. 2 quick kills coming in courtesy of Nikidos and Buzz. Knock finally shuts down the young Dane. However, they've backed off. They don't want to pursue this. They were just looking for the trades. They'll settle down a little bit before they do make their final decision. Down, Cypher's ready. Look, they line up as well. First kill found, and Nox able to get a second. And the aggression is punished. OG might be a regretful decision. They were in a fantastic spot to be able to take this piss round and find double digits. But all is not but lost when you have Fiku remaining all alone. One of the longest standing members of this current OG roster. Look to find it. Flashes away. Stuck in the donut side, and Nexa waiting in the opposite end of this, jump peek through, and Nexa has his number, shuts him down. BC game with the round, and they strike and find the second pistol also. Pistol stack, 4 OG on 8. Leaving Nikidos all alone in red room. Does have the P250, the best weapon out of the USPs surrounding it. Not really much of an upgrade in the grand scheme of things, but still. a little bit better. Doesn't really matter though, because I think the focus and the fixation is on the CT stack that's happening in A. Knock might walk in into what could be a world of hurt here, because surely there might be a headshot in play here. But he is wary of this right-hand side position, and he's taken down. Now, they're going to be running in, looking to get that rifle. Prime Taps is ready for that possibility. Fiku locks it in. And those are quick kills coming in from BC Game. Great job in keeping composed here, but not for long, because those are kills coming through. Bomb dropped, and the rifle's now in the hands of the CTs. They know where the last two players are. They just got to drop their utility on here. Nades forward, spamming away. Jake comes there to Nikodos, and Nikodos now surely, as he's out, and Spook is all alone. It's down to a one-on-one, and Jacob shuts it in the end. However, that was hectic, chaotic. All things to describe craziness. But BC Game just barely are able to win that round. And it's very scary considering that OG went in with absolutely nothing aside from a HE, I think. That could have even been picked up, but it was just all USPs and a P250 on Nikodos. He lands through. Prison in towards the cave side as well. Onto the left side. Could catch off Nexa if he's not checking his corners. Needs to make sure he leaves no stone unturned. With two players here, should be my suspecting mind that will think that they will check that angle, and they don't. So Prison gets away with one. It's still a 1-for-1 with Cypher entering onto the cave side. Great control. Good. Could get a second. Oh, Cypher. He was so low and he peeked anyway. Spook onto Knock. And that flips the script completely. OG gonna be here with the advantage. Jacob all alone. He's coming in from the A side. He makes noise though. Buzz just has to wait and bide his time, and successfully gets the kill. And that's OG. With another on the board here. 10-5. That's double digits obtained. Limiting BC Game to just a pistol and conversion. And now we're on the home stretch of taking their opponent's map pick. Spook forward pushing against the Deagle of Jacob. Spook wins it out to open up. Deagle frag. Oh, spots out the elbow, but there's a player to his left-hand side. Deagle kill found on a Crizin. There was definitely a possibility for some more. Fiku decided to white peek the Cypher. Galil in hand. Looking to help out here, and there's plenty of players in this angle. He's going to run out of bullets, surely, but still's able to get two. Next to an MP9, shuts it down, able to get another. He's all alone in the clutch, and through the smoke, Nikodos, all he had to do was spam. The damage was confirmed. The information was there. OG get the defusal. 11 on the board for them as they're now 2 rounds away from victory. Tactical pause out here from OG. They want to get this one sorted ASAP. And rightly so. Get onto their own map pick as fast as possible and lock this 2-0 in if they can. Two more rounds, like I said here for OG. They'll be looking to get this one done within the first couple of tries of asking Plenty of commotion happened in the mid side, but no attention given by BC Game over towards there. However, Buzz holding this A side down. Great timing of the Incendiary. Dropping some bullets on Buzz's position. Look at the support from Spook. He's able to get 3. Nikodaz there just has to hold down Knock as he's overwhelmed with the various angles. And that's as fast as a round you'll get. Money in the drain for BC Game, and so is this map surely. As OG have just been as dominant as ever. Brilliant performance on Ancient yesterday, and another brilliant one here today. OG looking to take their map pick under their wing. Head straight to the next map of Dust 2. Try to close it out there. Eagle here for Nexa. That just shows how poor the buy is from BC Game. Their best investment is a Galil on Knock. And very limited utility. Biku knows. Oh my goodness. Fast 2 kills advantage here for BC, or for OG, excuse me. And Crizin in a fantastic position to end things right now. First kill found, another one there. Spraying through Nikodaz onto Nexa. And the final kill found by Spook to lock it in. What a fantastic performance from OG to shut it down in the end. Taking their map pick under their wing. Sending things to Dust 2. And if they perform like this, we could see a 2-0 on the cards. This is kind of crazy. I was expecting much of a closer game here. BC Game have shown what they can do on Ancient. They've shown the performance and the capabilities of what they can do on Ancient. And I don't think I expected it to be this one-sided here for OG. The reason why I think this is so one-sided is because of the fact that OG, you know, the teams that OG have been playing recently, what I will say is, no, let me put it this way. If I look at BC Game and their performances on Ancient, they've been playing teams that are really good on Ancient, and they have been winning them out pretty nicely as well. We saw them up against Partizan, where they won 13-9, and that was only earlier today. Maybe you could say OG could have taken a look at their Ancient earlier on and were able to kind of counter-strat up against them. But what makes this so impressive is the fact that BC Game won both pistols. If you imagine a world in which they didn't win any pistols, that could have easily been a 13-2, 13-1, hell, even a 13-0. I don't think I can remember a single rifle round that BC Game won. However, Dust 2 is next. That's their map pick. There's still more to play for. Still possibly another 2 maps to play for to recover this series. So, how about we head things to a short break? We'll take a break, just like BC Game need to take a break. We'll see what's up next. It's going to be Dust 2. And we'll see whether or not BC Game can tie up the scoreline. We'll see you in just a few moments. Welcome back. After a very strong map one from OG, taking their map pick, we head things to Dust 2 BC Games map. And yeah, Ancient was more than just a little bit one-sided. I think, you know, it's a 13-5, I believe it was. Yeah, very dominant first map. Just to double check the scoreline, just want to make sure. Yeah, 13-5. And BC Game won both pistols and conversions. So if you look at it from a rifles round perspective, it was utter domination from OG. And yeah, Dust 2 now the map pick of BC Game. I'm a little bit worried that there's a prospect of a 2-0 here for OG. BC Game, of course, I trust them in the sense that they can really deliver on Dust 2. This is their map pick, of course. These guys are very kind of well versed on Dust 2 as well. Looking at it statistically, right? You know, 7 maps, 71% win rate for BC Game, and OG have only played Dust 2 once within the past 3 months. So they haven't even played it really all that much. And they last played it in the 14th of January 2025, and that's with a completely different lineup. That was before Afro, before all of that. So, you know, we're going live in, and they did play BC Game last time on Dust 2, where they did win 13-11, but that was against an old BC Game roster, and it was with a slightly different roster here on the OG side. So variables have changed quite a bit. You gotta go with a fresh mind, just a fresh mindset. Just gotta look at how they perform early on. With BC Game now on the T side, we'll see how the pistol goes. BC Game have been the kings of the pistols. However, when it comes to the rifle rounds, it's been all OG. Heading in towards short. Making their way on through. Pause is there. However, it's Nikodaz. Prison to try and lock out this ace site. Nikodaz P2K kills. And he's going to get 2 of them as well. Make that a third. Prime Tap's trading him on, but Krizen's still alive and kicking. All he does is to tap away and do some chip damage, and he's done more than that. Getting the kill, and Nock's able to get 2. Damages up another, however, has to find 2 more. Relocates into the short side, but Buzz is already here very fast. But Nock, I don't doubt him in this position, because he's able to find another. It's down to a one-on-one. Still plenty of time to play for this, and Krizen is still alone here into the CT angle. Not great in terms of verticality, but he's made the right read. He hears Nock. Just has to wait in the CT side. Can he cancel it out? Has Nock spotted him? It seems like he has, but he doesn't actually anymore. But Nock actually does it. He checks the right-hand side. He gets the 1-on-4. And we saw one a couple of days ago out from Nock, but he does it again. Look at how that round started from OG. It started so damn well, but Nock here with the 1-on-4 is absolutely huge. Just domes him in the end, just no respect whatsoever. You gotta pause, yeah, if you're OG. That's a round you should be winning every day of the week. Now that timeout is done, and they keep a cool head despite that chaos that ensued in the pistol. Here we go. Force OG made that costly. They're going to force into this one. 5-7 spamming away as Buzz moves on to the close angle. Drop down to lowers. Spotted out. Still coming in by Spook. The M4 Nock. Looking to clean up the mess in short. He shuts down Fiku. Drop down to the CT angle now. Spook doesn't want to fight anymore. Just leave it to his teammate onto the A side itself and just move it towards the ramp side. They're out from Cypher, 2 of them, matter of fact. And now that should lock in the round as Nikodaz all the way He's all the way up into the B side along with his teammate. This is a force buy as well. They'll just be looking to save, and be all too great here considering that these guys are hunting for him and they've cleared out pretty much every other area of the map and their positions are known now. Well, spamming away, taking down Jacob. So them making this costly could be good for them, but it's difficult when they're kind of forcing on their angle. He's just spraying away carelessly. Nock just has no respect for them and taps away. He's feeling warmed up. He took that first map personally. After that first map, he's just going to be looking to try and get as much as he can. Molotovs dropped on in. Smoke's gonna be dropped on down here. Nikodos moving onto the CT side. Jacob in towards middle. US speed things up, however, takes down Nexa. Difficult when you're playing around the smoke. Now Jacob looking to cover situation here. Blinded, still gets 2 kills before Fiku shuts him down. Still settled into a 3-on-3, of course. PC game still, the round's in their control, but can get messy. Especially if Crizin gets a kill, which he will not find. Bomb's gonna get planted, and this one is certainly finished. Would get killed here by Fiku right below him. He will get taken down. Pick up a rifle for his troubles. Don't know if he's necessarily gonna go for it. Saving might be the best option for the man. He's tapping away, Cypher. Gonna be tagged up down to 34. Just gonna wrap around and run right back. Nonetheless, that's the round 1 anyway out here for the PC game side. The T side really getting activated.
Terrorists win.
Up V up battle possibly in the mid side. He's boosted up over the boxes. Spots him out, but not deciding to peek. He knows the T side out a superior angle. Looking for multi-frag there as they possibly line up the tunnel side, but it's a 1-for-1 trade. Nade to do a bit more damage. Prime Tap's only on 4 points of health. And an important kill from Jacob. Neutralizing Spook over towards the B side. And Nexa catching off Nikodos in towards middle. Great T side start out here from BC Game in a full rifle round as Nock shuts Fiku down with the big green. Within 25 seconds of the round starting, you already have Crizin left in a 1 versus 4. A formidable attack brought up here by the BC Game camp. Crizin going to be here up against Jacob. As Jacob wins it out here with the headshot, that's going to be the round done. Or 0 start. around Nexa. Left hand side established kind of a crossfire here with Cypher, so these mid pushes shouldn't be all too effective. Maybe good in isolating the gunfights that forces them into the line of fire. And there is Nexa and Cypher's efficacy shining throughout, getting those quick 2 kills, and they're still spraying away up in the middle side with a minute to spare. You see there Fiku dropping on in into the middle side, looking to find whatever he can, but with that smoke dropped in his face, it's simply not going to be good whatsoever. Does have an M4 that can do a bit of damage if he's able to peek out and catch a few of the short players off guard, but it doesn't seem like he's going to be able to do so. Waltzing in towards the short side, they're making their way on forward. The defense here for OG isn't all that great. The weapons aren't that great. So BC Game looking good here for a 5th. And now the real question is whether or not they can make this round as clean as possible, more so than winning it out. They already have that objective in the bag. Here we go, bomb planted here for Prime Taps. Digits punched in, and now here we go, Knock with the AWP, and Buzz is going to be shut down. Fiku holding the CT angle, waiting for anyone to be here for exit frags, but it seems that BC Game are going to play this one smart. Just going to maximize the amount that they can bring into the next round, keeping all 5 players alive, hopefully. With Fiku catching off next as he hears him crossing the CT angle. And Prison just going to stay back there. No point in fighting here. He knows that there's 4 players here towards long. Rather let them peek into his angle than go somewhere else. That's a 5-0 start here. BC Game. Fantastic way to get started. And you can see it's all been BC Game. On the piss round when that 1-on-4 was found by Knock. Seemed to be a catalyst into more rounds being found out here from Seaside. Players leaning in towards that tunnel side and towards a lower section. See what will happen here. Spraying away. Buzz able to take down Knock. Underway. Tapping through with the M4. Nexa now going to be first point of contact here as he pushes in towards the mid side here for the T side. It's going to be successful in finding the first kill. Nexa headshot onto Fiku. Now it's going to be wrapping around to the long side. Up now, holding down Nikados onto Prime Taps. Nexa headshot trades. It's now a 3-on-2 smoke going to be dropped in their faces, and Cypher going to get that bomb down. Jacob peeks through, is able to take down Spook. Left up to Buzz in a 1-on-3, and Nexa even just wraps around from that long angle that he obtained. Went in through mid afterwards. Real domination now from BC Game, almost like a reverse of Ancient. But on top of that, this time BC Game have found the pistol, so OG have found absolutely nothing here in Dust 2 thus far. Gotta discuss what you gotta do here if you're OG. Gotta maximize what you can do here with the timeout. Spreading out the flashes here, OG. Aggressive plays out from Spook. Very, very aggressive. That's an AWP taken out the picture already. And Krizen's able to trade on, take down Jacob, but he's getting wall banged through the door. Can't catch a break. Any sort of success that has been found out from anyone out from OG, it seems like they will get punished themselves. Just the favor is returned completely by BC Game every single time. Cypher should be able to catch Krizen. Might have spot something there. That's going to be safe. Nade's going to blow up in the smoke and Cypher catches Buzz. Fiku left, scratching his head. As again, a dominant round found by BC Game. And we thought we were going to be here for a possible 2-0. OG have found absolutely nothing thus far. Just been a beautiful, beautiful performance coming through. A respectable one at that as well. You should be able to save here successfully. He's all the way towards that long side, but I say that as he could be in a possible battle here with Prime Taps, who's defending that bomb. But yeah, he will be safe.
Terrorists win.
Here we go. Round number 8 now. BC Game secured a lead at the end of the half. At a bare minimum, they've already gotten a 7-5 half under their belt. They're still going to be looking for some more. You definitely get some more, and it seems like it's going to be that way because OG, like I said, haven't brought much to the table, but that's a good start for them. Cypher, the entry frag here for BC Game. Shut down already by Krizen, who's kind of been one of the few players I've been able to get some sort of kills on as well. But again, any sort of success found by OG, it's just the favor is returned straight away. Off of Knock, catching the elbow of one. Fiku's out around. Forward forces Krizen to head right back away from that angle. Spook in middle, more successful this time around. 4-on-3 situation as now Spook looking for another. He jumps across, picks up the AK, moves into the CT angle. Prime Taps, important kill into Krizen. Spook has to get this kill. That Molotov will be a little bit too far. Nikita is able to recover the favor with one right back. Flash is going to land over. Is it going to be good? It's bot time for Buzz to move up here, but he's made a whole load of noise. It doesn't matter in the end. It's all over to the offer of Knock. Nikita take it down, and Buzz able to get the trade in the end. OG finally getting themselves around the board. It took a damn while, but it's still around. Trades galore, but ends up being OG. The back end of things. Getting that entry frag seemed to be the deciding factor in that round, and ultimately, yeah, a 1-for-1 trade that happened. BC Game coming out the tunnel side, clearing out middle. They've been very strong at taking that area of the map. Very silent this round, very uneventful as well. And 30 seconds to spare. OG, the ball is in their side of the park. Good trade from Nock though, very fast on the trigger today. In a lot of cases and with a lot of people, that would have been 2 kills for MP9, and Jacob still getting that kill right back. Dickados with one with AWP, but traded on him already. The CT players, they're in a heap of trouble. Trades are going to come through. He has to get the bomb. They drop down. There's no time. They have to get the kill. And Jacob does it. BC Game, it goes down to the last second. It doesn't matter though, because they get all the kills. And OG, the single round that they did find, immediately, retaliation out from BC Game. Money so strong that it should be financial security no matter what here for BC Game going into the final 3 rounds here of half number 1. Rest maneuvers out here from OG. Jacob holding the angle here onto Buzz. With MP9, it seems BC Game are ready for the aggression and they're waiting for it, and that's exactly what's gonna happen. But it seems like BC Game are gonna be the first ones pushing. They gotta check left, they gotta check right. They will be in for a world of hurt here, but they've checked perfectly. Crisant's only limited to just 1, and OG's aggressive plays just seem to work so, or BC Game just able to neutralize OG's kind of aggressive maneuvers that seem to be so promising. Good kill from Spook onto Jacob. He's going to aggress upon this. He's going to deny the bomb, surely. Nock is not looking at the right angle. Able to get the first. Spray transfer on the second. It's just Nexa alone. He's all the way towards tunnels. Has to try and get the clutch. No kit. Oh, he could deny the bomb here, possibly. But Spook surely has a defusal. Just going to turn around here. Bomb defusal in. A good round from OG. Not the best of buys. But great recovery, considering BC Game were able to get the advantage early on in the round. And 2 quick frags. Right from Fiku onto Cypher to get started. 5-on-4 situation. Needs. He dropped on in. Please stack here for BC Game towards mid. OG find themselves getting started with an opening frag. Towards long, and now they can kind of reposition and focus on other areas of the map, as now the attack is a little bit compromised, not too compromised, but enough that OG are looking good to convert this round based on what we have right now. Spook holding. Dickados actually able to get the first kill. Nock could get caught off guard here by his opposite number. Dickados looking to push in. Oh my goodness, a jump peak with the AWP is absolutely crazy. And Crisant to double up and finalize the thing. Finalize the round here for OG. 8-3 at the end of the half now. And 8-4. Definitely make things interesting here in map number 2. Early kill from Nikodos to get started onto Jacob. OG have cracked the code, it seems, in the final stages here, and that's a wall bang from Nikodos. Doesn't really matter anymore. This is a fantastic run of form here. And Fiku in a fantastic position with the AK. One, and even jumps down. He's able to get a second. Cindery misses the mark, but it doesn't matter. It's a 1-on-5, and OG posts up an 8-4 half. Very, very respectable, considering they had a 9-3 start on Ancient. Nice recovery out for them, considering it looked even more one-sided from BC Game when they got the pistol as well. Good recover from OG now. Hope with 2-0 stays alive for them. Pistol round number 2 here. On Dust 2. Long play out from OG. Gotta make sure they lock it in this time if they get a good opening few moments. We saw a 1-on-4 clutch out from Knock in the first pistol round. Here, OG, you don't want that to happen again, but look at the flank, it's so quick. Do they expect this? Buzz only checks it momentarily, sees absolutely nothing, and that should be an easy kill here. BC Game, that's the pistol round, surely won by them. Prime taps, lives up to his name, taps away, he's able to get it. The last two players he knows 100% are locked into the B site. Prison, pressing forward, looking to be the point man, looking to be scary, looking to add a surprise factor to this pistol. And that's a great start. Turn their attention towards the tunnel side. Oh, Kristen has done it. And now Spook with another. It's flipped its head completely. And Spook with another. Oh, gee. Oh, my goodness. Both pistol rounds have been absolutely crazy. And I just can't catch a break. That's absolutely insane. Oh, gee, they gotta calm down. They used their last time out on that. Oh my goodness, how have they come back from that one? After that timeout, OG now. We'll see what they can do off of converting a pistol. The past 3 pistol rounds have went the way of BC Game. Let's see if they can continue. Fast push here as Prison farms up a little bit of Mac 10. The USP looking fantastic. Oh, and Prime Taps combining another kill. Oh, can it be an eco? It can be here for BC Game. It's all just Spook alone. And from the success they got in the previous round, it's all gone to bits. It's gone sideways. What could be a solace here is the HP isn't all that great, but they're just camping on the bomb. All they gotta do is have a support system set up. Just get the trade and that's the round done. What an absolute robbery this could be. And it probably will be. They're just stacked. They even have a boost up. Spots him out. Now they know where he is. They just gotta play exactly for that one opening that's in towards the door. 55 seconds though to spare so they can... Or rather, Spook can play the time. Smoke's not gonna do much. Check the left side. Oh my goodness, he can have this. But the trade is there. Look at how that round panned out, man. I just can't believe it. You had an insane pistol round, and then in a round like this, you had the eco up against you. Throwing it away like that. Do have a technical pause here. It's called by OG. Hopefully it wasn't technical issues that caused that commotion in round number 14. Should be quick and it should be short. Hear a bit of commotion in the chat. That should be the technical pause ended. I've just gotten word that it is a mouse issue on one of the players. So maybe it was the mouse that caused that commotion. They're lower in towards tunnels. The nades will be dropped on down. Fast push out from OG. Well, not anymore. They just flashed and poked their head into the deep waters. That's in towards middle. It seems like it's just going to be onto the B site where they're going to finish off. Flashes out. Here we go. Prime taps with 2. Oh, a third. Oh, he's farming away. And Cypher with the last 2 kills. Just a huge meat grinder there for BC Game. And now they take full control once again. Double digits. 10-5 scoreline. It's looking good for them now. Turns are closing out this map number 2. Another eco out here from OG. Postured in towards the mid side. A little bit geared towards short. I think that's Jacob in the short angle. It is, but when you have knock, difficult even to get to Jacob in the first place. And I would be correct because he's not even able to get the short. Cypher is able to lock it in onto Chris in towards the mid angle. BC Game on 11, 2 rounds away from victory here. Could be a trade of 13 5s. Both teams getting their map pick under wraps before we head into map number 3. Obviously, it's not over until it's over, but with the way BC Game have been performing, it seems like it might just be. We drop down. Hawk is going to be towards the long side. Buzz. Chill here. He's able to get the first kill into Jacob. Expecting another. Poke his head on through. Cypher spraying away. Able to get the trade in the end. Flashes are over Spook. Leading the way. Cypher onto the back side, holding it in. He's a little bit separated from his teammates because of that Molotov. Where Prime Taps is still here in time, elevated up, and he's going to catch up. Chris, he tries to elevate into an upper ankle, and Prime Taps again with another. He had a 4K or 3K in the previous round, adds another to his tally. Fiku down low, courtesy of the HE. Nexa, finish him off. It's now Spook here in a 1-on-3. Definitely winnable. BC Game, though, do have to ensure they don't give individual 1v1s. But the question is, do they know the position of Spook? And now they do, because he's going to be successful again in the first. So he's able to trade straight away. For 12th on the board here for BC Game. 1 round away from victory. 1 round from sending this one to Inferno. Flash over. Ooh, M4 kill. Jacob with the double up, and that surely could be GG here. Double nade to blow open the smokes. And even when the smokes do bloom back up, it doesn't even matter. Cypher's going to get himself the kill, even whipping out the Deagle to try and finish things off. And this utter domination out here from BC Game. A fantastic performance to recover from the disaster that was DE Ancient. Nikodos tries to find something with the scout, and he won't find it whatsoever. It's just Spook alone. He's in towards short. With his teammates all down, it only seems right to assume he's going to fall by the wayside in just a few moments, sending things to Inferno. Held by the AWP. Backed off upon the angle. Cypher already pushed up. Not going to give too much space to him. Now he's going to push. Should be successful out here from Spook. Still trying to find something. Claw it back. And that's going to be him able to get that bomb under his control. Wall banging away. Trying to find something, but he's so down low. A single bullet's enough for him to lose the round, and Jacob will do so perfectly. That is the game. That is map number 2, and that is a victory from BC Game. And we will need all 3 maps to decide this series. A pretty good victory and a pretty good recovery out from BC Game, if I do say so myself, from what was a pretty big loss on Ancient. And I don't think I was really expecting Ancient to be that one-sided in the way of OG. You know, and of course I was thinking if there was going to be a 13-5, it was going to be on Dust 2. But since we got it on Ancient as well, that is a kind of a big, great kind of game we have here on our hands, and I think that's what I like to see. But other than that, like I said, we have map number 3 Inferno coming up next. That's going to be exciting, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, I think BC Game are going to be the ones favored going into that one, but with OG's performance so far in the past 2 series and what they can do with Nikodos there as their opper, even though BC Game have the history on Inferno, OG can definitely bring something great to the table. We'll see you in about 10 minutes or so. When we're back, we'll bring you guys that action. We'll see you in just a few. 13-5s on both map picks of both sides, and we end up landing ourselves on Inferno. A great map for BC Game, but never underestimate what OG can do, because it can be a good map for them. I think the only thing that puts me on the camp of BC Game more than OG is for the sole reason that OG are still finding their footing in terms of rosters, and I haven't really seen much on Inferno. This is a new Opper, this is Nikodos being trialed on the lineup, and I haven't been able to see how they perform as a unit on Inferno. But one thing is for sure, that OG have been performing very, very well with Nikodos. Albeit not a great performance on Dust 2. To me, it almost seemed like OG didn't expect Dust 2 all too much. But Ancient, they expected that, and they absolutely dominated on BC Game. But now we land ourselves on Inferno. It's a middle ground. It is a middle ground, but I think if you look at statistics, if I look at the times where I've casted BC Game, every time Inferno was in the mix, and they've just been so solid on Inferno that it's hard to bet against them if I were looking at it from that perspective. But OG, like I said, never count them out. They can bring something here, but just the keys to victory are just a lot more difficult than what you expect. Looking at the previous games that BC Game have played. BC Game earlier today, they played Partisan, they won 13-9. I casted the game up against Eyeballers yesterday on Inferno. Eyeballers were up 10-5. BC Game ended up winning that 13-10, and I actually casted them versus 500. It went all 24 rounds, and it was 13-11. So overall, these guys, some of them are close games, pretty close affairs. Nonetheless, it's still been good performances out from them, I will say so myself. And then we look at OG, looking at their previous matches up on Inferno. They have 6 maps, and I think the last time we really saw them play up against a really good team was 2 maps ago of Inferno. So they played Leo in the PGL Bucharest Europe Open qualifier. They won 13-11. However, they played Astralis in the IEM Dallas close qualifiers, and they lost 5-13. And in previous iterations of CCT earlier on, back in the 5th and the 1st of February, respectively, they beat Sinners, but they also lost the Fnatic, and they even lost the Sinners even before that, and BC Game in their older lineup. And those were pretty heavy defeats, 4-13 and 6-13 respectively. So looking at OG, they are a mixed can of worms. However, the wins that they have got, aren't against teams that have been particularly great, in their previous run of form. It's 2 out of 6 games that they've won, and the games that they've won, 13-11 and 13-9. The other losses have been pretty heavy, 13-5, like I said, 13-6, 13-4, and an 11-13 loss to Fnatic. So overall, I think if you just put any biases aside, you just look at it at face value, BC Game definitely are the favorites going into this one. However, OG, they bring kind of the chemistry and the protocols and just the dominance that they had on Ancient. If they bring kind of that playstyle to the table on Inferno, don't get me wrong, this could be a close affair. But what BC Game have showed me so far is, when it comes to percentages, if there's a map that they have a good percentage on, more often than not, they are going to be the ones winning it out. And you might be saying, well, they picked it Ancient. Well, OG have a 75% winner on Ancient over 16 maps, while BC Game have 62% over 8 maps. So OG have the better percentage on Ancient. It's just BC Game thought they would feel comfortable playing OG on it. They already won today on Ancient. Why not go for it again? Ultimately getting punished for it. But yeah, overall, that's all I gotta say. I think just the map itself will speak for itself, honestly. And yeah, it really is going to be exciting. This map is just going to be full of action, and I will say maybe a little bit of chaos as well, because we've seen 1v4 clutches out from the likes of Nok yesterday. I don't know what it is, but Nok's been really farming on the server right now, showing that he has it in him to compete in tier 1 events. And yeah, that's why I'm actually particularly excited to see BC Game in Dallas in a couple of months' time, because Dallas has been known to be a tournament that has kind of had a lot of teams rising from the ground up. We saw 9Z before in the finals or the semi-finals or something like that. Yeah, quarterfinals of I Am Dallas, so just the fact that they were on the stage was pretty huge. Even prior to that, we had Ents as well, who had won it out, and then they were even in the finals unexpectedly with Snacks as a stand-in, replacing Spinks. So just the fact that BC Game are going to a tournament like Dallas, you know, where kind of teams that are kind of not really expected to perform well, ending up performing well, just the fact that they're in that tournament is going to be pretty exciting. And I think OG now, you know, of course, with the CCT grind that they're doing for the VRS points, just be excited to see what they have to bring to the table. But yeah, we'll get started shortly with this one. I'm excited to see the head-to-head. You know, we have Nicodaws as well. Going to be excited to see how he is in the op. Just got word. We still have a player with mouse problems. We had that issue early on. One of the OG players did have mouse issues on those two. So hopefully we'll get that sorted. And we'll get that started ASAP. But I'm looking at the highlighted, you know, head-to-heads coming in from HLTV. Nexa and Nicodaws are actually the ones highlighted. And I was talking about how Nexa feels just so much more comfortable here now that he's in the IGL role. You know, even on HLTV, he still has the picture of him with the jersey on G2, which is quite funny because I think that's what we know him most for, if I'm being perfectly honest with you. And I think just kind of getting into your head that, you know, when he replaced, you know, in his second stint on G2, when he replaced JKS, you know, it was very, very questionable. And, you know, he himself, it almost seemed like, well, it has been said by him that if he had the opportunity to kind of choose the roster himself, he would have definitely kept JKS on the roster and have him IGLing. He feels much more comfortable. I've got word here that OG has won the knife round, so we should be expecting OG to get started onto the CT side going into Inferno, which is good for them considering, like I said, I think all the marbles are kind of with BC Games. So for OG to get started on a more comfortable end of the spectrum will be good for them. But it's almost like it depends on how they perform in the end. The game is now live. It's going to be exciting, ladies and gentlemen. It's Inferno. Final map here of our first best of 3 of the evening session. 2 best of 3s earlier on today, which were our losers matches. We have our winners matches here, Group C and the Group D. Or actually, we might have the winners matches of Group A and Group B. I'm not 100% sure. As soon as we get in, we actually have more technical issues. Don't think it's going to be that long till we get fixed. It says here, problem fix should start any minute now. Okay, yeah, we are going to be live now, ladies and gentlemen. And as expected, OG on that CT side, BC Game on the T side. Get underway right here and right now. See how OG approach this. Cypher is going to be the point man to watch, especially in towards Banana. He's really sharp with the entries on the T side. Utility doesn't seem to stop the man from getting multi-frags. Get underway, however. 3 players in towards the B side, 2 on towards A. We'll see what they can do. Spook is going to be here and towards the bracket side. Going to meet Cypher, who's going to entry his way on forward. Steps going to be made as they wrap towards long, but the smoke dissipates at the worst time possible. Spook's able to get the first kill. Here's it now wrapping around, coming in from the arch section. Looking to take down Cypher. He'll do so perfectly. Third player from where that came switches to Glock, able to get another headshot, and that is the round done and dusted surely. Next all alone in a 1-on-5. Can't do anything whatsoever. 26 points of damage in total done by the T side on the pistol. OG with vengeance, they take the pistol. No force play out here from BC Game. That pistol round was so destructive and so clean that force spy just makes no sense. But force spies are usually what happens nowadays, especially in the days of MR12. Solid 4-man setup here for OG, set towards the A side of things. BC Game are ready to spoil the party. Jiggle peak spotted. Prime Taps is even holding the angle here with the Deagle. Headshot potential definitely there. He's aware of the left side angle as well. Taps away, gets 37 points of health taken away out from Crizin. You just hear these guys are posturing, getting ready to make the push, and it has to happen now. There's no more utility on their bodies, so they just gotta make a move on. Spook, first kill, onto Nexa. And they know Crisin's here in this position with the MP9 because they spotted him out earlier. This crossfire is just way too strong to handle. Another flawless round on the cards here for OG, and it will be another flawless round. Barely any damage being taken. Which are getting started off very nicely here. Nate's gonna be dropped down, helping out. Four in hand. It's now OG side, taking quite a bit of damage here as BC Game posture towards A side once again. Their chance to get around on the board. They have the weapons on their side. The best buy, but still. More than enough to win the round. Prime Tap's going to come out the apartment side. Could be a player that side off the round. Mission might be unknown. Nikodaw's blinded. He's only going to be limited to just one kill. Cypher now tapping away. Nexus to support onto right hand side. Spook behind the boxes. Helping out M4 spray. Spook is good onto Cypher. Spraying again. Nexa Prime Taps and Knock chipping in for a piece of the pie. So 1-on-2. Fiku definitely, it's possible for him. With utility dropped in his face down into the CT angle, it's going to be very difficult to try and get this one. As a kit though, no utility to support him. Up the first player, already ticked so far. Spray transfer is looking good. That's quite a bit of damage, but I was looking at it from this perspective that when that bomb explodes, if he was able to hold on for a little bit longer, that wouldn't have been alive. Trade out here, Spook onto Jacob to get started. Skill found, 5-on-4 situation ensues. Looking for some more, and Spook is able to double up through the smoke. The Cypher with one back. This could be a deciding factor in the round, and Spook is able to shut it in the end. 4 kills in the round by Spook. Very good from him to completely lock out the A site for business. And when BC Game found success onto the A site, that was all that we're gonna get. First injury and nade combination down. Cypher onto Nikodos to get started. Oh, nade. Putting out Cypher early on. Spook just gonna go forward. This guy just doesn't have a care in the world. Had a 4K in the previous round, looking to get more. He's 10-1. He's absolutely dominating on the server right now. Farming away up against the BC game side. Just a fantastic performance all around. Spook sprays onto Jacob, but this crossfire is way too strong. When it is established, 40 seconds remaining. That's Buzz onto Nexa. 1-on-4 situation. And it's not gonna happen. Weapons weren't on their side. And OG absolutely piling the pressure onto BC Game. And it feels like I'm just so cursed in predictions because BC Game, I did say that they would be the one favored here. And OG are the ones kind of coming out on top here on the CT side. Nade lands right onto Fiku, but this battle with Cypher, I was talking about him being a formidable force on Banana, but it's Fiku to win out the battle. Next, they're gonna peek through right into the crosshair of Nikodos, and he's getting warmed up himself as the B site starts to heat up on Inferno. Decision has to be made out here, but you still have taps up in the apartment position. Taken down by Buzz. It's left onto Knock and Jacob. Little posture towards the B side and essentially be a 2-on-2 unless rotates do come in. Seconds to spare. Seems BC Game have no intention of pushing into this B site now, just saving is going to be the call. Question is, do OG decide to peek here and get the kills after time? That could really be a danger. Oh no. Oh, Knock, is he going to stay alive here? Oh, just barely. Goodness me, that was damn close. Timeout called out from BC Game. T-side has been lacking, if I do say so myself, especially in the deciding map. There it is. Just the kills coming through. And this is from that save round, right? Just, so close. Knock was into that right-hand side, and OG clearly were just trying to kill him after time. Leave him with no money, no weapon going into the next round. Ikadas opening up onto Nexa to get started. Knock onto Spook, a quick headshot. See the Apartments players making way forward. The bomb is there. Goes onto Cypher, is able to double up, maybe get a third, but Jacob shuts him down. Advantage still lies here with OG. It is pretty low, but it doesn't matter. Does have the AWP, so missed shot would mean his death anyway. Three of them coming in from the same position, coming in from the mid side. Move on here. Going on forward. Spraying away. Chris is able to take down Jacob. Knock with one back, but has a player on top of him and below. It's simply not enough. Nikodos takes him with the Tech 9. Plenty of time for the defusal, and OG, they're still on a roll. More and more rounds on the board coming in from OG, and they're coming in hot as well. They, got started with those 2 flawless rounds, and what I will say is those rifle rounds that OG have been winning have been particularly convincing as well, which is a little bit worrying if you're on the side of PC game, because it's not like these rounds are close. That builds up on that economy of OG, especially in CS2. That economy on the CT side isn't all too great. It's a T-favored economy, so the fact that the CTs are able to build up bank here isn't great, because it means long term OG are going to be set up for success, and it's really on them to continue on that run of form. Again, Nikodos opening it up, and Fiku coming in from the sandbag. Successful kills to be found. Surely that smoke's going to extinguish the Molotov, and it does, but now his position is known. Nikodos still in his position. Maybe those steps he thinks are Nikodos. It's not Nikodos, because it's his teammate. Nikodos able to just hold and take down Jacob, and blown through the bloom of the smoke. Fiku is able to find Nexa, and Spook has the number of prime claps. What a hold this is. OG, these protocols are absolutely insane. They're locking it in. It's more of the same. 7-1. It's a great performance out here from the European side. Oh, Nikodos onto Jacob. And again, it's like Kenny S. Reminds me of his playstyle a lot. Just being so good at moving in from different bomb sites to be unexpected. Of course, that's typical for an opera, but Nikodos does it so well. Spook does open up, though, has the support of his teammates. Overwhelmed by the Tech 9. Nikodos with AWP, and Chrisen there to stack on a bit of support to ensure that things don't go crazy. Prime taps alone, he's caught by Chrisen, and again, 4 players stay alive. Although that was an eco, it's just pistols there for the T side. It only builds up more and more money on the side of OG, 8-1. And at a minimum, going into the final few stages here of the first half, you're guaranteed at least an 8-4 scoreline, and that is a little bit of a worrying prospect for BC Game, because there's still more to play for. Spraying away, Spook's able to take Jacob. Cypher trades back. So 4-4 start here for BC Game, and the kill doesn't go untraded. OG now has something challenged by. Isn't going to open the smoke. Oh, he catches us Cypher for a split second. He's able to get one. Nexa finds the headshot right back onto Chrisen. And now this is where prime taps can really activate. As soon as these players come out from the library side, surely they could be dead people walking. But that flick is really good from prime taps to shut down Fuzz. But Fiku stays alive and kicking with that kill. And it's left to Nikodos here with a 1-on-2 clutch on his hands. AK-47 in hand. Knock just here with the AK-47, ready to make his way on forward, and there it is. The kill's gonna be found. Oh, spray transfer attempted. A valiant effort, but staying cool under pressure is all it takes here for BC Game to take the round, save the AWP, and they find themselves back on the board here in round number 11. Up banana now. This is what I was talking about what Cypher can do, but it's been counter aggression coming in from OG, and they still want more. Jacob though has pushed forward, and now that should be a trade going on onto Buzz. Seems like OG thought that the presence of a player in towards the apartments would have stopped a push coming in from Jacob to neutralize the pieces here. Shot missed, but it just results in Nexa and Cypher to piece up the pieces of the puzzle. Bomb goes down, it's left onto Kristen here. Wonder what the money will look like if they lose this round. With the final round, the half, an 8-4 scoreline could look likely. Right away, first kill found by Kristen, but Nexa gets the goosh, and that makes it difficult for him to get another. BC Game, they found themselves the key here. We're still here in round number 12, final round and a half, and money's just about good enough here for OG. Bring out a final buy. Everything they could have wanted being brought into the mix, minus a hit on Krisen. Prime taps, AK-47 in hand. Spook is there to trade. There it is, Krisen and Spook again. It's the second mid side. That's so good. And it seems like OG, they just have a switch that they can flip. And it just turns on an absolute destructive force along the server. Nexa alone, 1-on-3. Has the bomb in his control. But getting to one of the bomb sites within the limited time that he has is almost impossible when you have an Opera like Nika does on the opposite angle. How on earth is he going to do this? Has utility. And he has the round as Nika does. Shuts him in the end with the big green. 9-3 half for OG is now. They're looking good to closing this one out possibly. This round getting started here in the second half of Inferno, our decider map. OG getting this pistol could be the first nails in the coffin here for BC Game, and the goosh up just slows down Cypher, puts him and renders him useless in the round. The bomb site is wide open for OG to take. The taps do damage here for Nexa, but damage simply isn't enough. He needs to get kills, and the first one is found. Digits are punched in. Support system ready for the T side. Jump peeking their way on in, and 2 kills straight away here for OG. The flank is forward, but the goosh is there. It's difficult now for Pride Taps because he's on 2 points of health. Him and the CT player and Knock now looking to clutch this one up. Krisen isn't in the best of shape health-wise, but there's no kit on board. They gotta make a move. They gotta make the play, and Knock could be the difference maker. He takes down Fiku. Nikados there, taps away. It's just the 2 points of health left on Prime Taps. He has the flank, but he doesn't have the time. All he can do is give a little bit of damage and dish it out. But what's dished out in the end is an OG round, double digits, as now they look poised for victory. Plenty of action happening into the mid-side. Scouts ring through. 2 kills for Nicodas, but Nock shuts him down. Advantage maintained out here from OG. However, BC Game could make things dicey if push comes to shove. Very silent. Only Nock here in towards A. No G still poking and prodding, waiting for move to be made. Shot rings through. As Buzz strikes to make a move. I don't know if it's Buzz or Fiku. Yeah, I think it was Buzz. Still, you're going to drop in. 35 seconds remaining. Nex is in a perfect position to spoil the party. But that is such a good Molotov. That forces him off the angle. And that CT smoke makes Prime Taps very kind of useless in this position. Unless he can get a spam through the smoke. But more so, he gets spammed himself. 20 seconds to spare. Nex is able to grab 2. But the nade was definitely going to blow him anyway. And Nock left alone, the 1-on-2, headshot found. No, it's not the headshot, but it's enough in the end, tagging away. This scout starts to look like an AWP. Surely you don't want to peek this if you're Fiku. Oh, but I shouldn't doubt this man, because he gets the headshot from long range. OG, and Fiku, what is that? The disrespect. And legs 11 for OG. The ball's on Fiku to push that and peek that man. He would have fallen into just a single shot there to the scout. And that's what happens here. 11 rounds to 3. And look at the buy here on BC Game. It ain't great whatsoever. Force them forward. Mac 10. Not going to fare well up against the 5-7. There's 2 Mac 10 still on board here for OG. So this is essentially a bonus round. I don't think they'll... well, I'll say it should be a round won by them, or a round that they want to win, right? So I want to get this one finished as soon as possible. But BC Game say no. Some kills coming in on their end. Pretty strong advantage for them. And a smoke is dropped. A very well-timed one at that. Seconds to spare now. Zoji looking to make their final decision here in the 15th round. Step's going to be made here. It's essentially a 2-on-2 onto the A site. And time isn't on OG's side. But what is on their side is kind of the positions right now. I really have a feeling these AKs will fare much more than the 5-7, but I don't mind to be proven wrong, and PrimeTaps is proving me wrong as he peppers them down. Great job from him. If PrimeTaps was taken down there, that could have easily been around going the way of OG. PrimeTaps staying composed, looking on multiple jiggle peaks, ensuring that he doesn't fall straight away. That's how you get the round here if you're BC Game. They're first here in the second half. Jacob there spraying away in the CT side. Quick lead up for them in this anti-force buy round, but Buzz is able to get 2, which is going to be equalizing the scoreline here. PC Game, from what was a decent start from them, kill split between the three dead players. It makes it interesting. Chris is now all alone. Taps the bomb, waits for Cypher to peek through. And patience is a virtue. And it wins OG the round. It wins Chris in the round and could win them the map and the series, as now 8 match and series points are available for the European side. Lots of smokes, lots of utility dropped on in. Aggressive plays out from BC Game, postured heavily towards this apartment side. Spraying away Spook onto Cypher to get started. And this finish here onto the B side, Prison right in front of Nexus face. Spraying through the smoke, could he be successful? But jumping up, Nikita is able to take down Nexa. And Fiku should lock this one in. It's a formality, ladies and gentlemen. 1-on-4 from Knock. Unless absolute heroics can come in. This one is a done deal. There you have it, Fiku onto Knock to lock it in from the flank side. A 2-1 victory from OG, and they're going to be your winners out here in Group C. Your decisive winners. What a performance out from them. And we still have more Counter-Strike action to bring you guys as well. What a best of 3. 3 maps that weren't close whatsoever. But what I will say is, all 3 maps had delivered. We had pistol rounds that were going every which way. And loads of different sort of anti-ecos being won. And the protocols were just so sharp from both sides at times. Mainly OG, because they won out Ancient and Inferno there pretty one-sided. And Dust 2 was all BC game, but they couldn't carry it over whatsoever going into our final 3rd map of Inferno. So overall, a pretty good game. And yeah, that's basically our best of 3 sorted out there. We also have another best of 3, which is going to be really exciting. That's going to be ESC Gaming versus Fireflux. So the Polish side up against another European mix. It does have 3 Turkish players. If you want to count Sensei as a Turkish player, that does make Fireflux a Turkish core. But Sensei is representing Austria right now on HLTV. And also Skrunk as well being there in Banjo. Fireflux, a good roster, playing in ECL and an ESC with some, you know, Polish players who have been around the scene. No stranger to CCT, which is pretty cool. But yeah, overall, if we were to recap what we saw in towards this OG and BC game match, what I will say, you know, was a very good affair, a very good performance from OG overall. That Ancient, you know, man, that was very impressive. I didn't know if they were going to be able to dominate like that, like they did against Aurora on BC game, especially having BC game played it on earlier. Could have been a blessing in disguise, if you think of it this way, because OG could have been watching Ancient. And, you know, I was thinking that, but overall, if you look at their map 3, it was absolutely perfect, flawless. And I was saying that was BC Game's map to take, but overall, that's it. That's our first best of 3 done. We're going to head things to a extended break, actually. We have another game in about 36 minutes time. It's going to be at 8 o'clock CET, Central Europe time. So get a snack, get a bit of food, get a bit of water, because that best of 3, our final best of 3 here on the second stream will be fantastic. Check out our other streams as well that are running tournaments concurrently as well. You don't want to miss out. But otherwise, that's it from me. We'll be back in 35 minutes or so, and we'll bring guys to action in just a few moments. We'll see you then.
Do I wanna try? Can I let it go? Running from the past, wanting to be sure. Chaos in my mind, constant deja vu. But every time, it comes back to you.
Our final best of three of today here on the second stream of the CCT broadcast. It's going to be Fireflux versus ESC Gaming. I'm Taylor. I'll be bringing us action here of our final game of the day. We had a banger. OG versus BC Game, in which OG won it out 2-1. A new look lineup with Nikodos looking quite promising. Really excited to see what this last best of three has to deliver. Of course, we had 4 best of threes today, and I've been taking you to the latter of the 4 games. Of course, we started with Eyeballers versus Aurora, the loser's game of what I had casted yesterday morning, in which Eyeballers had lost the BC game and Aurora had lost to OG. From what I saw yesterday, I didn't know who was going to win out. Eyeballers really performed well yesterday, but Aurora got the better of them. Followed by Rush B versus Rebels, another loser's game happening in Group B. Rush B were able to take them over the line, a 2-0 victory up against the Polish side. And of course, the game that had just gone by, BC Game versus OG. 3 maps needed, but none of the maps were close whatsoever, and we ended up finding ourselves here, ESC Gaming versus Fireflux. So great job. It's going to be a good game for sure, but honestly, if I was to, say stuff on its own, what I will say is Fireflux, they're definitely the favorites going, here. They have much more reps going on and whatnot, but here is the lineup. It's Banjo, it's Banjo, Skrunk, Paz, Soulfly, and Sensi. You can say that this is just a Turkish lineup, but obviously there's no Turkish core per se, because Sensi represents Austria, so technically it's a European lineup, but honestly it's right to say it's a Turkish core. But yeah, Skrunk is German, Paz is Turkish, Soulfly is Turkish, Banjo is Finnish, and Sensei is Austrian, and then he's also Turkish as well at the same time, but he chooses to represent Austria. Yeah, good roster all round. People do call them mini Sangal, mainly because of the fact that the pieces of the puzzle here did come a lot from Sangal as well. And then we have Banjo, in the mix, a young Finnish prospect. Nori Osuya is what they used to call Sergey back in the day, young kind of rifler. Yeah, pretty good job from him recently. But yeah, that's all I have to really say about Farflux. We have ESC Gaming as well. It's an interesting lineup, right? Because it is a Polish side. It is Amsalem, who is representing Israel, and then you have Masked, Mary, Samian, Baimi. The rest of those pieces coming in from Poland. So interesting that they've just brought Amsalem in. I wonder. I've been really interested to see how that has really panned out, for them communication-wise on the server. Amsalem, of course, I think it was at RMRs that he competed with Drillas, which was only Pixel's lineup. But the rest of the squad here, they've been coming around from various areas of the Polish squads. Baimi coming in from Enterprise, you can see that on his jersey, but he's also come from, I believe, PGE Turov, if I'm not mistaken. And you have Mast as well, who played for Illuminar back in the day, and then you can see on his jersey as well, he played for Permita. Mary as well, coming in from Los Cogutos. And then Sami coming in from Sangal. So he is kind of, it's a little bit familiar for him. Playing against the Farflux side. But yeah, that's basically, the ESC Gaming lineup. Just an overview of what we have here in our game today. It all really comes down to what maps we play, really, because, these sides, if they just are comfortable, that's what we have here. Looking at the maps, I think the permabans are pretty easy. Nuke is a map that literally Farflux do not play, and Ancient is a map that ESC Gaming don't play. But where things get interesting is the fact that Farflux do play Train and ESC Gaming do not. But it seems like Farflux are going to go in for that Inferno pick, which is going to be interesting. And then Mirage going in for ESC Gaming. So yeah, that's interesting enough. Wondering what the picks are like. Yeah, so Farflux picked Inferno, ESC picked Mirage. Yeah, so these are actually good maps for Farflux. Let me just check the percentages real quick. Farflux on Inferno is what, 46% on 13 maps, and ESC Gaming have one map on it, which is not really the greatest, if I will say so myself. And Mirage is a map, 47% win rate in 15 maps here for Farflux, and then 60% in 5 maps for ESC, so pretty close overall. And from looking at the past history from ESC Gaming, they don't really have that many reps as a team on HLTV, although they've been playing a lot of CCT. Yeah, but other than that, that was a, good sort of run from them. They also, are listed under Los Cogutos because the core is technically carried over, so any games from Los Cogutos are actually drawn into the name of ESC Gaming on HLTV as well, which is pretty interesting. But then we have Anubis as a decider. Looking at the percentages, Farflux have a 69% win rate in 26, while ESC have a 60% win rate in 5. Thing is, Farflux have a lot more reps, and that's just testament to how hard they've been working. They play ESL Challenger League. They also play, all the CCTs as well, which kind of add to their experience. But don't count out ESC Gaming. They've also played quite a bit of Counter-Strike. They play Yala Compass as well, which is a tournament of a similar caliber. But what makes Farflux, or what makes ESL or ESL Challenger League a little bit more prestigious, is the fact that it's the direct qualifier for ESL Pro League, and we've seen kind of what ESL Pro League has to offer. Honestly, in terms of developing some raw talent, and I think we saw that especially during the online era. Mind you, this is the Group D winners match. They meet after winning their opening game. ESC Gaming and Farflux, of course, they won their previous matches, so that's how they meet up here. Farflux ranked much higher at 63, I believe. ESC are at 140. Of course, it doesn't really mean much because the VRS rankings update once a month, which isn't all too often. But yeah, like I said, Farflux, they've just been playing through ESL Challenger League Europe, which has been great experience for them. I've always been seeing them playing matches, guaranteed high level, high caliber matches every week as well. But ESC with Yellow Compass also has been interesting as well, because that does end up in a LAN in the end in like Qatar or any of the Middle Eastern areas. It depends where they're feeling it, but I think it's in Doha this year, so it'll be interesting to see how that one pans out. But yeah, both teams are in a mixed bag of results. If I look at Farflux, they had a 4-game losing streak 3 weeks ago, where they lost to Ecstatic, Betera, OG, and K27. And then since then, after they've recovered from it, they've been 3 for 5 in terms of best of threes. And then if I look at ESC's last 5 matches, they are 2 for 5, and those teams are of lower caliber. So that is a little bit worrying, but it's not like the caliber is so different that it doesn't matter. The caliber is definitely comparable. Even themselves, they had a 4-game losing streak, which was about a month ago. They lost to Wopa. That was a big loss, actually. It was like 13-6 on one of the maps on it. And then Spirit Academy, OG, and Sashi. So their level of opponents are very, very similar to what Farflux did have as well. But we're getting started on Inferno. It's going to be our first map, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be very, very exciting. We ended on Inferno in our previous series, but we start on it here. So almost feels like it's round number 25 going into this one. Here we go. I'm gonna peek on through. Nobody gonna be there. Farflux gonna spread out and head towards the B side of things. Good information now being garnered by Amsalem. He also has Skrunk towards the T-Ramp side. I think Skrunk was part of that alternate attacks roster back in the day. I think I can vividly remember him from ESL Meisterschaft. Now, of course, the regional ESL events are gone. So don't see much of him anymore in that dock region. It's back here in all Europe events. Peeks through from Sammy. Pancho is waiting for him to over-aggress a little bit. Is that the case? That's the question. Pancho is pushed forward slightly. Headshot is going to be found. 45 seconds to spare. Farflux are with the advantage. Don't make the way forward. Sensi is going to meet Mast, it seems. Great patience out from Farflux. It's garnered them 2 quick kills and complete access onto the A bomb site. That's Skrunk as well, putting pressure onto the B site as well. And he's wrapping around onto CT. Is this a save call that's going to come in from ESC Gaming? It seems like it might just be. Farflux are completely alone on this A bomb site. And you already have Skrunk wrapped around all the way in spawn. He's going to get checked here. Subsequently taken down by Amsalem, but that's just going to be the kill that they were looking for. They knew he was here. Other than that, that's the round done. They're not going to be able to go for this. No kit. There's nothing on them. It was a gamble. A play to stay stubborn with the rotates, and ultimately works out perfectly for Farflux. Just to let you know, we have currently on our broadcast, we have, you know, the Europe Series 18 playoffs going away. It's Navi Junior versus Gun 5, where Navi Junior currently 1-0 up. That's being brought to you by my lovely colleagues in Nexus and Over, along with JRT on the analyst desk. Head on over there. There's plenty of Counter-Strike action there. The 1-0 start here for Farflux. We're ready to get started. Smoke can be dropped down in the front of Nana. Molotov as well, deep into the barrels. chill, pretty quiet approach to the C side out here from Farflux. A complete juxtaposition from what we saw in the previous series on Inferno between OG and BC Game. Lots of nades dropping on in, but it doesn't do any damage. None of the CT players are in those positions whatsoever. 55 seconds remaining. They're ready to start pushing on through. Tilly gonna drop on in surely. 40 seconds remaining on the clock. These guys love draining the clock, it seems. There's just been absolutely nothing. Just haven't been going on the server. Finally, the first point of contact comes through. That's Buy Me taken down on the elevated position. Caused the rotate to come in back here from Amsterdam, but it's going to be an A-side push. There's still two bodies in this area. Amsterdam damaged up. He's taken down by Skrunk, and now onto the right-hand side. Skrunk looking for some more, cutting out the rotates, and that's the round done. Starbucks take a lot of time on the clock to make a decision, but it works out perfectly the second time around because all 5 players stay alive nonetheless. Just looking to save this FAMAS. Will be able to do so successfully. Farflux nowhere near to be able to do any damage to him. But still, very methodical approach to the T side here from Farflux. Players in apartments here for the CT side. Maybe Banjo can do something. He's gonna be heard. He's gonna be so patient, taking out Mats for the first kill and spraying away. Gonna get the second. Reap what you sow. We can get a third kill, and that would farm a lot of cash here with the Mac 10. And it doesn't matter in the end. This could be another flawless round out here from Farflux. Brilliant approach to the round. Brilliant approach to the game. And the T side of Inferno showing why they picked it, because they have been so methodical, so tactical, so controlled in their approach and everything. It's been damn impressive so far the way they've started, even though it's only the first 3 rounds. I'm liking what I'm seeing here from Farflux side. Get a long range headshot. Denies the possibility of a flawless round, but it doesn't matter. In the end, Az was immediately there to trade. 3-0 start here for the... I don't know if it's correct to say Turkish core. Because, like, if Sensi does decide to represent Austria, right? You know, it's a little bit of a different story. He has represented himself in Turkish lineups before, so I think it's a fair thing to say. First real rifle on rifle round. Full utility and no concessions this time. Pa's gonna get peppered through the smoke. Pash over, there's 3 players up on Banana. Lots of utility on here. We try and get him out of there. He's burning in the incendiary. Yet Paz is still able to get the kill. Sensi looking to support, and he pushes forward, punishes Mast. And this is such a good Banana attack coming in from Farflux. Sensi forcing his way on through. 5-on-2 situation, and again Farflux with an opener that is too hot to contend with an ESC. They're gonna have to be left saving. Banjo with the lurk as well could do some further damage, but the B side is completely open for the taking, and the round is finished out here from the Farflux side. And they're just going to go hunting. They have plenty of money for days for this. Just hurts there. Now Sammy, Amsalem left alone, and all 5 players staying alive. Great job out here from Farflux. This is so damn impressive. They're building a lot of money in the bank account as well. Oh, who's boss here on Inferno? Same old methodical start to every round here from Farflux, dropping in that utility, playing the waters here. Best of maneuvers coming onto that banana side, and D side now looking to counter this by dropping a flash of their own and forcing away on through. And Soulfly, quick 2k spray transfer to shut it all down here for that CT side. And Bancho looking to get another one to the tally, taking out Amsalem, and everything is falling apart. And everyone is staying alive for this T side. Everything is just going their way. This just must feel absolutely fantastic here if you're Farflux. Just getting everything you want. Through, Barry just going to be limited to just a single frag, and Paz shuts him down in the end. Again, another round where 4 more players stay alive. There's going to be a point here that I expect ESC Gaming to just call a timeout if Farflux are able to get another round on the board. Flashes out, and once again Soulfly finding success, a bit of team damage in the meanwhile, but still the pushes are just so successful. This is a full gun round, mind you, and again they get started with a 5-on-3. Bancho, I think here if he does overstep the mark, this could put things back in the balance here for ESC Gaming, and this is a good setup for them. It's all about how Farflux can approach this, and Bancho in a great position. He's poised to take him out here. Pushes out, peeks on through, spraying through the pillar. First kill found. He knows that Amsalem is there. He's not able to get more than just 2. And it's weird to say just 2 because that was a valiant defense, but just the advantage for Farflux was there. They could afford to do so. Fell by mass. That's the first one of 3. That's a bit more damage to the economy of Farflux, but look at everyone on that squad above $10,000 aside from Soulfly, and he's still alive and kicking. Expect him to get over that 5-figure mark going into round number 6. Mass knows his days are numbered. He's just gonna poke and prod. Banjo's all the way here. He's gonna try and be a little bit sneaky with the defuse, but Banjo is there. And he's going to survive the detonation of the bomb as well. No problem for Farflux. It's a huge run, 6-0. And like I said, you need to call a timeout here if you're ESC. Got to stop this momentum. In any sport where there's a timeout, you know, the sport that I'm most familiar with is basketball. Once a team starts getting a run, you just got to call a timeout. You got to stop the run. spraying through the smoke. Drop deep in Banana to stop them from getting control, but it hasn't stopped Farflux whatsoever. It's been a very, very strong start out here from the Turkish side. Certain apartments, again, elevated position for Amsalem. Now this is a real opportunity now for ESC Gaming to get around the board. Paz taken down courtesy of Amsalem. Advantage obtained by ESC Gaming. Of course, he only has the right. He's the only one with the rifle here on the CT side, so he's going to be looking for some more. Skrunk holding this right-hand side position. What's the timing going to be like? Surely he's going to check it. This is how he fell in the piss round. He's not going to check it though. Skrunk has his number, and that's the rifle out the round here for the CT side. And they're even just waiting for other players to push. It seems Farflux are ready for anything that comes their way. They'll need to pick up the bomb, however. 35 seconds to spare, and there's 2 players left onto this B bomb site. Surely they decide to go towards A. That's where they got the kill, and that's where they know that there's only one player here, it seems, based on the amount of utility dropped and based on the amount of action that was happening in towards Banana side. We go making our way forward. Soulfly looking to entry on in, but look at the pincer maneuver coming from the players down in long. Even with a pistol, even if ESC Gaming, Sammy could just lock in at A side and hit every single shot possible with a headshot, it still wouldn't have been enough. 7-0 scoreline to open up the half is absolutely crazy, and it's only just getting worse because these rounds are just so clean. 3, 4, 5 players staying alive every single time. You just take away from what ESC can even do to your economy at this point. Sure, Jaime can get a kill, but when you have 10k in the bank account, you're not even looking at damage against this side. You're looking to just find weapons for yourself to carry over into the next round. They're just not even staying alive. They're getting overwhelmed. Every single angle. Like I said, come on. You just gotta get a timeout here. Gotta talk it through, honestly. Masha's utility over. Oh, but that's better from ESC Gaming. What a way to get started. Courtesy of a HE. 2 kills off the back of that, and they get underway perfectly. Silence now as Farflux look to recalibrate and recalculate where they want to go. But HE really derailed their plans completely. A minute to spare on the clock. Farflux are no stranger to spending more time. What I love about Farflux right now is their ballsy play to go to the B side where Baimi and Mask were able to get those 2 kills with the HE. Baimi spraying away, doesn't hit the shot, gonna back away. That Molotov, that Incendiary, good on the position, but Incendiary doesn't trump the Molotov dropped in. Ash out, dropping in more utility to force away on through. Good nade onto Baimi's position in towards quad. Surely, Pancho gets taken down, and he does get taken down. The rest of the bodies are here. ESC, this is their round to take. And there you go. There you have it. ESC are finally back here to take it. Another round on the board. It's a 7-1 start here for Farflux. dropped onto the left side. Amsalem going to be hearing towards pit. We'll see how he holds this one down. The T side look to be ready to drop in and towards this A site. Again, Farflux gonna take their sweet time here, make sure everything is perfect in attacking onto the site, but the downside is he seem to have caught on to this, and they have bodies towards this side of the map. Finally taking down, that splits off the rotates possibly. Soulfly dropping down onto Absalem's head. He's shut down, and another kill coming on in. It's just Mary alone, but he can't do anything about it. He's only limited to just a single frag. And even with that many bodies onto the A side, it's simply not enough. Bomb is down, and now that's the round done. Farflux with an 8. And another round where 4 players stay alive. It's absolutely insane how dominant these guys are, and it just builds more money onto their bank account. There it is. Scrunk shuts down Mast. It's around and towards the apartment side. Punished again. So coming into the latter end of this first half here, Farflux really bringing the heat on the server. Living up to their name. First half as dominant as ever. Bai's going to come in for ESC. Lose this and you're down to a half buy once again. Should be seeing a 10-1 scoreline if that's the case, so you'd be wanting to win this one, but I think it goes deeper than that. EC just need more than just a single round. They need a streak of rounds put together, if anything. Dropped onto their position. Spraying away by Paz, looking to wallbang. Doing it out again. Spraying away, and Scrunk has gotten 2 kills courtesy of the Molotov. And now Paz is holding the right angle, has to get this kill, and he will do so perfectly. 4 on 2, and it's only just that single kill found by Mary. Amsterdam in the same position in the pit side. He got destroyed here earlier on. Can he hold it down once again? No Incendiary to force him out the position, but it doesn't matter. It just gets a bit of damage. 4 players stay alive once again. It's just Master alone, almost like a repeat of the last round. Get this first kill here, but he can't. It's just everything going right here for Fireflux. It's impossible to explain. Nothing can be found by ESE. And like I said, if Fireflux won that previous round, it was going to be a low buy from ESE, so certainly looking like the real possibility here. The real scenario going into this one. 11-1 seems to be also possibly on the cards. Running through. See, what ESC Gaming have been doing that hasn't been that successful is they assume Farflux don't have map control. Or they assume, ESC assume they have map control if they just till he's in. Sammy's position is known as he burns away in the Molotov. 1 dig and the 5-7 on the other side is successful. But is it a meat grinder here, possibly here for the T side? They know the bodies are here, so they're gonna head their bets towards that B bomb site. But look, it's gonna be Mast in this position. Nade's gonna be dropped on his area. It's gonna be chip damage for now. This crossfire established out here from EC is looking quite nice. Only thing limiting them is their weapons and a possibility of pass to get a couple of kills here. Sammy gonna get caught off guard and he peeks through and that's A side open and now it's all gone wrong. Mast left alone and it's all shattered into pieces. Fireflux with another. There it is. 1 round and a half is looking good for an 11-1 scoreline. Money down in the drain for ESC, and Eco can't even save them in the previous round, really. They're going to be lacking utility, left, right, and center, and kits. So they got to hope that Fireflux don't get that bomb down. And what I will say is Fireflux never really had to get that bomb down. They've just been getting the kills, really, if anything. Fast moves coming into this mid side. They just really haven't needed to do anything here in terms of mid side. They throw that utility just to make sure. It's really been such a rough game. Sammy with 1 kill. Maybe here in this elevated position he can do something, but it's been a position held every single time by ESC and it just hasn't really found much success. It's a little bit of an issue here. Maybe he's Mary. Makes his way forward, peeks through, gets punished. Spraying looking for some more. Spraying on by me. Mast able to finally get something. Down to a 3-on-3, but look at the position of Bancho. He's been waiting, biding his time. He knows he's in towards this middle section. Spraying away, success found. They're going to be heading their bets towards B, it seems, but as Mast is going to be there. He spotted out, doesn't even get the kill. It's absolutely domed by Banjo as he rotates back to the A site. At that half, 11-1. Into this one. Wow, man, this is just crazy what I'm seeing so far. Soulfly is going to disconnect. It's going to be a tech pause, actually. But, so, just looking to get that one fixed. Soulfly's back in the server just to reconnect, and we're going to be sorted now. Hopefully. Just looking at the other games happening right now. Rather just a single game on our main stream. The playoffs, the quarterfinals of our CCT Season 2 Europe Series 18. It's Navi Junior versus Gun 5. Navi Junior in a great run of form. They actually beat Ents 2-0 yesterday, which was pretty exciting. Pretty dominant game as well on Mirage. 13-3 victory. Mind you, you shouldn't underestimate Ents. They have fantastic IGL in Glaive. Historic 4-time major winning IGL. Just, mind you, a lot of respect on his name. The young squad able to pull through, and they're winning right now pretty easily against Gun 5. 13-6 on Mirage, and they're up 8-4 on Ancient. Now 8-6. Being brought to you live. The other end here, but he keeps continuously dying. He's crashing. He's joining the server and leaving every single time, so we get that sorted. Soulfly just has a little bit of internet issue, so hopefully that gets sorted sooner rather than later. But you can see the replays here of the first half towards the latter stages. It's just been a fantastic start from them. Bringing the heat to those guys every single time. This was their apartments play, and then he was able to get the kill in towards the mid side afterwards. Banjo was just always ready. You see Banjo here. First kill found, and then he was able to turn around and get the second. Yeah, but overall, I don't think it's momentum breaking if this, you know, I don't think it's momentum breaking. This tech pause continues a little bit longer. Farflux are just so far ahead that I don't think it really matters all that much in the grand scheme of things. Just waiting here for this to be sorted out. Soulfly back on the server. Hopefully he's here to stay. He's moving. Seems ready. Hopefully that means we're back live and underway with our second half. And the match is unpaused indeed, as I can confirm from our admins over on the production side. Tapping away. Just bringing the heat here. Full of confidence here, Farflux. And the kills are there. 3 kills for the 1 trade out from Absalem. Paz is going to wait. Take down Absalem. It's left on to Buy Me all alone to try and clutch this one out. He tags up. Does a bit of damage. But that's all she wrote here for the T side. It continues on. The run of form. 12-1. This one is looking to be a quick affair, ladies and gentlemen. It seems to be one really in favor of Farflux. And, you know, as I was saying earlier on, I knew that Farflux were going to be favored pretty heavily into this game. And in terms of the veto that did come out, yeah, but 12-1 is very poor. Considering, you know, how clean these rounds have been. It's almost like they're just not on their level right now. And, you know, you do have those games sometimes, but never knew it'd be this bad. Shotgun here for Samey. Finds success. And Nova really finding the mark there. Pushing on forward. It's Paz with M4 to try and recover this. Long range with the Nova can do a bit of damage, but he's going to get eliminated. There's an MP9 on Mask. He has picked up, but not really going to make much use of it as he backs off away. HP on Buy Me as well after all those battles. Salim into this battle. He's going to back away off that, and 2 kills coming in simultaneously, make that a 3rd. As Mary's on the left-hand side, it's all on Absalem. Again, a 1-on-4. This one is finished, ladies and gentlemen. His days are numbered. He's going to fall by the wayside. We're going to have to send things to Mirage, map number 2, see if Farflux can continue. And that's a 13-1. Only a measly 1 round won by ESC Gaming. No challenge whatsoever here, and if anything, very good victory on their end. I'm really happy to see Farflux performing at such a high level. Yeah, brilliant performance from them all round. Moving on to Mirage, it's not really going to be... I'm not really hopeful for Farflux right now, or for ESC Gaming, excuse me, right now. That is just way too one-sided for my liking. And then if you look at Mirage as a map, statistically, ESC, that's their best map, but they've only played 5 maps, you know, on HLTV. And who did they play? They played Wopa twice, they played Astralis Talent, they played Chimera and Leo, and 3 of those maps were back in December 23rd of December, 22nd of December, and 18th of December, they weren't even ESC Gaming. They're counted as Los Cogutos because of the core that was carried over. And their last game as Los Cogutos, they lost 0-13 to Wopa, who are a team that you shouldn't really be losing to 13-0. And they've had close games overall up against opposing sides. They've won against Leo 13-10. They lost to Chimera 13-11. So they've been close, even though they found some sort of success, which really isn't great whatsoever. And when you look at the side of Farflux, they have 15 maps, 47% win rate, but they've been beating some really good teams in ESL Challenger League on Mirage. They have much higher level of opposition. I'm feeling much more on the favor of Farflux, and they have the momentum behind them. But I'm speaking a little bit too ahead of myself. I think the best way to find out is seeing the actual map for itself. That's going to be DE Mirage. We're going to be seeing that in about 10 minutes or so. When we're back, we'll bring you guys action. We'll see you in just a few moments. We'll see you then. Could this be the final map here in our best of 3 between Farflux and ESC Gaming? It was a 13-1 on Inferno, the map pick of Farflux, and ESC are looking to take it back a notch by taking Mirage to send things to a map number 3, possibly of Anubis, I believe. Yeah, that was a very one-sided affair on Inferno. If you didn't catch that, it was it's absolutely insane, literally. And it's not like the rounds were close or anything. Those rounds were like 4 players, 5 players staying alive for Farflux every single time. And that's just, yeah, just ain't great, is it? And then Mirage as well. Like, percentage-wise, it's better for ESC, but ESC have played 5 maps on HLTV, and 3 of them are back in December. And yes, they're actually 1 for 1 as of late, so it's not really a good way to judge it. Farflux, on the other hand, is slightly less high percentage. It's not as good as them, but their level and their caliber of opponents are much better. They're playing teams in ESL Challenger League, in CCT. Meanwhile, if I look at the ESC previous games, it's events of in the tier below back in December. It's not really all too great, is it? So I feel like I'm a little bit skewed in terms of my opinion based on what I saw in map number 1. But if ESC Gaming are going to get dominated like that in Inferno, it only seems right that that percentage differential between Farflux and ESC is made up by the fact that Farflux are on fire. Their protocols, their calls are on point. They've been so accurate in their calls that it's pretty impressive. I'm excited to see what they're able to bring to the table for the final few moments here of today here. This could easily be a 2-0 in just a few moments. And I've just got word here, our game is going to be live. It's going to be DE Mirage here, ladies and gentlemen. Will it be Farflux closing this one out in a swift 2-0 fashion? Or will ESC make things interesting by heading things over to Anubis? Have to see. This round always very important. It's a big litmus test to see what comes through. And I have to say, every single time we have this round, it's very, very important in MR12 in the current state of the economy of CS. Got to be winning those pistol rounds if you want to be winning rounds and games swiftly. First player spotted out. Skrunk here with the USP, looking to get ready. Glock looking to spam away. He's going to be there, but Farflux ready for the retake position, and they get all started nicely in the retake. As soon as that bomb goes down, the first headshot goes away with Sensi. There is a kid on Skrunk. Make sure you got to stay alive, but Soulfly gets shut down in the murder hole. Upgrade to the USP. Glock here for Amsterdam, coming in from the Palace side. This is a much better approach here, coming from the ESC Gaming side. There's a player in underpass that is unaccounted for. This round surely is going to be done. His mask comes in from behind, but he's diffusing in the smoke. Oh no, that is not great. Oh no, it ain't great whatsoever. The kit is enough, and Farflux robbed that round. Sure, Mask gets the kill, makes it costly, makes it difficult to reinvest. But what's most important at the end of the day is that they win the round, and Farflux absolutely steal it away. Spraying away. Sammy already damaged up heavily with the scout, not being able to return any damage himself. Wait, Skrunk, 79, and Sensi and Paz combining here with the rifles. By me with 1. Got the plant, so they were able to invest pretty nicely there. Farflux with the 2-0 start, looking to add upon it. They can definitely do so here, up against the eco of ESC Gaming. seems to be more the same. Amsalem into that mid side. Soulfly has the kill. 5-on-4 situation to get started. Race through Skrunk onto Samey. 5-on-3. Jump spots here. Maybe Bami can catch something off, but as soon as he lets off those warning shots, the jump spot is going to be stopped momentarily. This player's so damn low. It's masked as well. He has the bomb. Not going to be able to do much here. It's just an eco anyway. Well, here for Sensi. First round. Sensi able to find the last 2 kills. A pretty uneventful round there. All 5 players staying alive here on the anti-eco. There you have it. Starting to feel a little bit of deja vu from the first map, and it's not really close whatsoever. These rounds, keeping 3-4 players alive is not great. That nade does a decent amount of damage, but he's able to beat the Sinew. He's dropping on his position. He getting the headshot to open up proceedings here, but can they convert upon that? This player's right below, but Soulfly is so patient. Hopefully he doesn't turn around, and he doesn't. Stays put there. Samey in a wide open position. Samey down, and Sensi, oh my goodness, just spring away. Surely now find something. Amsalem able to get 1, but he's so low. 3 points of health, and the flank is here as well. He's running, he's making so much noise, he's even reloading. This is the round done. Amsalem, say goodnight, say goodbye. Your days are numbered. He falls by the wayside. Fireflux with another booming round. Shutting it down. Shutting down the economy of ESC Gaming. This looks to be a series that could be done in a matter of moments once again. And like, usually, if it started off like this, I wouldn't think too much. I'd be like, okay, no problem. But this is looking the exact same as what we saw in Inferno. Rounds are clean. ESC are just handing everything over to Fireflux. And if you look at our odds, it's not even as one-sided as it seems. Down, looking to push forward. Only the pistols here for ESC, aside from Amsalem and Baimyu have afforded good weapons, good deagle frag. That could be the opener. 3 kills on a whim here for ESC. And surely they don't throw this one away. There's rifles to be retrieved now. Really all too much here though. ESC Gaming. Aside from the numbers, so they should be able to convert this. Samey gonna make his way on forward. He's the one here with the deagle. He has a kill of his own with the deagle. Could be the head spotted here. Samey jumping forward. First kill found. Amsalem has to get the trade, but he's not gonna be able to do so. Whipping out the USP. Oh no! It's thrown away again. A 2-on-4 situation, and it's gone the way of Fireflux. They just waltzed into the crosshairs with the waiting jungle players punishing these guys. Really having a field day right now. (5-0) here for Fireflux. They're looking to continue on that run of form. This time they're getting started on their CT side more than anything. Last time it was their map pick, so they got started on that T side. Headshot first found by Samey onto Soulfly to get underway. Pass now. Gonna peek through. Clicks down, headshot onto Mary. Neutralize the number straight away after ESC get an advantage. And there have been 3 rounds now, I believe, that ESC have started off with the advantage, and they haven't been able to convert. Maybe this time they can, because Absalem punishes Skrunk. Another 4-on-2 situation. This is looking much better here for the CT, for the T side. Oh, but I said that too soon, did I? It's gone down to a 2-on-2. It's absolutely crazy now. ESC, they got an advantage, and it's just gone down the drain straight away. Macho peeking here. Long range angle. Finally, Absalem with it. And he's keeping his team alive. He's been fragging out here. Raj seems to be his domain. Finally, ESC are able to find themselves around. Molotov down, and pass up on his position to the right hand side. It's going to be taken down by Mast. Better time, better plays into the middle section, looking to recover. Sensi and Soulfly combined to take down 2 players in middle. Scrambling again. Good start, gone to waste it seems, and ESC are going to have to go the long way again in terms of getting some of this back. And Skrunk's able to take down Mary. Samey down onto the right hand side with the AWP. To get it, and now Samey peeking through. Soulfly just there. Oh, he misses the shot. Flash made it difficult for him to get the kill, but I thought that was going to be his to take. Left trying to recover, forces Sensi into the line of fire. He's able to catch him off guard. There's going to be another kill coming in from By Me, and now it's flipped its head. Fireflux down to a 2-on-2. What was a 4-on-2 situation in their favor. Now they can plant onto the A bomb site. Bancho can upgrade to a rifle if needs be. There's a smoke down in connector, so no vision going to be spotted. Samey's a little bit too far open here onto the mid side. I know there's a smoke down, but bad timing could kind of break this round for them. He's up in towards stairs finally. Do they expect him to be here at this moment in time? They're clearing out this ramp side. They know that they got to be CT or stairs. Spotted out already. Bullets landing. Smoke down. Nade's gonna come through. Doesn't do enough damage onto Samey, but it forces him out into a different angle. Missed op shot out from Samey as he's taken down. It's just By Me left alone. The bomb's not planted for him. Doesn't even have a Molotov to flush them out the bomb site as well. Have to rely something else. Getting the kills, but it doesn't matter when Skrunk's able to find it. AWP saved. And the round saved. As Farflux, they get another. And they're not going to let that single round found by ESC deter them from getting more of their own. It's 6-1. Round started, you know, Mass and Absalem coming from the flank side. You see, these are going to be the next 2 rounds of play where advantages were kind of thrown away. Absalem getting these 2 kills to win out their first round was pretty good. Rest of the story has been this out here. Samey onto Sensi in this clutch from a 4-on-2 down to a 2-on-2. Pretty good on their end. Looking to get warmed up and underway. Molotov gonna be down, and Skrunk gonna push forward here. They're gonna expect it. There's a player behind and in front of him. Oh my god. They kiss in the smoke essentially, and Skrunk's able to take down Mary. Now peeking through from the connector. Player Mast and Sammy able to get kills of their own. They know that there's another player there, but Amsalim is going to get caught off guard by Sensi. There's another player into the palace side. Sensi is really open here. Peek going to come through here from by me, and surely that's going to mean his demise here, Sammy. Or Sensi, excuse me. It's now a 2-on-2 situation. These rounds are a lot closer than what we saw previously on Inferno, but nonetheless still one-sided at times, but 2-on-2. We've seen this plenty of times before here from both sides, and oh, he snuck up onto stairs. Oh, he spots him out this time. I think they spotted both. Sure, they're out. Bimey gets the kill. CT player is there, and he's going to be down here, but the bomb is onto the B site, so Anjo will need to make his way forward pretty fast, if I do say so myself. Joe heading fast. Master has a flash. Banjo has no kit, but has a little bit of utility under his belt. Banjo moving around. Stomping, making plenty of noise. He wraps through. Mas looking to keep on forward here, and he's surely going to get the kill here. He doesn't know where he is. He thinks he's in apartments. He's looking the wrong way. Surely spot the arm out. Oh, he didn't. Just heat the moment. Banjo doesn't know. Brilliantly played by Mast. Staying composed to ensure Banjo is going to get enough information for the kill. 6-2 here for Farflux. Fairly silent thus far to get started in this round. I'm in the underpass position, ready for any Farflux players to be waiting. Creeping their way on forward. MP9 here for Paz. Holding on that short side. Flash is going to be out. Entries onto the A site. Good start out here. That's going to be the A site falling into pieces. The save. Come through out here from Farflux. This force buy hasn't been able to do much, but at least that's pretty good here from the ESC Gaming side, because they should get a fourth off the back of this as well. Impressive on their end. They can continue like this, but still Farflux with a solid start on the CT side. At least they have a draw on cards here. There it is. Detonation of C4 signifies that third round on the board is found by ESC. Like I said, should be able to get a fourth on the board as a result. Away, looking to get started. Smoke down into the window side, nothing much happening, just a eco Farflux luckily enough they're able to save, so they are able to bring a little bit more than usual into a round, make it interesting possibly. Utility gonna be down, ESC looking to decide where they want to go. This side provides them with a lot of flexibility, but there are a lot of bodies here for Farflux. I know some of these players around like pawns on a chessboard, but that is not a great start here for ESC Gaming. And like I said, the weapons that they did have could have made it interesting and has become quite interesting. They're right below the apartment side already. They probably think that there's a stack into the mid side. Damage has been dealt. Banjo is able to get a kill with the 5-7, spamming away, and Amsterdam is able to get the kill right back. AWP chipping in for a kill of his own, but there's a flank coming in. That's Skrunk. Ooh, wall banks him into oblivion and switches the rifles, able to find the kill, and now it's down to Soulfly in a one-on-one. He's wrapping around, he's so close, but Soulfly still gets it. Farflux, a very close round here, but it doesn't matter. They didn't bring anything into that round, just the saved weapons from the previous one, and ESC Gaming, their misery seems to continue despite finding a little bit more success than what we saw in Inferno. Soulfly pushing up here with the M4. Making his way on forward. Mask is going to be there to the left-hand side. Flash to come through. Soulfly is beaten at smoke, and he has beaten Mast as well. 4 bullets in the chamber. 4 players from where that came. Probably waiting for the smoke to dissipate. He's right in front, jumps down, and he's going to be taken down by Samey. Trying to head right through past the connector section. Neutral scoreline here as things settle down into a 4-on-4. Farflux player is leaning towards the A site. Peek through Samey onto Skrunk. Still going to be found. It's a 4-on-2 situation. Samey. Bomb's going to be down, right in front. Banjo is going to be there. It's just Sensi alone in a 1-on-4. Flick up, missed, jumps up. And that's going to be the round. Done. Have to hide here. There's a player in a murder hole that was waiting for him. He's going to peek out here and he's going to fall in just a few moments. Head spotted, and By Me shuts him down in the end. So interesting to see the economy here of Farflux. Went to the final round and a half, and yeah, they have absolutely nothing. It was a bit of a risk for them. D shots hitting through. One around the half course, Farflux already ensuring a lead at the end of the half. Nonetheless, maximizing it would be great. And ESC getting a solid enough T side start out, considering the start that came through from Farflux being like 5-0 up. Very silent. ESC are trying to play kind of the T side that Farflux brought to the table on Inferno. Just dwindling that block down as far as they can, just to garner as much information as they can possibly. Soulfly sprays away, he gets the first kill onto Mast, and it wouldn't be great here to lose out to a less than ideal buy out from the CT side, and 2 kills immediately on a whim here for Farflux. Soulfly is pretty damn low, but the rotates can start to come in. There's 3 players here onto the B side, and you can see here, Sensi is helping out here. Mary turns around, is able to take down pass, but Sensi is ready. Oh my goodness, Sensi! Another kill in the round. That's 3 kills in total, and it's all samey to try and clutch this one down. He jumps right into the crosshair of Sensi. 4 kills, and that is a commanding way to ensure the pistols aren't even needed on your eco, on your force buy into the final round and a half. It's 8-4 here for Fireflux, looking to close this one down. Sees Barry has some internet issues himself. A technical pause just to bring him back. We had it with Soulfly earlier on. See how that first half had panned out here. Solid enough. Now for Fireflux, more than enough. This is their opponent's map pick, by the way. They have to get an 8-4 half. It's pretty interesting. At least ESC are showing some sort of fight. 4 rounds were won by Fireflux through winning ecos. So ESC could have definitely made it much closer than it should have been. And considering Fireflux did end up getting the pistol in the end, I think that long streak at the start. Seems like they're restarting CS here. And it seems like he's back in the server, so this pause should end in just a few moments. Here we go, the second pistol. Ladies and gentlemen, if Fireflux get the start that they did in the first half, this would be over in just a few moments. But we'll see what ESC have to offer on the server going into this one. Here we go. Utility is going to be dropped in towards that A side of things. All 5 players here for the Fireflux side heading towards A side. Just going to be a fast play. Typical execute onto the A side. First headshot found by me, looking for some more. Could get a second. He's kind of alone on an island there into the stairs section. But Sensi through the smoke. What a kill that is. By me still looking for some more. There's 2 more players to find. They know that they're here, but he's reloading. Amsalem running out of bullets, and Soulfly taps him into pieces. It's Mary alone. Oh, he even had time to flick up, but he isn't able to get the kill. He doesn't know where the others are. He's even checking that palace side, and he gets absolutely done by Sensi. Mary just hasn't been able to do much here. Only 2 kills. You know, I don't really want to mention it, especially when a player is doing, not so well, but I think it has to be said. He's just had a rough game so far. Pistol going way of Fireflux, and this one could be done in a few moments. They aren't careful. What's the play going to be? Moving up it towards the mid side, a minute. Half remaining on the clock. Samey up 5-7 towards the short side. Definitely potential to get a few kills. Maybe at least one. 5-7 at close range. Medium to close range is one shot headshot, so there's that, and also Buy Me can definitely do a lot of damage here with the FAMAS to support into that short side. Here we go, Samey there, and there's going to be a trade coming in from Buy Me. He's able to get a second. Oh, we can get a third here. That's enough bullets, plenty of bullets. He's going to reload though. Oh, but Mass with an important kill into Banjo, and this is going to be a steal of a round here for ESE. Look to make things interesting here. Flash forward, turns around, and Buy Me still gets the kill. Paz left with it on a 1-on-4. It's going to do the damage. Needs to get the kill though. Onto the player behind, and yeah, he should be able to now. Ooh, it's going to be that double peek, and all you have to do is wallbang him, jump spots. And Paz accepts his fate. Right away, Mary's able to get the first kill onto Soulfly. Score can be down up in towards the palace side. Score could have back off. Damage done to Samey as well. C4 switched. Different hands, and ESC should be able to clean this one up pretty nicely. Amsalem. Not Samey dinked up, but has a superior weapon. No problem in the end here. Routine cleanup here. That's going to be a confidence builder out here from ESC. Mary getting 2 kills in the round. Samey as well. There we go. Lean out from the Farflux camp. Just an eco. ESC should be able to clean this one up, as you know they were not too great in the previous round. Ultimately got shut off pretty easily after that, but different story this time around. It's literally full pistols, just Glocks. P250 on Skrunk. Most damage it could do. Spraying away, Buy Me, first kill, gonna be found. It's weapon there. Oh, it's gotten quite interesting, but yeah, they were so damn low from the. It didn't matter at the end of the day. It's from the previous rounds. Buy Me playing in the short side. Plenty of kills on his end. Easy enough for him. I believe we have another technical pause here, just the restart of the game come through. See ourselves back on our way with the game. It's Samey this time. But yeah, this has been a good sequence out here from ESC. Just getting themselves here on the board. Much better from them. But this is their map pick though, however, so you'd like to see a little bit more from them. Farflux kind of stagnated a little bit. seems to be all right back in the server. End of the technical pause here. Let's see. This one back forward. Spraying away, blinded. Skrunk to open up onto Samey. Hasn't been able to bring forth his opinion. Oh, Soulfly. Where did that tap come from? Taking out mass pass coming in from the Palace side, and this is a good headshot from Mary to recover something, but it's gonna have to be a save. You know, they do have the money to go for this, but it really makes no sense to. It would be fighting a lost cause. You go for it. Kind of seems more of like a sunk cost fallacy more than anything. This is double digits now for Fireflux. Timeout coming in here for the CT side. They realize that this can't slip out here. And if ESE, if their economy gets broken, I think they lose the game. They have, what, $7,000 in the bank account going into this round, into their reinvestment. So if you look at that, right, they will have money for maybe a couple of rounds here, but Fireflux are already on double digits. So break that economy, it's going to be, what, 11, 12 rounds on the board here for Fireflux, and they'll be up against a very, very labored buy going into what could be their match and series point. Flash right over, player in towards the window, Molotov. Grenadier Skrunk in the same position as the last round, and he finds the success. I don't want to say as per usual, but it seems like we've just really been seeing success out from Fireflux more than anything. Nade gonna land deep and look to do damage. Yes, move back. Molotov gonna be dropped in. Incendiary block in his position. Just clear out all the angles as much as they can. Flash is over. And it's falling silent across the map. And surely a push has to come in for Fireflux. There's like 25 seconds remaining. There's a headshot, or there's a shot let out, excuse me, by Sensi. Oh, missed shot coming in from the CT upper wall bang by Sensi. Masked alone here, and he's not going to be able to deny the bomb. He's all the way towards the CT angle. Just gonna have a back off here. Let Mass save the AWP. Angle's being held by Sensei, and he spots out the barrel. All he has to do is click mouse 1, and there it is from Fireflux. Eleven to 7. Money in the drain here for ESC. Timeout here. They're gonna have to reinvest into this round. Last timeout being utilized out here from ESC. Don't really see any timeouts used on Inferno. Eleven to 7 now. Fireflux are gonna close this one out. Get this round. This one will be finished. Look at the money out here from ESC Gaming. Bimey's even on a 5-7 himself, so they're not tolerating anything except victory within regulation. This is a very silent default again. Fireflux looking to use as much time as they can to get started. Drop the smoke in towards mid side and then towards the deep connector section. Mary's actually going to give it up. Not going to decide to hold in front of the smoke and force it forward. Paz again from this position has continuously found success. It forces Amsalem away from that lower side. Nope. Thrown open by the HE. Spraying through. Damage dealt and the kill going to be found. Bimey still alive underneath. And Paz might call this clear when it isn't. There's 2 players in this angle. They've made noise as well. This could be a surprise, a shock to the system. It's not a shock for Banjo. Oh my goodness, 3 quick kills coming from the young Finn. And now Mary. He's here. He needs to step up his game completely, and what a time to do so. Did he disconnect? He moves a little bit too far to the right. It's left not the same again in a clutch situation. Same with AWP, he's just going to have to save. 5 match and series points here for Fireflux in what is going to be a fast best of 3 should they win this one out, and it's looking seriously like that's the case. Technical pause. Yeah, it was Mary who disconnected. I noticed that he didn't aim. Like, he was just strafing and his keyboard was kind of frozen. But he's back. I feel like a lot of technical issues. Maybe, you know, what if they're losing because of the technical issues? But it doesn't seem like they're complaining all too much. They're just calling the tech pauses and game gets fixed and they're back on their way. To get this sorted, it seems like it's a little bit of a different issue this time. Possibly could be hardware, could be peripheral issues. But it seems like things are going to be back on the way soon. Seems like everyone's happy to get rolling. Just a few moments. Oh yeah, see? Should be them unpausing the game, and it is going to be unpaused. Here we go. 5 match and series points here for Fireflux. Can they do it within the first time of asking? Looking to end this one on a fast note, it seems. Fireflux leaning in towards the B side of things. Sensi holding with the AWP. By me on the opposite end of that wall, onto the close right angle here of the apartment side. And the opposite is all the way up into that underpass angle. Could be a good angle should Fireflux decide to peek it. I will say it could guarantee him 1 or 2 kills. At the minimum, I would say 1. Force off the angle. Now, never mind. It doesn't matter. Look at a calculated play out from Sensi, dropping the flash to force him away from the angle and in favor Sensi instead, because he's the one posted upon it. And that Molotov on the angle of By Me. Say goodnight, man. It's all over, surely. 5 on 3. Pass gonna peek on through. There goes the operant mast. They're just all dropping like flies. Amsalim here onto the A side. There's one more player towards the short side. They're not gonna clear it though. They're not gonna clear it, it seems, but he's safe enough. Great angle knowledge. Fireflux with this one. It's all Amsalim onto Paz. Rest of the squad, he's asking where they're at, but they've all fallen by the wayside. That's the end. That's GG's. 13-7 here on Mirage here from Fireflux to win out this series 2-0 in extremely fast fashion. That's a very, very fast victory if I do say so myself, and a very dominant one at that. All the second half was just Fireflux. The first half, they had such an amazing start. You just couldn't do much about it if you were ESC Gaming. And Inferno, that was just purely miserable. You know, those rounds were as clean as they could be. Squeaky clean. 4 players staying alive almost every time. And wherever Fireflux decided to go, they got it. And, you know, that rounds out our day. It's a pretty quick night for us, honestly. We had... None of the maps that we had today were close. Or, not today, because we had 2 of the best 3s. But I casted the final 2 series. We had OG versus BC game. It went to 3 maps, but the maps weren't close, you know. It was 13-5, 13-5, and 13-4. So, those games weren't close. And then ESC game versus Fireflux, that was 13-1 and 13-7. So, no close maps all around here. And, you know, that's how we round things out here on our CCT tonight. And, yeah, those are your results for today. 2 2-0s, and then, or 3 2-0s, and then a 2-1. But, yeah, there's nothing much more to analyze about that game. I'm pretty sure that game was... that was Fireflux playing solid Counter-Strike. You know, they play a lot of Counter-Strike. They play CCT, they play ECL. I was talking about that. They got a lot of reps in. And like I said, you shouldn't underestimate ESC Gaming. They play some good tournaments themselves. They play Yala Compass. However, you know, their level of opponent, you know, their level of opposition is nowhere near the level of Fireflux. You know, same tiers, but Fireflux play better opponents more often. And I think that could have been the difference today. But along with that, you know, could have been a lot of things. ESC were just not having a good day, and you know that just happens sometimes. You had a lot of tech issues, you had mouse issues, you had disconnection issues, but things like that just happen. Hopefully they can recover and bounce back. They'll definitely be, you know, here for some more Counter-Strike action here on CCT. I can assure you they won't be strangers to our future tournaments. But yeah, other than that, that's going to be us finished for today. 4 best of 3s, relatively quick ones, I will say. It's been a pleasure to cast them again. And I guess this is where we bid you all adieu, and we'll see you all next time. Good night.